and the gang are on an important mission when suddenly, they revert to their adorable toddler selves. Now, it's up to Boruto and his friends to take care of their heroes while trying to figure out how to turn them back to normal. Picture the chaos, the laughter, and the heart possible. But before we dive into this hilarious adventure, I have a quick favor to ask. I'm on a mission to reach 1,000 subscribers, and I'd love your support to help make that happen. If you enjoy exploring these fun scenarios in the Naruto universe, please hit that subscribe button, give this video a thumbs up, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support means the world to me. Alright, let's jump into this wild adventure and see how Boruto and his friends manage their new toddler ninjas. It was a mission to leave the village. After some calculation, Shikamaru that wouldn't complicate things further. Change at any moment, so it was better to stick together in case Naruto ran into trouble. They had received a message from Shikadai's team requesting assistance. First time he had to travel without them, but he didn't like it. Boruto wasn't directly invited, but seeing his father leave the village to help his friends, he decided to tag along. Mitsuki followed because Boruto. Kiba noticed they were following and didn't bother to alert the others, thinking they might be useful on this mission. By the time the adults realized Boruto and his friends were behind them, just stay close and do what you're told, Shikamaru instructed them. Things didn't get interesting until they found Shikadai's team. They stood at the entrance of a cave, waving them over. They explained that their mission was stalled until the Hokage showed up. It seemed their task was a bit more complicated than they had realized. Long story short, Shikadai said as he led them into the cave. We came here to collect an artifact that's been sealed in this cave. The problem is, it can only be broken by someone with powerful chakra, and a lot of it. Otherwise, you'd get this. The group stopped short when they saw Shino stuck in what looked like fossilized amber. It by enlarging her fists, but he begged her not to, as he could be seriously injured. Inogen held up his left hand. I managed to get away before more could trap me. And since it was my left hand, I could send you that message. We couldn't leave Shino Sensei here in this cave, and it would have taken too long to run back to the village for you. Plus, we can't leave until the mission is complete, and this is the mission. Naruto looked at the trapped Shino and asked, What are you doing here anyway? Your mission was somewhere else. I came here because I heard a rumor about a rare species of beetle. We crossed paths, and it turns out the beetles weren't rare at all. This amber just stained their bodies, changing their color. And how'd you get stuck in there? Shino growled. I got careless, he replied, shooting a glare at Cho-Cho, who had tried to take the artifact from its perch while the boys were looking for clues. He grabbed her just in time but ended up getting trapped instead. It was noble of him to protect one of his students, but he didn't want to share the details. He had yelled a warning to Inogen just in time, so only his hand got trapped. After that, no one dared to try taking the artifact and called for help instead. Boruto and his friends stood back while the adults spoke with Shikadai and his team. We might as well not even be here, Boruto complained, feeling ignored. We shouldn't be here, Sarada pointed out. You decided to tag along. I told you this would happen. Finally, the adults came to a decision after hearing all the details. Shikamaru took charge and told the kids to stay back. Naruto, you take the artifact because you have the right chakra. Kiba, get ready to catch it in that sack, okay? We don't know if the artifact has anything weird on it in addition to this protective seal. Better to be safe. If anything starts happening to Naruto, I'll pull him away before he ends up like Shino. And what about me? Shino asked, looking down at his amber prison. No one bothered to try cutting him out. If I understand this correctly, That amber should just fall apart once the artifact is removed. Shikamaru stood ready behind Naruto. Ready? Now, Naruto! Naruto reached into the opening in the cave wall to grab the item. The Nine Tails red chakra engulfed his hand, protecting him from the amber trap. He had to push into the wall. The air within the seal was thick like jello. Once his fingers wrapped around the item, he pulled his hand out as quickly as he could. The amber around Inogen's hand and Shino's body cracked and broke apart as soon as the artifact tasted fresh air. Kiba moved in with the sack, and Naruto dropped it inside. I think it's harmless now, said Naruto. There doesn't seem to be anything weird about it. Shino dusted off the bits of amber on his clothes and said, I'm still siding with Shikamaru on this one. Let's have the kids handle the rest of this mission with us. You go back to the village, it's alright, said Naruto. I left a clone back at the village. I can help you guys with this. Really, we got this, said Shikadai, but the adults kept talking. You guys don't have to be here now that you got that thing, said Boruto, supporting his friend. We can help if you're that concerned. I agree, some supervision might be best for this kind of mission, Shikamaru said to the other adults. This mission turned out to be different than we thought. I'll stay with them just in case. Naruto, you can go back with Kiba and Shino. I'm the one who got the thing. How do you know you won't need me again if something happens? Good point. But I should be here to think of a solution. I can come up with plans too, you know. Shikadai muttered, feeling overlooked. Fine. We'll stay, and Kiba and Shino can head back. Bring Boruto and his team with you. Come on. Boruto shouted to get their attention. This is their mission. Why are you trying to take over? You got the thing for them. Now let them handle the rest. We might as well stay since we're here, said Shikamaru. I don't want to get halfway back to the village before another distress signal comes our way asking for help. They called for help, Boruto. We might as well assist. There's a difference between helping and taking over. Boruto lectured his father. Give them the thing and leave them alone. If it's dangerous, we can't let them have it, said Naruto. I should be here since I can handle it. If something else happens, I should be here to help. Suddenly, someone came running down the length of the cave and stopped. The arguing ceased when Sai appeared. What are you doing here? They asked each other. Sai looked at the empty space where the artifact used to be and the sack Kiba was holding. I think our missions are related. At the very least, they crossed paths. How? Sai pointed back the way he came. I'm here to intercept people trying to steal the artifact from this cave. They're trying to take it from the people you're getting it for. He looked at Shikadai's team. Seriously? I thought I got here first when I heard your voices. I'm ahead of the enemy, but they were right behind me. We need to leave now before they show up. New plan, Shikamaru said. Everyone fled the cave, splitting into two groups. One would lead the enemy away while the other delivered the artifact. Kiba went with Shikadai's team, and everyone else ventured deeper into the forest. The enemy chose to follow the larger group. Naruto smiled, holding the sack tightly. Spread out, Shikamaru ordered, and everyone moved away from each other to create harder targets. An arrow shot the sack from Naruto's hand and into a tree. A man ripped open the sack but found only chunks of amber inside. Naruto stopped to confront them. Knowing they weren't alone, Shikamaru and Shino kept running to lure the enemy away. Sai had warned them about a very muddy area up ahead, and that was where they planned to take them. Meanwhile, Kiba followed the smaller group to where they were told to take the artifact once they found it. They climbed to a peak beside a waterfall and drove it into a perfectly shaped hole in its surface. The rocks hummed and glowed blue, illuminating the water. The humming soon stopped, and the glowing dimmed until everything returned to normal. Is that it? Kiba asked. That's all you had to do? Just take it from one place to another and get a light show? That was what the mission required. Shikadai started to climb back down. They told us not to return after the work was done. They'll know if we were successful by the lights because they can see them from their outpost. That's what they told us, anyway. And once it's in the wall, those other guys won't be able to get it back? Kiba asked. Hopefully not. Boruto and the others regrouped after hearing the others fighting. I'll find out where they went and help, he said, and off he went. Get back! Kiba shouted when he noticed someone sneaking up behind Boruto. Naruto grabbed the bag they left behind and went off to help. Boruto grabbed a kunai from his pouch and cut the rope holding the man's arm, leaving him vulnerable. "I've got him!" Boruto shouted, ready to go after him. "You won't get away that easily," the man said, grinning. He pulled the rope off his arm and threw it aside as he knocked Boruto aside. "Stay back!" he yelled, sending chakra into the ground to stabilize his footing. He raised his hand to punch Boruto in the face, but he felt the force push back and stopped. He sensed he wasn't alone anymore. Someone was behind him, about to push him down. "Gotcha!" Sarada shouted, pulling him down before Boruto could get back up. With the momentum, she landed on top of him, knocking the air out of him. Boruto stood up, took the opportunity, and punched him right in the stomach, then backed off. "That was cool," Boruto said, smirking. Sarada rolled her eyes and climbed off him. "Let's finish this," she said. "He'll be back, and they probably won't be the only ones." Kiba, who had been on guard, turned to see two more of their enemies appearing from the shadows. "Looks like they brought backup," he said, readying himself. Meanwhile, Shikadai's group joined the fight as well. "They came for their prize," he warned. "We can't let them take it back." "Then let's make sure they don't get away," Boruto shouted, charging toward them. The hill was more like a cliff, stopping right above a spring nestled among the trees. Boruto wrinkled his nose at the strange color of the water. "What's in this water?" "It's green." Shino glanced at the mossy green water and replied that it could be a number of things, most of which weren't dangerous. Mitsuki had stayed behind to keep watch near a natural path in the trees. He noticed the enemy heading their way but remained where he was, as Shikamaru had instructed him not to move until they returned. If they didn't come back within half an hour, he was to find Kiba for help. He understood Shikamaru's reasoning. Just in case something went wrong, they wouldn't all be trapped, but he would have preferred to be with Boruto. Shikamaru and Sai climbed the hill toward the cliff. As they went, their feet slipped in the mud. They planned to use the terrain against the enemy. The closer Sai got to the cliff's edge, the more the ground broke beneath him. He stopped where he was and waited, making himself the target. A dagger flew past his head, and he threw a kunai in the direction it came from. He heard it hit something, followed by a loud groan. He believed he had struck the enemy. Just to be sure, he stayed quiet and waited. Shikamaru did the same, but no one attacked. "I think we're good," he said, but he didn't lower his guard, just in case the enemy was waiting for him to say that. Sai started to back away from the cliff but slipped and slid toward its edge. He grabbed the trunk of a tree to steady himself, but his muddy hands slipped off the bark. This was exactly what the enemy had been waiting for. He launched himself from one of the branches at Sai, colliding with his chest and sending them both sliding further toward the cliff. Clumps of soil fell from the moist earth into the green spring below. Sai deflected one of the man's daggers with a second kunai, but both weapons were tossed aside, slippery from the mud. Sai tried to punch him but lost his balance. The man drew another blade and aimed for Sai's neck. Rasengan! Naruto flew past Shikamaru's head and slammed into the man, knocking him away from Sai and sending him flying into the distance. Naruto landed in the mud, and the ground shifted beneath him. Chunks of earth crumbled under their weight. Shikamaru didn't dare move closer, shouting a warning instead. Everything happened so quickly that they only had a fraction of a second to react. Sai started to slip on the fragile soil, which broke beneath him, and began to fall. Naruto reached out and grabbed his arm before he could go over the edge, but the momentum and weight were too strong, and he ended up falling with him. Shikamaru stood nearby and used his shadows to grab both of them, but it wasn't enough. He was pulled off his feet by their combined weight on the slippery soil, and all three tumbled down the steep but short incline over the cliff and into the frothy green water below. Shino ran to the spring's edge and waited for his friends to resurface. Sarada and Boruto stood on either side of their teacher, staring at the water. "They're not coming up," Sarada said, alarmed. Boruto gritted his teeth. "I'll go in after them with my clones." Shino thrust out his hand to stop him. "No, Boruto. You need to stay here. I'll go in. I can use my summoning to bring all of them to the surface. There's no need to put yourself in danger." "Sarada, make sure he stays put." Without another word, Shino ran and dove into the spring. The genin waited, but no summoning took place. Shino must have been having a hard time finding them underwater. Boruto moved to jump in, but Sarada held him back, reminding him of what Shino had said. She didn't want them to drown any more than Boruto did, but there was no point in throwing themselves in only to suffer the same fate. I can make a chain of clones, he offered. Don't know why my stupid old man didn't think of that. We can't all jump in there. What about the others? I'm sure if Shino-sensei hadn't been in such a hurry, he would have told us to stay back so the others would know what happened. Boruto gritted his teeth, anxiously waiting by the water's edge. His legs shook, preparing to jump in. Look! Sarada pointed to the water as a head emerged. Shikamaru surfaced and swam the short distance to the edge, pulling himself out of the green spring. More heads bobbed to the top and paddled to shore. Sarada and Boruto rushed to check on him. Shikamaru, are you okay? He coughed and lay on his stomach in the wet dirt, which quickly turned to mud under his body. He lifted his head, looking at their ankles. I think so. His voice sounded higher than usual. He pulled himself into a sitting position and looked around. I'm all wet, he complained, pouting. Way to state the obvious, Boruto said. Sarada was concerned. Boruto, doesn't he seem a little able to stand? The other three adults emerged from the water, but something was off. In waist-deep water, Naruto began splashing Sai and Shino, a mischievous grin on his face. Sai covered his head with his arms and whined. Don't! Shino kept his back to them, frowning. Naruto laughed and splashed them more. Sai splashed him back. Then they both splashed Shino, realizing it was fun. Shino tensed up as water struck his back and tucked his head between his shoulders, trying to hide like a turtle in its shell. Stop it, you two, he told them in a higher-pitched voice. You'll drown my bugs, they're inside you, you big baby, Naruto replied, his voice also higher than normal. He kicked the water toward him and Sai. Sai lost his balance and fell backward into the water, surfacing again, spitting water out of his mouth. Naruto kept splashing, covering his face with his arms again. Sai twisted away in discomfort. Stop, Naruto. I got water up my nose. It's not still water, so you should be okay, Shikamaru said. The water in this spring is moving, so there's no algae or moss. But the color's all weird, and it makes me a little scared. I heard there's dangerous green moss that rests on top of water and can kill you. Naruto and Sai screamed and fled the water as quickly as they could. Naruto squatted down and hid behind Boruto, dripping wet and frightened. That's not funny, Shino. I was being serious, he said coolly, walking slowly out of the spring. But this isn't moss, so we should be safe. Don't scare me like that, stupid. I'm not stupid if I know stuff you don't. Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. Boruto moved in a circle to get his father away from him. What's wrong with you, old man? What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused. You're acting like a child, he scolded. I am? Shikamaru looked from one to the other and down at his hands. We look like grown-ups, but I think Boruto's right. Something's off. Seriously, you should be the first to notice this stuff, Boruto told him. Did you hit your head on your way into that spring? Boruto, it's the spring. Sarada grabbed Shikamaru by the arm and pulled him away from it. They only started acting this way after they left the water. I think the spring's a fountain of youth, but it only changes you mentally. That's why it looks so strange, and no animals will drink from it. It's not poison, it's magic. Magic water? Naruto hurried to the spring's edge to look at it. Sarada pulled on the back of his shirt with both hands, begging him to get away from it. Naruto stuck his hand in the spring and pulled it out again. Doesn't seem like magic. Get away from there. You listen real well, Naruto, Shino muttered dryly. She just said to stay away from it, dummy, Shikamaru said, staying put where he was. Naruto pouted and stomped his foot. I wanted to see the magic. Sarada pushed both hands against the small of the Hokage's back to move him away from the water. I misspoke. It's not magic, but it is dangerous. Stay away from it, Lord Seventh. It can't be that dangerous if we were just playing in it, he reasoned. We're fine. You are not fine. Sai looked at his hands, puzzled. We look the same, but something is different. I just said that the water changes you mentally, she repeated. Your bodies are fine, but your heads are all messed up. Shikamaru stood up, looking from himself to the others. It's weird. It's like I know, but I don't. It's hard to explain, I guess. Do you know you're an adult or not? Boruto asked him. You know you're the leader of the village, right? Of course. Shikamaru replied, almost offended. You need to be quiet before I throw you into that spring. Naruto stood tall and pointed at Shikamaru. You're all wrong. You're just jealous because I'm a better ninja than you. Shikamaru laughed dryly. You're like a little kid again, but you're not funny. I'm being serious. You need to grow up then, not me. Naruto yelled back. I'm the best. Why are you guys arguing? Sai asked, glancing between them. Boruto shook his head in frustration. Because they're both too stupid to see it. Don't insult your elders, Boruto. Shikamaru warned him. Elder? Boruto scoffed. You're acting like you just got off the playground. You don't even seem like a grown-up at all. I can't believe I'm standing here with a bunch of idiots. He turned to look at the spring again, frowning. It still looked green, but it didn't seem like a bad color. He moved closer, but Sarada yanked him back again. Just stop it, she yelled. You'll fall in, and then what will we do? Boring! Then stop thinking about jumping in and look at your stupid dad instead. Hey! Naruto threw up his hands and stomped toward the spring, glaring down at it. You don't need to tell me what to do. Boruto watched in shock, horrified at how reckless his father was being. He hated it. This is insane. You're all insane. You're insane. Naruto yelled back. I'm the Hokage, and I'm going to show you I'm still the strongest ninja. Boruto threw his arms out in exasperation. That's not how it works. I'm going to jump into that spring. No! Boruto lunged forward to grab Naruto before he could jump in. He pulled his father back, but the force threw them both off balance, and they landed together in the water. Naruto laughed and started to splash Boruto with his hands. See? The water's fine. Boruto laughed, too, trying to push his father away. You idiot! Don't you want to play? Naruto splashed Boruto again. Come on, this is stupid. Get out! Do you want to get in? Boruto groaned and looked at his friends, who were still watching. No, are you sure? Yeah, come on, Boruto! Naruto called, laughing and splashing him again. Boruto frowned and narrowed his eyes at his father. I'm going to drag you out of there if you don't stop it. Boruto grabbed his father's arm and pulled, but it only made things worse. You can't do anything. I'm stronger than you. Boruto glared and flung himself forward, trying to knock his father off balance, but it only made them both tumble into the deeper end. The splash sent water flying over the edge. Sarada and Shino stepped back, trying to avoid the spray. This is ridiculous, she exclaimed. You need to get control of him, Shino. I can't, he protested, still glaring at the water. Why can't you use your bugs to put him in check? Because I can't use my bugs while he's splashing water. Then tell him to get out. Stop yelling! Shikamaru shouted, looking at them both. You all need to grow up and get serious. Boruto pulled himself up and glared at Shikamaru. Seriously? You want to talk about growing up? You're not even acting like an adult. Yeah, look at you, Naruto added, still splashing Boruto. You're being a brat. Boruto's jaw dropped as he stepped back and shook his head. What? No. You're both acting like children. How can you think this is funny? Because it is, Naruto insisted. You're being a boring little brat. You're being the boring one. Grow up already. That's not how it works. Boruto threw his hands up in frustration and turned to Sarada. What about you? You're supposed to help me. I can't, she exclaimed. You're the one who started this. Stop it! Shikamaru yelled again. All of you! I hate all of you! Boruto shouted, splashing the water. Just get out of the spring! Sarada yelled. Why should I? Boruto turned to face her, glaring. I'm the strongest, maybe, but you're being dumb. That's not what I meant. They continued to argue until Boruto slipped on the muddy ground and fell, causing even more chaos as everyone stumbled into the water and splashed one another. Sarada yelped, trying to cover her face. This is ridiculous! Shikamaru shouted, grabbing onto a nearby rock for balance. The three started to push and shove each other, splashing around, laughing, and yelling until they finally wore themselves out, collapsing into the muddy water, panting and laughing. That was fun. Naruto panted, grinning. Boruto glared up at him. No, it wasn't. Yes, it was. Shut up. Come on. You have to admit that was great. It was a waste of time. Then why are you laughing? Because... Boruto hesitated, considering the fun they had together. Because it was kind of fun, I guess. See? Naruto pointed at him. You're having fun. Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're right. Doesn't matter if I'm right or wrong. Naruto said with a grin. As long as we're all here together. Shikamaru rolled his eyes, and Sarada smiled softly. You're still all crazy, Boruto sighed, unable to resist laughing. Yeah, but you know what? It's kind of nice. Naruto looked around at everyone, his smile widening. Yeah, it is. Shino's eyes were hidden behind his visor, but tears were streaming down his cheeks. He wiped them away, yet he couldn't shake off the sadness. He hated feeling this way and wished everyone would calm down so he could feel better. Looking for comfort, Shino crawled over to Sarada and sat by her feet. He didn't do anything but sit there, and when she shifted away, he followed her, settling back down by her legs. Sarada glanced from Shino to the adults who were crying uncontrollably. Boruto. She urged him to take action, unsure how to handle the situation. He was at a loss too. It was just too strange. Grown men acting like toddlers was odd enough, but it was even weirder when those men were their parents and teachers. There? Boruto tried to comfort Naruto by patting him on the back, but Naruto let out a loud whine and crawled away, upset with Boruto for making him cry. I'm sorry I hit you, okay? Just calm down. Naruto continued to cry. Boruto glanced over at Sai, who was quietly sobbing by a tree. Why are you upset? I don't know, Sai admitted. Seeing Naruto upset makes me upset, and if we're really like this, I don't want to be like this and... Wah! Toddlers experience such intense emotions, and having the mindset of a toddler felt no different. He cried just because he was upset, no matter how minor the cause, not that he didn't have a reason to cry. He didn't want to be like this. He was scared, worried, and confused, and he expressed it the only way he knew how. Seeing Boruto wasn't helping, Sarada extended her hand to Sai. Sai, come here. Sai walked over to her numbly, still crying. His tears blurred his vision, so he moved slowly until he made out her fuzzy outline. He fell to his knees before her, not bothering to wipe his tears. Sarada gently placed her hand behind his head and guided him against her stomach, holding him close under her arm. Sai sniffled and began to calm down. This felt nice. The gentle pressure of her arm against his head was oddly comforting, and her heartbeat was soothing. He rested his head against her stomach. Seeing the comfort Sai was getting, Naruto scrambled over to Sarada and threw himself around her waist, wanting the same affection. She wrapped her arm around his head while he held on to the hem of her dress, sobbing into her stomach. Sai didn't move, even with Naruto so close. It's okay, she reassured Naruto. It's okay. Shh. Naruto blew his nose on her dress. She stiffened, reminding herself it wasn't his fault, and continued to soothe him. Eventually, Naruto calmed down completely and just sat there. No one was crying anymore. Shikamaru settled down once everyone else was pacified, and Shino found comfort just by having Sarada nearby. Better? She asked them, and they all nodded. Good. Sai slipped his hand into hers, looking dazed but content. Clearly, he was a child who needed this kind of connection. He had quickly bonded with Sarada, looking to her for comfort and affection. Okay, she said to the group. First things first. We need to find the others and head back to the village. Hopefully, the hospital will have a cure. If not, maybe we can find some information in the village that leads us to one. Sounds good, Shikamaru replied. We should get going. Yeah, my dad can't run the village with a toddler's mind. Naruto didn't respond to Boruto's comment. Shikamaru wasn't thinking about the village's well-being. He selfishly wanted to return simply because he missed home. He wanted to relax in a familiar place. They started walking, with Sai holding Sarada's hand the entire time. Full of energy, Naruto zipped ahead, trying to swat low-hanging branches and jumping from rock to rock. Shino followed silently but got distracted by a butterfly, wandering off until Sarada called him back, prompting him to scurry back to the group. After a while, Shikamaru made a bizarre request to Boruto. He wanted to be carried. He seemed to forget that Boruto was half his size and couldn't lift an adult body, as if their forms were reversed. "I'm tired," he whined. "Someone carry me." "No one's carrying you unless the Hokage wants to." "Naruto, carry me." Naruto bent down to give Shikamaru a piggyback ride. Shikamaru climbed on, going limp as soon as Naruto stood up. Naruto trudged ahead with Shikamaru on his back, enjoying the game and showing off his strength. Eventually, though, he got tired and dropped Shikamaru on the ground. Shikamaru didn't complain. He just lay there. "Shikamaru, get up," Sarada urged. "We need to keep moving until we reach the others." He remained where he was, whining. "I'm too tired to walk more." "Please, Shikamaru, don't wanna." Sarada looked to Boruto for help. "Do something." She couldn't manage all of them by herself. Boruto tried to motivate them the only way he knew how. "If we get there quickly, we'll have snacks." Shikamaru stood up and walked without a word. Naruto dashed ahead, eager for food. "The food better be good," Shikamaru mumbled. It took another 20 minutes before they found Mitsuki with their bags. Naruto dove in, unzipping compartments until he found the packaged snacks they brought for the mission, and started gobbling them up before the others arrived. Sai let go of Sarada's hand to grab some food, while Shino complained about how Naruto wasn't eating it properly. Shikamaru collapsed beside the pile of bags, too tired to eat. Mitsuki gave his friends a questioning look as he observed the adults' childish behavior. "I see," he said after they explained the situation. "A spring that alters the minds of those who enter it. I've heard of that." "Wait, you have?" He nodded. "Yeah. My parent researched it but gave up after realizing it only alters the mind, not the body. Apparently, it wasn't what they were looking for." Naruto snatched a bag of dehydrated fruit from Shino, complaining that he was going to eat it his way, not following any advice. "I can see why they gave up." Mitsuki couldn't imagine his parent acting like this, even in the pursuit of longevity. It clearly wasn't worth the effort. "Did it mention how to change back?" Boruto asked, eager to escape the chaos of the adults, especially his father. "It didn't mention a way to reverse the effects." Boruto groaned and dropped his head. "Sarada, he took that from me." Naruto whined, pointing at Shino. "Share, you guys," she told them. "Be nice. He's not eating it right," Shino said, opening the bag in his hand. "You're supposed to add water to make the meal more filling so you don't eat too much. It's good crunchy," Naruto replied, pouring half the bag of dehydrated rations into his mouth. "He's not doing it right," Shino insisted, raising his voice to ensure he was heard. "Calm down," Sarada said, stepping in to defuse the situation before they got worked up again. Boruto asked Mitsuki, "Any sign of Shikadai and the others?" He shook his head. "They should be back soon." "I hope so. These guys are driving me crazy." Mitsuki glanced over at the adults fighting over food like children. Naruto stubbornly insisted on eating the food his way and whined when Sarada sided with Shino. Shino's poker face couldn't hide his satisfaction. Everyone could feel it radiating from him. Sai quietly ate nearby, seemingly siding with Naruto, munching on rations his way and commenting that it could work. Shikamaru kicked Naruto when he accidentally stomped on his leg while trying to plead his case with failing limbs. This prompted Naruto to jump on Shikamaru's back in retaliation, and the two ended up rolling over the bags, spilling their contents everywhere like squeezing out a tube of toothpaste. Shino scolded Naruto for being foolish, while Sai just stood by, watching. It took a good 10 minutes for everyone to calm down. Left alone under a tree with nothing to do, Naruto quickly succumbed to sleep, his head drooping onto his chest as he dozed off in a sitting position. It wasn't just his toddler mind telling him to sleep. His adult body was exhausted from all the work he did. If he was ever left alone for more than a few minutes, he'd nod off in seconds. This often annoyed Boruto on their days off because Naruto couldn't stay awake longer than a few minutes, cutting their family bonding time short. Shikamaru, naturally lazy and also tired from helping the Hokage frequently, fell asleep too. Shino managed to stay awake, but eventually Sai, despite his efforts, ended up dozing off after seeing the two look so comfortable. His head rested against Shino's back, and he was out like a light, using his friend as a pillow. "Don't you want a nap too, Shino-sensei?" Shino shook his head. "I'm not tired. If you don't take care of yourself, you'll miss a lot." "That's what my parents says," Mitsuki said, observing him. Shino couldn't help but be bothered by how Mitsuki knew him so well, but he ignored the remark. Boruto noticed everyone was drifting off and decided to shake them awake before they could fully succumb to sleep. No, not yet. We can't sleep until we figure out how to fix this." His voice broke through the tranquil air, jolting everyone awake. They groaned, and Shino turned to look at Boruto. "It's not time to wake up yet." "Yes, it is. We need to keep moving. Everyone else is counting on us to find a cure." "We just woke up," Shikamaru said, barely opening his eyes. "Wake up," Boruto insisted. "Get up. We can't waste time." "Fine, I'm up," Shikamaru said, sitting up. "You're not going to fall asleep again, right?" Shikamaru stared at Boruto. "You're the one who needs to pay attention. If you don't keep watch, I'll drift back off in an instant." Boruto rolled his eyes. "Fine. Just get moving." The group stood up, grabbing their bags and getting ready to leave. Shino glanced at the adults, noting their tired expressions. "How do we wake them?" Sai looked over, his voice barely a whisper. "Do we have to?" "They're sleeping. We can't leave them," Boruto replied. "But I'm not carrying them." "Me neither," Shikamaru added. "Let's just wake them up." After a bit of coaxing, they managed to wake Naruto and Shikamaru. Both adults grumbled about having to wake up, but they eventually complied, even if they did it reluctantly. Shikamaru rubbed the sleep from his eyes. "What's happening?" "We're heading back," Boruto said. "You both need to stay awake this time. Don't let sleep get to you, okay?" Naruto yawned, running a hand through his hair. "I'm awake," Shikamaru grumbled again, standing up. But the instant he was upright, he leaned back against the tree, wanting to rest. "We should rest for a bit longer." "Come on, guys," Boruto complained. "This isn't going to help anyone." Shikamaru pushed himself off the tree, still looking tired, but he nodded, understanding what Boruto was trying to do. "You're right. Let's go." They moved together in a line, heading back toward the village, ready to face whatever awaited them next. Chocho stretched toward the sky with a groan. That's done. I'm beat. Let's find the others and head back." Shikadai glanced at Kiba for confirmation, thinking their mission was complete. "Nothing else we can do on our end," Kiba said. "And no sign of the others. Guess they're waiting for us to find them. Let's catch up and go home." Inogen trotted beside Shikadai and asked, "You don't think they didn't come looking for us because they got into some sort of trouble, do you?" "Nah. The Hokage and my dad are with them. There's no way. It was their idea to split up anyway," Chocho added. Kiba quickly tracked where the group was and led the young shinobi in that direction. When he spotted their heads in the distance, he waved. "Yo! We're back!" Sarada ran to greet him, looking flustered. She stood in the middle of the road, arms outspread to block his way. "Before you go any further, I need to explain something." Kiba's worry intensified. "What happened? What's wrong? Are the others hurt?" No, not exactly." Kiba tried to maneuver around her, but she blocked him. "Move aside and let me see." "But," suddenly, Sai came screaming from somewhere, hiding behind a tree. Naruto was being restrained by Shino, who kept yelling, "Don't crush it! I'm telling!" Shikamaru crouched down in the road, using some rocks he found as building blocks. Boruto stood beside his father and teacher, ordering them both to stop and settle down. The two adults were so engrossed in their struggle that they didn't even notice when they knocked Boruto down. "I'll get it! It's crawling that way! Don't! Leave it alone!" Shino climbed onto Naruto's back to weigh him down. Naruto kept reaching for a beetle crawling across the tree trunk, so Shino threw one leg over Naruto's shoulder and grabbed his outstretched arm with both hands to stop him. They were too top-heavy and toppled to the ground, causing the beetle to fly away. "I almost had it!" Naruto shouted, throwing a fistful of dirt at Shino. "You dummy head, it wasn't bothering anybody," Shino told him. "Boruto, Naruto's being mean to the beetle. Calm down, both of you," Boruto shouted. "I'll put both of you in timeout if you keep fighting." Shino pouted but didn't complain. Naruto felt the injustice and vented his feelings to his son in a whiny tone. That's not fair. I didn't do anything. He started it. I don't care who started it. Boruto replied. Behave or you'll be in timeout. No! Naruto threw himself on the ground, kicking his legs and arms in a fit. Boruto, I think you're upsetting him more, Mitsuki said calmly as he watched. Calm down! Boruto shouted, and Naruto stuck his tongue out at him. What? I'll teach you to be a brat. Naruto crawled away from Boruto, hiding behind Mitsuki's legs. Mitsuki just stood there. Shikadai gaped at the bizarre scene in the middle of the road, along with his teammates and Kiba. What the heck am I looking at? Sarada attempted to give them a summary. Physically, they're okay, but mentally, they think they're toddlers. You've got to be kidding me. Does it look like we're kidding? Boruto gestured to the chaos. How did this happen? Kiba demanded. They fell into a spring of green water, and when they came out, they were all like this. So we can smack them and snap them out of it. Kiba moved toward Shikamaru, but Sarada blocked him. That won't do anything. Boruto already tried. It just upsets them and makes them cry. They just woke up from their nap a little while ago and they're full of energy. Well, most of them. She looked over at Shikamaru, who was still playing with the rocks, completely ignoring everything happening around him. Kiba looked from one to the next and settled on Sai, who was closest and quietest. He walked over to him, pulled him away from the tree, and asked firmly if he recognized them. Sai nodded. Kiba then asked him how old he was, and Sai shrugged. How can they have their memories but think they're babies? Kiba demanded. I don't think it reverts them back in time, but gives them the mind of a toddler. My parents studied the water's properties, but it didn't yield anything fruitful, so they abandoned it. Mitsuki explained. It only changes the person mentally while leaving the physical body unchanged. Their memories seem intact, but they act like small children because that's just how they think now. You got anything useful to add, or are you just going to reiterate what we've already established? Kiba asked, annoyed. Mitsuki said nothing. That's what I thought. Kiba shook Sai. Come on, Sai, snap out of it. Shikamaru tugged on Kiba's pant leg to get his attention. Don't step on my thing, he told him, noticing Kiba's foot approaching his rock formation. It's a fort, Kiba snarled in annoyance. Come on, Shikamaru, you're too smart to be. Attack! Naruto launched himself at Kiba from above and tackled him to the ground in a playful manner, but Kiba wasn't laughing. Get off me, Naruto, he ordered. Sai, help me pin him down so we can drool on his face. What? No! Kiba thrashed around, but they held him down, and following Naruto's lead, Sai and Naruto opened their mouths over Kiba's face, letting a long strand of drool dangle from their lower lips. The more Kiba fought, the more Naruto laughed. Kiba finally managed to throw them off, but as he struggled to get up from his hands and knees, Naruto climbed onto Kiba's back, asking for a doggy ride. He rode Kiba like a bucking bronco while Sai watched and asked for his turn. Amidst the chaos, Kiba accidentally knocked over Shikamaru's rock fort, and Shikamaru pouted in disappointment. Too lazy to fix it, Shikamaru abandoned his collection of rocks and started a new game in the grass, where he found a ladybug crawling on a blade of grass. He called Shino over, and the two watched it lying on their stomachs. Cute, Chocho said, observing the adults showing off their playful side. Cute? Shikadai echoed, giving her a look. Creepy is more like it. Oh, come on. It's not that bad. Not that bad? Are you seeing this? Shikadai pointed to the Hokage, urging Kiba onward by bucking and kicking him in the legs and ribs. They're grown men, Chocho, and our parents, Inogen added. Do you know how awkward and weird this is for us? We shouldn't be seeing them do this. Chocho didn't view it as a bad thing. It's kind of funny, actually. And come on, they're just little kids. They're super easy to deal with. Say again? Boruto spun around. She shrugged. You're just really bad with kids, Boruto. I've got a kid sister back home, yeah, but no little brothers. You've got no idea how to handle little boys. Leave it to Mama Chocho. Girls mature faster and are better at this sort of thing anyway. Her teammates and Boruto shot her the same look, but Sarada seemed to think differently. Either she agreed with her friend or wanted to see if she could handle the situation. "Okay, guys," she said, standing in front of them. "Who wants snacks?" "Me!" Naruto jumped off Kiba's back and ran up to her, wanting food. The others followed suit, even though they had just eaten an hour ago. "That's your motherly technique?" Boruto asked, glaring at her. "Mothers feed their babies," she told him simply. He opened his mouth to argue, but Shikadai stopped him. "Don't argue," he advised. While the child-minded adults ate their snacks, everyone else sorted out how best to handle the situation. "Sending a message would be a pain and a waste of time," Kiba said. "We're better off just going back to the village and sorting it out there. There's no point in calling for help if we're going to have to take them back to the village anyway. Wouldn't it make things easier to have a few extra hands to help us do that?" Sarada asked. "Nah," he replied. "There are 4 of them and 7 of us. We outnumber them. We should be able to handle it on our own. It'd be a waste of time anyway, considering we'd have to wait for someone to show up." Boruto folded his arms. "I'm all for handling it ourselves, but it took us twice as long to move them from point A to point B before you showed up. If any of them want to be carried, you do it." It was easy enough getting them to sit down to eat, but harder to get them to cooperate when it came to walking down a boring path. Sarada glanced around and saw a few trees scattered here and there that could be used to provide the adults with distractions. "How about we use those trees?" she suggested. "Just to keep things moving along." The other teenagers exchanged glances and agreed. "We can encourage them to play hide-and-seek as we walk," Inogen suggested. "Let's spread out and give them some space." "Okay, but we have to keep an eye on them, and we can't get too far," Chocho warned. Boruto nodded. "You guys keep them moving, and I'll run ahead to set things up." "Great idea," Sarada said. "We'll all take turns chasing them down if it means we don't have to carry them." With a plan in place, the teenagers decided to put it into action, chasing the adults as they scurried in different directions. Kiba turned his head just in time to see Chocho go the opposite way. "Hey! Where are you going? I'll help Boruto!" she shouted as she sped off. The boys laughed and scrambled after the adults. Sarada called, "Stay where you are! You don't want to wander off too far. Catch me if you can!" Naruto shouted over his shoulder as he bounded away, looking back at the young shinobi behind him. "This is going to be a long day," Inogen muttered, glancing back at the chaos. "Don't worry, we'll keep them entertained," Shikadai assured. "And we'll make it back to the village soon." Mitsuki monitored the mentally young adults while the others had a meeting with Kiba. Deciding early on that taking them all the way back to the village in this state was going to be long and stressful, Kiba wondered if there was another solution. After all, there was no guarantee the leaf would be able to help them. "Aside from tying them up, I don't see how we can get them back to the village without one of them running off. And what happens when one of them decides they're done walking? I'm not carrying them. Should we take them to the village we were just at?" asked Chocho. "It's a bit of a hike from here, but closer than the Leaf Village. That might be our best bet," said Shikadai. "That spring was found in the area. They might have information about it. Maybe even a way to reverse the effects." Kiba drummed his fingers on his knee, glaring angrily at the child-minded adults. "Considering how close it is compared to the village, we might as well. There's no way I can handle them for that length of time. And if that pond or whatever it was is in their area, then yeah, maybe they do have information about it. I'll take anything at this point." It had only been a couple of hours and the group's tolerance was already running thin. Sarada and Chocho could tell that Kiba was desperate for a way out, and that the boys were frustrated and creeped out by their father's behavior. "It'll be easier to corral them in a village," said Shikadai. "We can lock them in a room or something. A lot easier than being on a road like this." "Agreed. Then let's head to the village and go from there." Mitsuki watched Naruto climb a tree and hang upside down from a branch, declaring he was a bat. The others stayed on the ground, but Sai was interested in whatever game Naruto was playing and wandered over to the tree. Naruto playfully tapped the top of Sai's head and giggled when Sai moved away from his touch. Sai didn't know if Naruto was being mean or not. He tried to get close to the tree, but every time he did, Naruto would reach for his head. Sai moved away from the tree with a sad look on his face. He didn't understand that Naruto was just being playful. Naruto didn't understand that his behavior was sending Sai the message that he shouldn't go near the tree. He didn't like being tapped on the head. Mitsuki seemed to notice this and stopped Sai from wandering away. "I think Naruto's just playing with you." "He is?" Sai rubbed the top of his head. "But... so... he's not being mean?" "No, he wants to play with you." "He does." Sai looked at Naruto in the tree and then frowned. "But I don't think I like the game." "That's alright. Ask Naruto to play something else." Sai frowned. "I don't know too many games." He looked sad when he said this, and Mitsuki was very understanding. "Just try to get him to play something you want. It doesn't have to be a game. Or you can just make one up." "How do I make up a game?" asked Sai. "I'm not really sure," admitted Mitsuki. "But every game was made up at some point. I guess you just have to be creative." Sai gave this a considerable amount of thought. Creative. He wasn't sure how to do that, but felt inspired all the same. Kiba whistled to get the group's attention. "Come on, guys. We're going. We're heading this way now." Naruto got out of the tree and followed Kiba obediently. Shino and Shikamaru followed without a word. When Sai saw everyone leaving, he hurried to catch up. It was a boring walk, but everyone was moving, much to the others' relief. The breeze blowing through the trees felt good on their faces. Shikamaru felt this hair tickle the back of his neck and shivered a little. He looked at the ground as he walked, noticing the leaves and stones on the path. As the wind blew the clouds, the sun was revealed, as were the shadows of the branches. Shikamaru looked at the shapes of the shadows on the ground with interest. Some looked like skeletal hands reaching for his feet, and he tried to step around them. Some branches formed stairs on the path, inviting Shikamaru to climb them. In fact, there were more shadows than sunlit path for them to step on. Shikamaru stepped on the shadows, following the path they formed. When he came to a lit area, he jumped to the next shadow, avoiding it. Seeing the odd way Shikamaru was walking, Sai stepped closer to him. "What are you doing?" "Following the shadows," he answered, keeping his eyes on the ground. "Can only step on the parts with shadows." "Why?" Shikamaru shrugged. "'Cause it's a game." "Oh?" said Sai, looking at the ground. He quickly stepped to the nearest shadow. "What happens if you go to the light part?" Shikamaru gave him the first answer that popped into his head. "That's a bottomless pit." Sai looked at the leaves and dirt bathed in sunlight, and his imagination caused him to see them differently. The ground lit by sunlight was dangerous. He needed to avoid that. Sai did his best to stay on the path of shadows, but there were so many patches of light on his side of the path, so he moved closer to Shikamaru's. They bumped into each other a couple of times, but neither complained. Sai nearly lost his balance trying to avoid a large gap by jumping to a tiny patch of shadow barely large enough for his foot. But Shikamaru reached out to grab him as if he truly were to fall into a bottomless pit. He pulled Sai to safety, and the two smiled at each other, continuing their game. Along the way, Naruto noticed what the two were doing and decided to join in. Shino did not, even when he saw what was going on. However, he did seem to be avoiding certain spots on the ground, his footsteps uneven and hesitant. There was a big gap between shadows, and the trio stopped for a moment, trying to figure out how to get to the next one. "It's a cliff," said Naruto, seeing the world differently. "How do we get across?" asked Sai, seeing what Naruto was seeing. "Here." Naruto stood on the edge of the shadow they were currently on and held out his hands. "I'll swing you over. Grab on." Sai took Naruto's hands and took a running start. Jumping at the same time, Naruto flung him to the next shadow. He landed right on the edge, wobbled and stepped forward, safely on the next shadow. "Yay! Now your turn," Naruto said to Shikamaru. Shikamaru did the same as Sai, landing just as he had and stepping into the safe zone. "How will you get across?" Sai asked Naruto. Naruto hadn't thought of that and looked around for ideas. "I'll just jump. It's far. You gonna be okay?" "Uh-huh." Naruto backed up as far as he could and ran to the shadow's edge, jumping. He barely made it and started to fall backwards, failing his arms. Sai and Shikamaru both reached out to grab him and pulled him onto the shadow. "Safe," Naruto said victoriously. Because of all the time they spent getting from shadow to shadow, they had fallen behind the rest of the group. They hardly noticed, engrossed in their game. They continued to play, but now that the trees were starting to thin out a bit, it was making it harder to jump from one shadow to the next. The trio halted, seeing a large gap between them and the next shadow. It was too wide to jump and there were no branches for them to swing from. Shikamaru put his hands on his hips, thinking, "How do we do this?" Becoming aware of how quiet it was, Kiba looked around. "Where are?" He stopped and looked behind them, spotting the three shinobi in the distance. "Guys, get over here, we're trying," said Shikamaru. "You're not moving your feet," Kiba complained. "Come here now, it's too far." "What is?" Kiba asked in annoyance, thinking they were referring to the distance between themselves and the rest of the group. "The shadows. We can't get across without falling." "Huh!" Shikamaru pointed to the patch of light. "We can't go there." "Why not? It's a bottomless pit," answered Sai. Kiba facepalmed and Chocho giggled, thinking it was adorable. "Just get over here," Kiba ordered them in annoyance. "But we can't step in the bottomless pit." "Yeah," said Naruto. "It's filled with lava." Shikamaru looked at Naruto with a raised brow. "If it's bottomless, how can you fill it with lava?" Naruto blinked and put a finger to his chin. Bottomless pits make no sense anyway," said Shino, standing near Kiba. "By definition alone coupled with physical, forget the lava and get over here." Kiba snapped, ignoring Shino, who promptly stopped talking. He didn't see a point in wasting his breath if no one was going to listen to him. "We can only step on the shadows," said Shikamaru. "Those are the cliffs." "Then do that," Kiba told him angrily. "But it's too far. See? We can't jump from here to there without falling in the bottomless pit." "Then throw Naruto in the middle and step on him." "Then he fall in the pit so we can't step on him," said Shikamaru. "We can't leave a man behind anyway," said Naruto, folding his arms. "And why throw me down? That makes no sense. It's mean and they won't be able to move anyway. We'd be short one person too," reasoned Shikamaru. Kiba growled. "Just get over here." They shook their heads. "We can't. It's bottomless." Kiba started grinding his teeth, muttering something under his breath. "Don't worry," said Chocho, stepping closer. "Mama Chocho's coming to the rescue." "What are you going to do?" asked Inogen. Chocho smiled cockily. "Watch and learn, boys. Partial expansion jutsu." Chocho's arm grew large, and she extended it over the area without shadows, casting one of her own. "Oh!" Naruto smiled happily. "Thanks, Chocho. We can cross now." The three stepped onto the shadow cast by her arm and hurried to rejoin the rest of the group. Chocho ended her jutsu and grinned smugly at the others. "Don't encourage them," Kiba told her. Chocho moaned. "Oh. You wanted them to come without a fuss and this was the way to do it. Don't play along with them." "Why not? You'd rather them scream and cry? Make them end the game and keep going. Because you were doing so well with that," she told Kiba with a sideways glance and pout. Kiba stiffened at the remark and growled. "Just keep moving." Shikadai went up to Chocho. "Kiba's right though. You shouldn't have played along." "Why not? It was easier this way." "Easy doesn't always mean right," Chocho scoffed. "They're just kids playing a game. No one was getting hurt, and if we tried to force them, there was going to be a tantrum. I don't see how playing with them is an issue. If anything, it avoids one. But they're not little kids, their brains are." "Yes, but," Chocho put a hand on her hip. "Kiba's way took longer and my way took no time at all. We should have made them stop playing the game and just do as they're told." "Why?" she asked him. "Kids can make a game out of anything. At least they're moving in the right direction and not complaining. You'd rather go back to them whining about how they don't want to walk anymore or make them cry because Kiba was being too mean." "He wasn't being mean. Though from their perspective, I guess he would be. I just don't see why we can't just play along with them if it means less trouble all around." Inogen stepped closer to Chocho to tell her. "I think Kiba had a point about not encouraging them. I mean, they're not really little kids, but their minds are," she reasoned. "What if encouraging this is bad for them?" asked Inogen. "They're going to have little kid minds either way, so I don't see why we can't treat them the age they think they are. It might be easier. Little kids are a lot more willing to listen if you make them feel like they're understood." Shikadai and Inogen didn't say anything else, but they both felt that Chocho was the one who didn't understand. After all, They weren't her parents she had to see acting this way. The trio had come to another large gap between shadows and were trying to solve it the way Chocho had, by having Naruto stand on Shikamaru's shoulders to help Sai get across with the long shadow they cast in their combined form. There was lots of laughter coming from them, which had both Chocho and Sarada smiling. It was nice seeing the adults have fun. They were always so serious, so it was nice to see their playful side. As the wind blew, a cloud floated overhead, blocking the sun and casting everything in shadow. The trio ran ahead of the group, yelling how they were free to go wherever they wanted. When the sun peeked out from behind the cloud, they ran to find a shadow to stand on before the bottomless pit opened back up. They were scattered in different areas, each standing on a different shadow. Shikamaru began calling instructions to the others to help them get back together. It is fun to watch, Sarada admitted to Chocho, watching them. Sai hopped from one shadow to another until reaching the one Shikamaru was on. Naruto opted for the branches, using them as monkey bars to get across. The branch began to bow from his adult weight, and Naruto desperately swung himself over to Shikamaru and Sai. He flung himself into Sai's chest, nearly knocking him over, but Sai seemed happy to have Naruto so close to him. He hugged Naruto, giggling and congratulating him. Naruto hugged Sai back, laughing and chanting about how they were all together. It took longer than any of them wanted it to, but they finally reached the village. The village was small and hidden by the forest, but there was an inn they could use and the people seemed welcoming. Shikamaru took one look at the village and frowned. "This isn't the Leaf. You said we were going home." "We will," said Kiba. "But first we have to stay here a bit and get some information." "What kind of information?" "How to get you fixed up and back to normal." "How long will it take?" "I don't know," Kiba told him. "As long as you guys behave, it shouldn't take long." Naruto picked up a piece of fruit from an outdoor stand, causing an avalanche of mangoes. Naruto stood there holding the one in his hand and the rest gathered around his feet, frozen. "I said behave!" Kiba snapped at him and Naruto put the one remaining mango back on the cart. It rolled and fell to the ground. Naruto bent down to pick it up and put it back. It rolled off the display cart again and again Naruto bent down to pick it up. "Just leave it!" Kiba snapped. Boruto sighed heavily and shook his head. "He's so hopeless." Kiba went to the inn and got a room big enough for most of the group. "Looks like we'll have to split between 2 rooms. We can rotate so these guys will be monitored and the rest of us can get a break. They can't be left alone in this state, so..." Naruto froze, hand in the mint dish by the front desk. "The last thing you need is sweets." Kiba pointed to his side. "Get over here." Naruto looked from the candy dish to Kiba. He pulled his fist out of the dish and walked slowly towards Kiba. "Are there mints in your hand?" Kiba asked. Naruto looked at him and then at the wall. "No," he said timidly. "Open your hand and show me." Naruto opened his empty hand. "Your other hand." Naruto put both hands behind his back, then pulled one out and showed it to Kiba. "Did you just switch the candy from one hand to the other?" Naruto flinched. "No." "Then show me both hands." Naruto showed him one then the other, moving them behind his back each time. "At the same time, Naruto." "Show me both hands at the same time." Naruto thought quickly. "Okay." He started to bring both hands in front of himself, then conveniently coughed into his fist, let it linger there for a moment, then held both hands out in front of Kiba, empty. Kiba frowned. "Did you put the mints that were in that hand into your mouth?" Naruto shook his head with puffed out cheeks. Kiba sighed loudly. "You're not as clever as you think. I know there are mints in your mouth." "Then open your mouth." Naruto chewed, swallowed and opened his mouth. You ate them, you little." Naruto shrugged with his hands in the air. "I don't see any mints." "Because you ate them." "Nah." "Then why is your breath so minty?" "'Cause I brushed." Kiba gave him an unconvinced look. Naruto smiled at him. "I'm pretty now." "Sure you are," muttered Kiba. Naruto giggled. "You think I'm pretty?" "Heh," Kiba growled. "Whatever gets you in the room faster." Naruto puckered his lips, trying to kiss Kiba. "You think I'm pretty? Let's kiss." Kiba snarled at him. "Shut up, Smoochy." Naruto moved his lips closer to Kiba. "Stop that. Kiss me, you love me." Kiba clenched his fist. "I got a kiss for you right here." Sarada and Cho-Cho grabbed Kiba's arm to stop him. "Kiba, please!" "He doesn't know. Just play along with him," Cho-Cho advised. "I'm not giving in to this nonsense." "It's not giving in," said Cho-Cho. "It's playing along. He's just teasing you right now. Agree with him, and he'll stop." Kiba snarled menacingly at Naruto, seeing his puckered lips again. "Kissy kissy." Naruto tried to plant a kiss on Kiba's cheek. "Okay, pucker up, Lord Seventh." Cho-Cho tried to kiss Naruto. Naruto immediately moved away. "Ew, gross." He covered his mouth with his hands, preventing any sneak kisses. Kiba groaned. "As long as he's..." He stopped and looked at Shikamaru. "What is that? What's what?" asked Shikamaru, something in his mouth. "Are you eating mince?" "Naruto got to have some," Kiba growled. "You guys don't need sugar." Kiba's eyes darted to the side. "Sai, if your hand's in that dish, I'm gonna..." There was a pitter-patter sound as a couple mints fell to the desk as Sai abruptly pulled his hand out of the candy dish and held them in front of himself. Kiba opened the door to one of the rooms. "Stay here while I figure things out." Naruto ran to the linen closet and climbed inside, sprawling out on the bedding folded on the shelves instead of taking them out. Boruto hurried over to tell his father to get out of there before he broke something. "You're leaving us with them?" Shikada asked Kiba. "Can't we come help you out?" "No, stay here with them. I'll go gather information and come right back." "You just want to get away from them." "Bingo, genius. But I'm working too. I'll come right back." Kiba shut the door and left. "We're never seeing him again," muttered Shikadai. "He ran away and left us with this." Inogen whined. "I can't believe it." "Guys, it's okay," Cho-Cho told them. "It's not like we're in the forest anymore. We can keep track of them easily in one room." Shikamaru pulled out a mint he had been hiding and gave it to Sai now that Kiba wasn't around. Sai smiled gratefully at him and ate the mint. "What can you tell me about a spring in the forest?" Kiba asked another villager. So far, no one knew what he was talking about, and he was searching in all the logical places. The information desk didn't know anything, and neither did the headman of the village. Now, Kiba had to resort to asking passersby, at a loss for where to go next. "A spring? I didn't know there was one. In the forest? We don't usually travel that far. It's dangerous. The soil locks in the rain and it stays muddy for days, even weeks at a time, leading to landslides. It's best to avoid that area altogether because of it. I heard that water was toxic. That's why animals don't drink from it and avoid going near there. It is an odd color, I've heard. Why would you be interested in something like that?" Kiba didn't know what to do. Any information he had was based solely on rumors and knew better than to presume it to be fact. After all, one rumor had it that the water was toxic, which he now knew wasn't entirely true. He needed something more concrete. His friends' lives hung in the balance. Watching the adults was a lot easier this time because they had something to do which wouldn't lead to anyone getting lost or left behind. After extracting Naruto from the linen closet along with a lot of the bedding, the Hokage discovered something more fun he could do. He gathered the bedding and started to build a fort. Sai saw what he was doing and wanted to help. He found different things around the room they could use for supports, including a table and their bags. After emptying one closet, Naruto tucked one end of a blanket between the doors and closed it. Seeing the blanket slump down several times, Naruto discovered that the door wouldn't stay shut, so he looked for something to jam it with. He used Sai's blade to wedge behind the sliding door to keep it shut so the blanket wouldn't fall, and it worked. Seeing Naruto use the sheathed weapon as a toy, Sarada became concerned. "Shouldn't we collect their weapons to keep them from hurting themselves?" "In their state of mind, so far it's okay," said Boruto. "It doesn't really look like they notice. If they start playing daggers or something, they seem content with their fort game," said Mitsuki, watching them with a smile. "They seem to have forgotten all about us." Shikamaru had joined in as well, opening a window to stuff part of a blanket in the opening and then shutting it so it would hold. He managed to do it so the window would lock and not slide open. He couldn't find any chairs, so he used the low table he found to support another part of the fort, leaning it on its side to make it taller and more narrow. He crawled inside to take a look around. How it muffled the sounds of what went on in the rest of the room. It was warm inside the fort, though a little stiffy the further he went in. He liked the fresh air by the opening and how warm it was, the blankets dimming the light and the noise. Shikamaru stretched out inside the fort, getting comfortable. Naruto looked around for anything else they could use, but it looked like they had used just about everything available in the room. He wanted to add another section to the fort, but he only had one blanket left and nothing to support it with. There was a potted plant in the hallway. He should go get that. Where are you going? Boruto asked his father. Naruto stopped, hand on the door. I want the plant from the hall. You can't take that. Why not? It belongs out there. I need it for my fort. It's not supposed to leave the hallway. Boruto told him firmly. Naruto pouted. Fine. He looked around for something else. Can you get another table? There were 2 in this room. You used both of them already? There is one in the other room, said Mitsuki. We should be able to use that one since it's also our room. Mitsuki, don't tell him that. Boruto looked up, seeing his father start to open the door. Stay right here. I'm just going to get the table. You can use whatever you have in this room, but you can't take things from other rooms. Got it? Naruto whined and stomped his foot. But I need it. Use something else. No, use things in this room or I'm taking the fort down. Naruto whined shrilly, jumping up and down. It's okay, it's okay. Chocho told him quickly to prevent a tantrum. That's only if you leave the room. As long as you're in here, the fort stays up. Naruto started to breathe quickly, alerting the others to an oncoming fit. The fort looks great, Chocho told him. Doesn't it, Sarada? Yeah, it does. It's really great. Naruto stopped getting worked up. Why don't you show us? Chocho asked him. Come on, show us your amazing fort. Naruto smiled. Okay, they breathed a sigh of relief as Naruto led the girls over to his fort and started showing them around. Maybe Chocho has a point to the whole play-along thing, Inogen said to the others. I mean, it's not really giving them their way. It's just stupid, said Boruto. Sarada smiled, seeing Shikamaru sleeping in the fort and hearing Naruto go on and on about all the features of the fort. Sai had crawled inside from a different opening and marveled at their work. This fort really was amazing. He backed up into a support, and the fort started to lean. He carefully crawled out to survey the damage. Upon doing so, he saw the leftover blanket Naruto had wanted to use but had no means of which to do it. Sai looked inside one of the bags being used as a different support in hopes of finding something useful. Other than some travel food, there was nothing in there that wasn't boring or useless. He sat on the floor in defeat. He felt something on his belt and opened it, finding kunai. This seemed like a good solution. He could use these to secure the fort. And this is the mansion, Naruto said, pointing. Wow, a mansion inside a fort. How fancy, remarked Sarada, sweat dropping a little. Naruto beamed at her comment and continued the tour. Over here's the kitchen and that's the bath. They heard an odd noise and looked to see Sai stabbing a kunai through a blanket and into the wall as a makeshift nail. Sai! He jumped and stumbled backwards into the blanket, ripping it and the kunai from the wall. The kunai went flying and landed point down by Shikamaru's hand. Sai's eyes immediately started to tear up, startled. Sai, that was dangerous. You can't use those things. Sai sniffled and ran into the closet to hide, knowing people were upset with him. Sarada gathered the kunai and stuffed them into one of the bags. I knew it was dangerous. You said they wouldn't notice. That kunai could have landed right on Shikamaru's head. As she removed the kunai from Naruto's belt and stuffed them in the bag, she lifted the bag off the blanket it had been resting on, and the fort began to lean. Naruto watched in horror as his fort collapsed in one area, covering Shikamaru, who still hadn't woken up. My fort! Sarada stopped where she was and looked back, realizing that this bag wasn't just lying there. It had been a part of the fort. Lord Seventh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. We can fix it. Naruto batted her away. I worked hard and it's all ruined. I'm sorry. It was an accident. I can help you put it back together. Naruto started fussing. Not all of it's ruined, said Mitsuki. That section's still up. Naruto whined loudly in response. Might as well take the thing down, said Boruto. We were gonna have to for bed, you know. Naruto shrieked and kicked his legs. Shikamaru frowned and rolled over, taking the rest of the fort with him. Naruto screamed, "It's okay, it's okay," Sarada assured him. "We can fix it." "Fix nothing," said Boruto. "You guys just did the work we were going to have to do eventually. Why bother putting it all back just to tear it down again? Now we can get them ready for bed. Shikamaru's already tired." "No!" Naruto shouted. "Clearly you're overtired." "No!" Naruto threw himself to the floor and started flailing around. "No! No, 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 no! No! Stop throwing a fit! No!" Naruto rolled quickly in. Boruto hopped up and down. "I'm clobbering him! Everyone, calm down!" Sarada called for peace. "This is not helping the situation. If I knock him out, he'll be quiet." Naruto screamed and thrashed. "Boruto, clearly out!" Naruto kicked Sarada in the back of her leg as he flailed around. "Clearly, yelling at them isn't working. It's just out. It's just getting them out. More worked up. Oh, Lord Seventh, please!" He stuck out his tongue at her. "Pfft, ha!" taunted Boruto. "Guess you're not the favorite anymore. Is that what you think this is about?" "What?" "No, I meant dash. Boruto, I'm trying to dash." "Hey, I didn't dash." While Naruto threw his fit and the two argued, Chocho tried to get Sai to come out of hiding. He stayed in the back of the closet with his legs tucked to his chest. "It's okay," she told him gently, though it was hard to hear her over the noise. "No one's mad at you. You can come out." Sai stayed where he was, sniffling. "Sarada just shouted like that because she was scared you were going to get hurt. I'm sure she didn't mean to scare you. You upset him worse." Sarada shouted at Boruto. "He's kicking you and you're not going to do anything about it. Teach him a lesson, and hitting him won't make him cry more?" Inogen and Shikadai sighed from where they sat along the wall. "Clearly, this isn't working." Mitsuki watched everything happening and looked to Shikadai and Inogen. "Should we do something to help? How can we help?" "We'll just make it worse. Chocho acts like an expert, but she's having trouble with Sai right now," said Shikadai. "Face it. No one knows what they're doing. Kiba left us alone with these guys because he couldn't handle it. It's not that he thinks we're right for the job, it's that he couldn't take it for another second." Mitsuki looked from the chaos back to them. "Shouldn't we try to calm them down? The noise is bound to attract attention, and it would be hard to explain this." "What are we supposed to do?" asked Inogen. "We don't know anything about taking care of babies, let alone adults with the brains of babies." "Toddlers, actually," corrected Shikadai. Then he sighed. "Do what you can to calm them down, Mitsuki. If you think you can. I don't really know much about soothing babies, but Chocho said distracting them was good." "Then do that." "All right." Mitsuki stood up and walked to another part of the room. From his sleeves came a couple of snakes. One slithered towards Naruto and the other into the closet. Naruto stopped thrashing the second he caught sight of it, and froze, his mind trying to make sense of it. "Snake!" Sai cried from the closet, and there was a thumping and clattering noise. One of the shelves was knocked off its supports as Sai scrambled to escape the closet, running into Chocho's arms for comfort. Naruto watched the snakes return to Mitsuki with a wide-eyed expression. Sarada and Boruto were still arguing, but Naruto was more interesting in other things at the moment. He crawled over to Mitsuki, looking impressed. "What else can you do?" Moments later, a strong gust of wind blew through the room. Sarada shrieked and braced herself while Boruto shielded his face with his arm to see what was going on. Sai's hair whipped back and Chocho held him tightly, more for herself than for him. The fort was blown into the air. Part of the fort wrapped around Shikamaru caught the gust like a kite and lifted Shikamaru off the ground for a moment, effectively waking him. The blanket struck the walls, ceiling, and windows, cracking one when a bag struck it. Mitsuki stopped and everything fell to the ground with a thud, including Shikamaru. He remained where he was, in a state of shock. Sai blinked and stared, in a similar state as Shikamaru. The door opened and Kiba came inside. "Hey, I'm back, what the?" All he saw were blankets and pillows and bags everywhere, and some freaked-out-looking shinobi. At least Naruto's fort was in one location upon its collapse, as opposed to now where it and everything else was all over the room. Naruto clapped his hands together gleefully. Again! Again! Dinner was prepared and brought to a separate dining room for the guests. It was easy to get everyone into the room for dinner, but more challenging to get them to eat. Naruto didn't want to eat any vegetables and Boruto kept trying to make him, mostly to torment his father. Shikamaru wasn't too picky but ate slowly. Though he liked fish, he complained that the one on his plate was too dry and couldn't chew it without tiring out his jaw. Sai ate everything he wanted to eat, and when he was full, tried to play with Naruto. They began to sword fight with their chopsticks, and Kiba was too tired to correct them. The people around here don't seem to know anything about the spring other than rumors. Most of them avoid the forest because it's dangerous. Talk of landslides and things of that nature. That's sort of how they ended up in the water in the first place, said Sarada. The land gave under their feet and they all went falling, except for Shino-sensei who dove in after them, said Mitsuki. At the mention of his name, the group started to look around. Where is Shino-sensei? Kiba looked around but couldn't find him. Is he back at the room? I don't remember seeing him. Come to think of it, Kiba didn't remember seeing Shino in the lobby. Everyone else tried to get a mint except for him, and that was because he wasn't there. Shino never came to the inn with them. Crap, Kiba said, getting up. We forgot Shino. He could still be in the forest. I'm going to go find him. You're not leaving us with them again, Shikadai complained. I can track Shino better than you can. Stay here. Kiba left the room to begin the search. He hoped Shino wasn't still playing that silly shadow game in the forest or had fallen behind and no one noticed. Why has he got to be so quiet? Kiba was starting to leave the village when he noticed something lurking near one of the buildings and turned back. Staring at some lightning bugs hovering near a flower bed was Shino. He stayed crouched and quiet, blending in well. Kiba sighed and walked over to him. Have you been here this whole time? Shino didn't look at him. No, why weren't you with us at the inn? I helped clean up the fruit Naruto dropped. When I looked up, you were gone, Kiba moaned, shoulders slumping. You've been missing since then? And no one noticed. Kiba wasn't sure who to be more angry at. And it wasn't like Shino had simply wandered off. He had been trying to do a good thing and everyone lost track of him because of the more obnoxious children. Weren't you scared being by yourself? Kiba asked him. A little, said Shino. But then I found you, at the inn, talking to that lady. Shino had found Kiba while he was interviewing the locals and Kiba hadn't noticed. Since then, I followed you but you didn't seem to notice. He was right. Kiba hadn't noticed. Then I saw a butterfly and followed it. Of course you did. It was pretty. Its wings went like... Shino opened and closed his fingers slowly, imitating the butterfly's wings. Either Shino didn't know to go to the inn or got distracted and stayed outside all this time observing bugs. Kiba felt bad that he hadn't realized Shino had been missing nor that he had been following him, but also blamed Shino for being so unnoticeable. If only Shino were a bit louder or bothered to let them know. Then again, he might have tried to tell them, and no one paid him any attention. Come on, said Kiba, holding out his hand. Let's go have dinner with the others. Shino took Kiba's hand and followed him obediently. Kiba cringed at Shino holding his hand and promptly let it go as soon as he saw him moving in the right direction. Shino felt the swift movement of Kiba's hand and wondered if Kiba didn't like him. When they returned, the adults were playing with whatever was left over and the rest of the table had been emptied. Kiba looked around. There's nothing left? You guys ate it all? Whatever they didn't throw at each other, yeah, remarked Boruto coldly. Shino's stomach growled. Kiba sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Okay, bedtime, all of you. The adults whined. I said bed. Kiba pointed and the adults ran to the room as fast as they could, making it a new game. Shikamaru went to bed without a fuss but Naruto kept jumping on his futon, full of energy. Sai wanted to keep up with Naruto but was starting to feel tired. He stayed sitting up, watching Kiba try to put Naruto to bed. Lie down, I said. Now, Naruto. He stuck out his tongue at him. Don't make me. Kiba's warning was enough to chase Naruto under the covers. Kiba sighed and started to get up. Wait, said Naruto. What is it? You have to tuck me in. You're under the covers. Naruto spread his arms out to either side. Tuck me in. Kiba placed Naruto's arms under the covers and started to get up. Naruto pulled the blanket over his head, allowing his feet to stick out. Tuck me in! Kiba pulled the blanket over his feet. There. Go to sleep. Naruto kicked off the blanket. Tuck me in! I'll tuck you, alright. Kiba climbed on top of Naruto and proceeded to tie another blanket around the one currently on Naruto, cocooning him. Naruto couldn't move his arms, wiggling from side to side and grunting. Don't make me get up again. I'm tucked too much now. Shikamaru looked at Shikadai. Can you tuck me in? His son grimaced. Can't you just tuck? Rolling his eyes, Shikadai tucked the blanket under his father, swaddling him. Shikamaru snuggled against his pillow and promptly fell asleep, comfortable. Sai looked at Inogen, who flinched. Let me guess. You want to be tucked in too? Sai looked at the others. Not like Naruto. Okay, come here. Inogen wrapped the blanket around his father and helped him lie back. He tucked him in completely and saw the smile on his father's face. What? I've never been tucked before. This feels nice. His blankets felt like a warm, loving embrace. Being swaddled like this made him feel so safe and cozy. I want a drink of water, said Naruto. Just shut your eyes and go to sleep, Kiba told him. Despite the noise, Sai was starting to doze. Naruto pouted, wrapped up in blankets and his demands unheeded. I want a drink of water, he repeated sullenly. Shut your eyes and I will, Kiba told him, not meaning it. Naruto shut his eyes. You're stupid. Then Naruto yawned and started to drift off. Within seconds, he was snoring. Kiba sighed. Typical. Just like when we were kids. He would complain about not being tired, then be the first one out. Sarada smiled, looking down at the Hokage. It wasn't hard to imagine him being like that when he was young. Shino had put himself to bed but kept looking at the others expectantly. Okay, lights out, everybody. Kiba reached for the light switch and Shino protested. Don't tell me you're afraid of the dark, Kiba complained. Shino shook his head. I want the window open. You do? Kiba asked grouchily. Shino responded with a nod, pulling the covers up to his nose. Sighing, Kiba opened the window above Shino's head. Happy? Shino nodded and laid still, holding the covers to his chin. He liked hearing the insects at night. His window was always open during the warm months courtesy of his father. Their music became his lullaby. Now that everyone was in bed, Kiba and two others went into the next room to get some rest away from the adults. Shikadai and Inogen practically ran out the door to claim the room for themselves. Boruto had to bite his knuckles to keep from shouting after them, wanting the room for himself. They're sleeping, Sarada whispered to him. How much trouble could they be? It would have been more manly for Kiba to let the ladies have the room, remarked Chocho, settling into her futon. It's so obvious. Sarada went into the bed next to her friend. Those two just can't deal with this situation. So uncool, said Chocho. The next morning, Shikadai and Inogen tried to avoid going into the next room as much as possible. After pretending to be asleep and taking their time getting dressed, Kiba decided to talk with them. Look, I get that it's awkward, but they can't help it. At least they know who we are and all that. The whole reversal of roles is, difficult to deal with? Shikadai answered for him. That's putting it mildly. I mean, it's not like we've ever seen them like this, Mr. Kiba, said Inogen. They've always been the parents doing adult stuff and now, that's pretty much what he's saying. Shikadai told him. I know what he was saying. I'm just saying that. Inogen hung his head. It's hard to deal with this. Everyone still calls us kids and now we have to know how to be adults and have them see us as adults? They're our parents. How are we supposed to get them to listen when they never listen to us? It's more than just the role reversal, Shikadai told Kiba. They know who we are but we're expected to be in charge. How do we get them to listen? How can we make them do something? And it's not like their bodies have changed. How do we get full-grown men to do what we tell them? Seeing them throw a tantrum is weird enough, seeing the body they're doing it in. But how are we supposed to calm them down? It's not like we can pick them up. And when other people see them acting that way, how do we explain the situation? They are our parents. If they don't want to do something, how can we make them? It's just our instinct to obey them. Plus, they're bigger than us, like Shikadai said. The point is, We don't know anything about taking care of little kids, and now we have to take care of adults who think they're little kids? How are we supposed to handle that? Chocho's not taking our feelings into consideration, saying how easy this is. Does she not get what we're dealing with? I'd like to see her handle her father in this state. See how easy it is then. Kiba held up his hand to quiet them. I get it. It's a lot to handle. And to be honest, I'm not sure how well I'm handle it either. I see their bodies and treat them like the age I'm seeing, not how they are on the inside. But they're my friends and I owe it to them to help them. They need us. It's not going to be easy, but we have to help them. I know. Inogen and Shikadai both said at once. Now, I might not have known them all when they were this age, but I remember how we were as kids and I think that helps a little. Especially Shino. We go way back. And Naruto's pretty easy to figure out. Now, Choji knows Shikamura better than I do, but I don't think he's that complicated. And my dad? Asked Inogen. Kiba scratched his head. Well, we didn't really meet him until later, and he was a bit weird back then, so does knowing about them really help all that much? Asked Shikadai. Their minds are babyfied. Little kids are pretty straightforward. Knowing how they were as kids isn't really going to help us now since it really isn't the same thing, Kiba shrugged. To be honest, I'm not sure it helps either. But I'm seeing a pattern with them, so I thought it might be somewhat helpful. Compared to them, caring for a litter of puppies is easier, because you train them all to be the same instead of individually. Right? Asked Inogen. Well, kind of. Kiba tried to put it into words but didn't think the boys would understand. Just remember that even dogs need individual attention. There's always a runt in the litter. And when it comes to training, consistency is key. When it works, never mind. Let's get some breakfast. Shikadai thought he understood what Kiba was saying, but something his father told him in the past left him conflicted. Kiba said to keep at it and be consistent, but his father told him to look for new solutions and change targets. Could their advice be related to this situation, and if so, which advice should he listen to? It seemed to him that staying on track made the most sense because raising kids was a lot like raising dogs. Consistency was key, as Kiba said. They just had to keep doing the same thing over and over until the adults understood what was expected of them. Eventually, they would get it. Going into the next room, they found that the adults were all still sleeping except for Shino, who was asking for food. Go see to your parents, Kiba told Inogen and Shikadai. While they did that, Kiba tried to get Naruto up. Dad? Dad, it's morning. Shikadai shook his father, who moaned and rolled over. Dad, breakfast. I'm too tired. Shikamura clung to his pillow. Inogen had an easier time getting his father up. With a little prodding, Sai woke up and looked around. It's breakfast time. Let's go eat, Sai rubbing his eyes, still looking sleepy. Okay, Kiba shook Naruto violently while Boruto shouted in his ear. Get up! Get up, idiot! Naruto refused to get out of bed, whining about how he was too tired and wanted to sleep more. Get up, you lazy ass! Kiba shook him again. We're all hungry! Get up! Boruto started smacking Naruto. Dad, get up! We're going to eat all the food if you don't. 5 more minutes. Naruto whined and played dead. Kiba growled and threw Naruto over his shoulder. I'll carry him. He'll get up when he smells food. Everyone started to file out of the room to go eat. Shino still sitting in his bed in the corner. Did they not go over to him because they saw he was already up or because they didn't notice him? Shino hurried after the group, last in line for food. In the presence of food, Naruto perked right up and started chowing down, eating very quickly. Shikamura poked at his food, gradually gaining strength. When he was finished eating, Shikamura laid down where he was on the floor and tried to go back to sleep. Sa was picky about what he ate and ate slower than the others. When he found food he liked, he gathered a lot of it on his plate and couldn't finish. Some food he didn't want just because of how it looked. Others he tried and spat out. Inogen didn't like how his father didn't try to hide it. Seeing his father spit out food was disgusting and made him lose his appetite. He tried not to look at him. Everyone ready to go? Asked Kiba, assuming everyone was finished. Shino was still eating and thought Kiba would notice the food on his plate, but he didn't and ordered everyone to gather their things from the rooms so they could leave. Disappointed, Shino left his spot at the table to follow everyone, not wanting to be left behind. Kiba looked at the map and shook his head. No one could answer me, so we're going to have to go back to the leaf. Are you sure? Sarada asked. She doubted they could reach the village without the adults acting up or running off. If no one can answer my questions or even know what I'm talking about, what choice do we have? Kiba groaned. We don't have many options. This is probably our best chance. Naruto tugged on Kiba's shirt. Bathroom, Kiba growled. Can't you do that yourself? Naruto whined pitifully. Fine. Does anyone else have to go before we head out? He looked at the other adults who shook their heads. Kiba took Naruto to the bathroom and came back. They started to leave the village. I need to go to the bathroom, said Sai. Kiba turned to glare at him. Why didn't you tell me that before when I asked? Sai shrugged. I didn't have to go then. Kiba snarled and about-faced to take Sai back to where they were before. Kiba's eye twitched as the adult men ran around the group in circles, playing. They had whined about being tired 2 minutes ago and begged for a rest. Now they were full of energy. Couldn't they have harnessed this energy for the long trip home? By the time we're ready to head out again, they're going to complain about being tired. Naruto smacked Boruto in the back of the head as he ran by. Boruto gave chase and tried to wrestle his father to the ground. If you're so tired, then sit down. No! Naruto kept running, dragging Boruto as he went. Chocho opened a bag of chips and started munching. So typical for little kids. Travel's hard for them and now they're burning off the stress, and then get tired out for real and we'll have to drag them or extend our stop, complained Kiba. Chocho continued eating. You so don't care what's going on, do you? Shikadai asked, annoyed. Of course I care. What makes you say that? Shikadai moaned and rubbed his forehead. Never mind. Still complaining about your dads being this way. I keep telling you it's a cinch once you know what you're doing, then you take care of them. He snapped. Hello? What do you think I've been doing since you guys are being such babies about it? You really don't get it, do you? Shikadai sighed heavily before explaining it to her. This is incredibly awkward for us. We don't know the first thing about taking care of kids, let alone our parents who think they're kids. How are we supposed to handle this? It's just that we rely on them for so much, added Inogen. Whenever we need something, food or training or advice, we go to them. We don't know what we're doing, not to mention the fact that they're bigger and stronger than we are. Just look at Boruto. Shikadai pointed to Boruto being dragged around the forest by his father. He tried to weigh him down, but Naruto kept going with Boruto clinging to his waist. They throw a fit, and what do? We want them to do something. How are we going to make them? You don't have to hold them down to get them to do what you want. Chocho put another chip in her mouth, as if to punctuate her statement. Shikadai didn't know why he bothered to explain it to her. Chocho's mind was made up. Children were easy to take care of and the boys didn't know what they were doing and didn't want to try. He was certain that was what she was thinking, based on her behavior. Shino tapped Kiba on the shoulder. Look what I found. He held up a blue beetle. Get that thing away from me, complained Kiba. Shino tried showing it to the girls and both Sarada and Chocho hurried away from him, calling it gross. Shino covered the beetle in his hands and slinked away, sad. He thought it was such a pretty color, but they didn't seem interested at all. Leaving Boruto in the dirt, Naruto ran ahead and disappeared for a moment. Boruto was covered in dirt, and his arms were sore. He sat where he was, grumbling. Naruto came back with something in his hand. I'm sorry. Here's a present. Making amends, huh? Thanks a lot. Boruto jumped backwards in fright. Naruto laughed. It's a frog, you idiot! Put that thing down! Naruto just laughed at him. You're scared. Naruto tried to chase him with it, but when the frog started wriggling, Naruto got scared and dropped it. The frog started hopping and Naruto ran from it screaming. Boruto brushed himself off and returned to the group, muttering under his breath. That's Naruto for you, said Kiba. He loved pulling pranks as a kid. I pull better pranks than that, said Boruto. That's your problem with it? Asked Sarada. No, I have a problem with him in general. Everything he does is annoying. Sai went over to Kiba. I'm hungry. Shikamaru looked up. Me too. Fine, said Kiba. Let's have lunch. Might as well. It was already afternoon, but they hadn't made as much progress as he would have liked. Chocho and Inujin helped pass out the food. Sai offered to help as well, but Inujin told his father to just sit down and be quiet. Chocho handed Sai some food and told him to take some to Shikamaru and Shikadai. Happy to be trusted with the tasks, Sai complied. He's probably going to mess it up or something. Try some of the food, then spit it out so no one can eat it, whispered Inujin to Chocho. Kids like having responsibility. No, they don't. Naruto handed Kiba a canteen and asked Chocho for something to eat. Boruto asked where his canteen had gone and Naruto snickered. Seeing how mad Boruto was, Naruto handed Boruto a different canteen. Boruto didn't take it, thinking it was another prank. Shikamaru handed Kiba his bag of rations. Open. Too lazy to say please or something? Kiba asked, snatching the bag away. Please, answered Shikamaru lazily. Kiba opened the bag and handed it back to him. As long as you don't ask me to chew your food for you. Naruto tugged on Kiba's sleeve. Chew mine! Chew mine! I was joking, you imbecile! Naruto opened his mouth, pointing to the food inside. Chew it for me! Chew it! He laughed when Kiba shoved him away, thinking it was funny. You are so disgusting, Sai whimpered, seeing Naruto's open mouth full of food, getting grossed out. He put his food down and refused to eat. Just ignore him and eat, Inujin told his father. Sai pushed the food away with both hands. No, don't look at him, Inujin advised. Naruto snickered. Hey, Sai. When he looked, Naruto opened his mouth, showing off what was inside. Blah! Sai shrieked and covered his eyes with both hands, whining. Look, Sai! Look! No! Kiba put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto, sit down and stop doing that. Sai, quit whining and eat. No! He whined shrilly. Naruto sat down. It's okay. I won't do it again. Sai lowered his hands just as Naruto opened his mouth to show him his chewed food. Sai screamed and ran from the group, trying to get away from Naruto. Dad, come back! Kiba grabbed a fistful of Naruto's hair. If you don't want to lose your eating privileges, you'll stop that right now. Naruto gave Kiba a puppy-eyed expression. I'm serious. Either eat your food without showing it off, or I'm taking it away and you go hungry. You'll just watch everyone else eat while you sit in timeout. Naruto pouted and swallowed his food. Am I clear? Yes. Naruto wouldn't look at him, pouting. Sai refused to come back to the group, worried Naruto would disobey and do it again. He hid behind a tree and Inujin gave up on coaxing him out after less than a minute of this. Chocho frowned when Inujin sat back down with the group. You're leaving Uncle like that? He doesn't want to come and I want to eat my lunch. He'll come back when he's ready, Chocho scoffed. Reassure him, you idiot. He won't come back unless he feels safe enough to do that. I can't blame him for running off like that. Seventh was being really gross. Console him, Chocho pressed. I did. You gave up way too quick. Sai slowly slinked back to the group and ate his food without looking at anyone. See? Said Inujin. Everything's fine, Chocho sighed. As Kiba ate, he mulled over the plan in his head, speaking when he felt he had a good handle of the situation. If we keep going down this road, we'll reach the village in a couple of days, provided everyone hustles. And since we can't rely on that? Boruto asked, glancing up from his meal. Kiba put a hand to his chin. Cutting through the forest will shave some time off our journey, but I don't trust these guys to travel through the trees. We'll have to take the road, even if it will take longer, Kiba sighed. It'll be days before we reach the village, but I don't see a point in calling for help. More people, more travel time. Besides, how are they going to make these guys move faster? Might as well keep it to just us. Are you sure? Asked Sarada, concerned. I'm still not sure we shouldn't call for help from the village. In a situation like this, wouldn't it be more efficient to call for backup? Asked Shikadai. Going it alone like this, what are they going to do? Asked Kiba. They'll have the same problem as we do. Plus, now we have more people to keep track of, feed and travel with. It will take up even more time and we're sure to be spotted with such a large group. It's not like there are any enemies around. said Shikadai. Trust me on this, said Kiba. We call for backup. We'll have to stand around and wait for them to arrive. Can't we just have them meet us on the road? Or go back to the inn and meet up with them there? More money to stay at the inn with so many people. Plus, you saw what it was like staying there with these guys. It'll eat up too much time, whether we double back or wait where we are. We'll take them back to the village and not call for help. I don't see a point to it. Shikadai and Sarada didn't argue, but they both had reservations about the decision. I know it will be tough. Kiba paused, seeing Naruto pour a canteen over Boruto's crotch, then complained that Boruto was being mean when he tried to punch him. But we can do this. We have a large group here as it is. I see no reason to call for aid. He's right, said Inogen. What's backup going to do? More people to stand around and wonder what to do. There's no point. I guess so, said Sarada. She figured some adults would know how to handle the child-minded ones. But after Inogen said that, it occurred to her that they would probably just stand around confused and unsure of what to do. There was no guarantee the adults who arrived would know how to handle them. It would be more of the same, just with more people. They won't have to know anything. They'll just pick them up and carry them back to the village, said Shikadai. They're too big for us to do that, but other adults. Trust me, said Kiba. We're making the right move by not calling for help. I doubt anyone in the village would know how to treat this anyway, said Mitsuki. But you said your parent researched the spring, said Sarada. Wouldn't they know how to reverse this? I don't think so, since my parent abandoned it. Kiba shook his head, troubled. We may be the best ones suited for this job. They're your parents, and I've known these guys since we were kids. The backup might argue that we should be the ones to handle this. He took a drink from his canteen. Okay, so no backup, said Sarada. Which is fine. There's only 4 of them and 7 of us. As long as we each keep an eye on one of them at a time, we can keep track of this. And we can ask Kiba for help since he knew what they were like when they were young. Boruto pushed his father away from him. Someone switch with me. If we're pairing up with a buddy, I'd rather take anyone but him. Naruto pouted and tried to take some of Boruto's food. When Boruto prevented him, Naruto responded by knocking it to the ground. You are such a brat. Naruto stuck out his tongue. Mitsuki raised his brow, but not at the duo. Fine, then I'm taking your food. No! Naruto threw himself upon the leftovers. Mine! You ruined my food, I'll ruin yours. No! Mean it. Boruto, now who's being childish? You're taking his side, Sarada? Guys. Mitsuki pointed. I think we have a situation. What? Boruto snapped, looking away from what he was doing. He blinked when he saw what Mitsuki was referring to. Kiba was balancing a cracker on his nose and trying to poke it with his tongue. He bucked his head and the cracker started to slide. He caught it with his tongue and, cocking his head, managed to maneuver it into his mouth. Mr. Kiba? He chewed his prize and looked at the group. Wanna see me do it with 2? He asked in a higher voice than usual. Sarada jumped back from the group in fright. Is this contagious? He's acting just like they are, remarked Inogen. Does this only affect adults? Asked Chocho. He was fine a second ago. What? Naruto giggled and everyone looked at him. What did you do? Naruto pointed. I put spring water in the canteens. You what? Naruto giggled again, thinking it was a clever joke. No one else found it very funny. In fact, they were panicking. Boruto jumped away, looking at the wet spot on his pants. You had that water in the canteen you spilled on me? Does that mean it should have affected you by now, said Shikadai. Are we immune because we're younger? Asked Chocho. Sarada and Shikadai both figured it out at the same time. Kiba drank it. Boruto looked from the canteen to Kiba, putting crackers over his eyes. So, when they fell in the spring, it wasn't that the water touched them. It's that they swallowed some of it. Drinking the spring does this. Not touching it. Boruto rounded on his father. Why would you do that? I thought it'd be funny. I'm going to wring your neck. Boruto, we don't have time for that, said Sarada. Don't you get it? Kiba was the only adult here who could help us, said Shikadai. He knew these guys when they were younger and could help us. As an adult, he had access to things we don't. He could have helped us keep track of them. Plus, now we have 5 adults with toddler brains instead of 4. finished Sarada. We have our work cut out for us now. Boruto's mouth fell open. They were right. It was almost an even split between who was in their right minds and who weren't. The young shinobi were practically on their own. After pouring out all the water from the canteens, the new generation sat down to figure out what to do next. Though Naruto insisted he only put water in 2 canteens, they didn't trust him and got rid of all their water, adding to their crankiness. We have to call for backup now, said Shikadai. You heard what Kiba said, answered Sarada. They'll be able to help them is a better plan. They sat on the ground in defeat. They didn't know what to do. Once they're back home, they can send people out to find a cure. They'll be safer there than on the road. Do you know how long it will take for us to get them back to the leaf in this state? Kiba's head was about to explode. We can't stay here. Let's do a vote, said Sarada. All in favor of continuing to the leaf, raise your hand. She raised her hand into the air along with Cho-Cho and Mitsuki. All in favor of calling for help, raise your hand. Shikadai, Inogen and Boruto raised their hands. Sarada frowned. We're evenly split. It makes more sense to call for help, argued Shikadai. There's no way we'll be able to get these guys back to the leaf in this state. I'm telling you, I'm with Shikadai. I can't stand this. We might as well call people to come and take them off our hands, said Boruto. You only want to call for help because you're annoyed, Sarada snapped. Normally, you never want to call for help, but in this case, it's not that you can't handle it, it's that you don't want to. Mitsuki, Boruto began, ignoring Sarada's comment. Why'd you vote for her way? It's not that I voted her way, he answered. It's that the option made the most sense. Sarada just happened to be on the same line. But why, Mitsuki? Mainly for the same reasons we've been over. It will take more time to wait for backup, and you already admitted that you don't want to be around them for longer than you have to. Waiting will force you to spend more time with them. And once backup arrives, you'll be expected to stay with the group, thus, being in their company longer. Boruto paused. He hadn't thought of that. His plan was to hand the adults off to the backup group and run. Thinking about it, it seemed unlikely for them to allow him to take off like that. I also doubt that the backup group will be any more productive, Mitsuki went on. The adults will probably be skittish around the new group because they'll be strangers in their eyes. They trust us, so they're more likely to listen to us. Sarada nodded up and down. You see? It makes more sense for us to do it this way. Kiba even said so. You're just doing this because an adult said it was a good plan, remarked Shikadai. No, Sarada defended. I was all for calling for help until he explained it in those words. I simply changed my mind. There's no way we can do this, argued Shikadai. Only because you won't try, said Cho-Cho. Before another argument could break out, Sarada tried to take charge. Alright, everyone, calm down and listen. Everyone pair off. Each of us will look after one adult. The one who isn't paired up will keep track of the whole group from the back to make sure no one wanders off. Okay? At first no one moved, but not because they didn't agree. It was because the majority of the group didn't want to get paired off with an adult, thinking the one without a partner would have an easy job. Then, everyone went to find a partner, each going for the adults they felt would be the easiest. Cho-Cho and Sarada both wanted Sai because he was shy and quiet. They played rock paper scissors over who got to look after him, and Sarada walked away in defeat. Shikadai paired off with his father and Inogen stood near Boruto, either one wanting to partner up. Mitsuki went with Kiba and Sarada went over to Naruto, who was happy to have her as a partner. He gave her a hug, very happy. After a head count, Sarada put her hands on her hips. Someone go with Shino Sensei. Inogen and Boruto pointed to each other, volunteering the other. Fine, she said, folding her arms. Whoever doesn't go with Shino Sensei, switches with me. Boruto ran to Shino, wanting to avoid being stuck with his father more than anything. Inogen didn't care and didn't move, so he got to be in the back of the group, keeping track of everyone. Everyone got your buddies? Asked Sarada. Okay, let's go to the leaf. Shino walked beside Boruto with a sad look on his face. Though he had a buddy, it was forced. Boruto didn't want to go with him. No one did. The knowledge of being picked last, and by force, was an awful feeling. "Wanna see me do a cartwheel?" Kiba asked Mitsuki. "Not really," Mitsuki answered honestly. Shikamaru and his son walked beside each other without a word. Sai held Chocho's hand the whole time, looking happy. Both girls wanted to be his partner. They must have really liked him. Naruto held Sarada's hand for a while, talking excitedly to her about all his many talents. Sarada listened politely, though she knew most of these were made up. Boruto glanced back at Inogen walking behind everyone else. Taking notice of Boruto's eyes being elsewhere, Shino asked in a meek voice, "Can you hold my hand?" "What?" "No. Just keep walking and don't bother anyone." Shino wrung his hands sadly. Touching his own hand made him feel sort of like he had someone holding his hand as they walked. Going with Sarada's plan actually worked surprisingly well. They managed to travel for quite a while before the adults asked for a rest. With everyone partnered up, no one ran off and no one instigated anyone. Sarada was feeling very proud of herself. "I'm thirsty," complained Naruto. With the canteens empty, the group would have to travel off-road to find a water source. Sarada knew they couldn't last without water but didn't want to leave the road. Sending Inogen seemed like the best solution, but feared him leaving would rile up the group. "What's that?" Naruto asked, pointing. Not as tall as Naruto, Sarada had to stand on her toes to see through the trees. "Looks like we've reached another village. Can we stop?" Naruto asked her. It was getting late, and it would be too risky to set up camp further down the road. It made sense to stay in a village and maybe get something to eat. Alright, the group went to the village and suddenly found it harder to keep control over the adults. With so many things to see, they wanted to go exploring. Kiba saw a man walking his dog and tried to run over to it with Mitsuki wrapped around his arm. To stop him, Mitsuki coiled his arms around Kiba's legs to trip him, and Kiba fell on his chin. He started to cry and Mitsuki quickly covered Kiba's mouth to prevent a chain reaction in the other adults like last time. "There's an inn we can stay at," announced Chocho. Mitsuki dragged Kiba after the group. Sarada walked up to the front desk and asked for a room. The man at the front desk wondered why she was asking and not the adults standing nearby looking at a painting on the wall. "We don't rent to children," said the man. "We're shinobi on a mission." She flashed her ID card thinking that would be enough. "We'd like a room, please." The man looked at her card and back at the group. "Sorry, but it's policy. We don't rent to children, even if you are shinobi." "What about adults with children?" she asked. "That's fine, but the adult has to handle the booking." "Just a second." Sarada went back to the group and expressed her hesitation. "What's the problem?" asked Boruto. "The guy sees the adults, doesn't he? Just say you're doing it on their behalf." "He won't let me," she explained. "He said the adult has to do the work." "That's fine," said Mitsuki. "We can have Kiba do it like last time." "You trust him to do that now?" She pointed to Kiba trying to be faster than his reflection in a mirror mounted beside the painting Naruto was still staring at. "I doubt he'll know what he's doing. Might even give us away." "Are we supposed to be hiding this?" Mitsuki asked, unsure why they would want to. "We can coach them," offered Boruto. "And the guy at the front desk won't be suspicious of us whispering to one of the adults? What if he asks for a signature?" Shikamaru overheard what they were talking about and understood. He just had to pretend to be a grown-up. He already looked like one. Shikamaru went over to the front desk. "I'd like a room, please," he said, mimicking Sarada. "What kind of room?" asked the man. Shikamaru wasn't sure what that meant. Weren't rooms the same in a place like this? Did the man maybe mean a bedroom or a kitchen? That couldn't have been right. Who would sleep in a kitchen? "What kinds do you have?" he asked, thinking that was the fastest way to get his answer. The men went down a list of ones they had available and Shikamaru couldn't tell the difference between most of them. So he just picked the biggest room they had with the best view, getting the room he liked best. The man shoved the paperwork under his nose for him to fill out and sign. "Do I pay now?" he asked, a little confused. "When you leave," he answered. "That makes sense." Shikamaru picked up the pen and tried to sign his name. It wasn't how he normally signed it, but it satisfied the clerk. The man handed him the room key and wished him a pleasant stay. Shikamaru walked back to the group with the key in hand, feeling the bumpy numbers with his thumb. He didn't understand why it had numbers on it. "Where were you? Where'd you get that?" Shikadai asked him. The man gave me a room. See? He gave me a key, he just let you have a room, Shikamaru shrugged. I look like a grown-up, and you didn't say anything weird? How would I know if I did? Shikamaru asked him. Before they gave themselves away, the group went down the hall to their room. They had to walk for quite a while, turning this way and that. Shikamaru looked at the numbers on the doors and back at the key Shikadai had in his hand. The number of our room is on the key, he announced, figuring it out. We have to find that number. That's what I'm doing, said Shikadai, a little annoyed. He knew this and didn't understand why his father would point out something so obvious. Of course, since Shikamaru had the mind of a toddler, this was a major discovery, and some children that age wouldn't have figured it out so quickly. Finding the correct number, Shikadai unlocked the door and let everyone inside a spacious room with large windows. The room they stood in now had a low table with 2 legless chairs stationed around it. The rice paper walls were beautifully decorated with birds and cherry blossom trees. The sliding walls led to 2 separate rooms, both of them bedrooms. Behind another sliding wall was a private bath and a sunroom guarded by trees, pruned so there would be a perfect view of the sky framed by their leaves. This room's amazing, said Cho-Cho, loving it. Did you rent a suite? Shikadai asked his father. I just wanted a big room for everyone cause that's what you said you wanted, answered Shikamaru. Then he smiled. But I like that. I wanted it so he gave me this room. He was pointing to the private bath with a perfect view of the sky. Shikamaru couldn't wait to soak in that round tub while he gazed up at the clouds. Shikadai moaned. Mom's gonna kill you when she finds out how much you spent on this. I didn't pay yet, said Shikamaru. But when you do... Oh, never mind. He didn't think his father would understand with his brain being what it was, although he had to admit that Shikamaru managed to acquire this room with little hassle. He wondered what his father had done. Either it was something his father did or the concierge didn't care. I'm hungry and thirsty, Naruto whined. Shino picked something up from the low table. I found this. Naruto snatched it from him and waved it to the young shinobi. I found this, Shino sighed, shoulders slumping. Naruto opened it and discovered what it was. This has food in it. Not real food, but words of food. That's the room service menu, explained Sarada. Naruto knew what that was. Can we order food from here? He asked loudly. We'll get you food. But you have to be quiet, okay? Naruto nodded. He looked over the menu then asked loudly, pointing. Can I get this? Sarada put a finger to her lips. Quiet, Naruto lowered his voice. Can I get this? He held up the menu, showing Sarada. Okay, yes. We'll get some. We'll get food for all you guys as long as you stay. They immediately started calling out orders, whether they were on the menu or not. They shouted over each other to make their wants known. Quiet! Cho-Cho was among the excited shinobi. Do they have barbecue? Oh. I want something grilled or fried. Do they have anything like that on there? You too? Sarada asked, eye twitching. Since the group consisted of picky eaters and voting for items not on the menu, Sarada opted to go to a store for supplies with Cho-Cho and bring back food. They told the boys to watch the adults and promptly left. Naruto whined. I'm hungry. Sarada's getting it. I'm hungry now. Shikamaru crawled to the next room and peered into the bath. He looked back at the others. Can I take a bath? He asked, wanting to soak and enjoy the view. Not unless someone goes with you, said Boruto. You might drown. Shikamaru looked around. Sai, wanna take a bath with me? Sai shook his head. I don't wanna. Naruto, will you take a bath with me? I don't like baths. Yuck! Shikamaru looked at Kiba. Will you take a bath with me? Kiba rolled on the floor, going from one wall to the next. No bath! No bath! His chanting inspired Naruto to join in, and the two drowned out Shikamaru's continuous asking. Sarada said to be quiet. Boruto shouted. You're being way louder than we are. Naruto told him. I am not. R2, stop shouting! Boruto shouted. Shikamaru sighed. He wanted to watch the clouds through the sunroof, but the best view was from the tub. He checked. The bathtub was currently empty, but it was very uncomfortable to sit in an empty tub. He concluded that it had to be filled with water. He also concluded that in order to use the tub while it was filled with water was to take a bath. It was the most logical way. Shikamaru crawled over to the tub while the others were distracted and observed the different knobs. There were 3 of them, but he wasn't sure what all of them did. If there was ever more than one knob in a tub, one was usually for hot and the other for cold. A 3rd knob threw him off. What were these for? The most logical way to discover that was to test them. Shikamaru rotated one knob and waited for something to happen. Water began to pour into the tub, but since he hadn't plugged it, drained away. He held his hand under the running water and found it to be cold. He turned that one off and used the next knob, which was hot. He turned that off after the discovery. Then what did the 3rd one do? When he rotated that, nothing happened. Must be broken, he thought aloud. He started to fill the tub with water, knowing it would take a while. So far, no one had noticed. He knew that he was supposed to wash before soaking in a tub, but even though those were the rules, was too lazy to do a full bathing experience. He would just treat it like a swimming pool. When the tub was full and to the temperature he liked, Shikamaru disrobed and climbed into the tub. The water felt really nice. He pretended he was an alligator and crawled slowly in the tub, keeping his mouth underwater but his nose and head above. He moved a little too fast and got water up his nose, making him cough. He sat back and got a good view of the sky through the glass ceiling above. The clouds looked great resting above the trees. They weren't as puffy as he would have liked, but the breeze made them move, which he liked watching. Sometimes they changed shape. He sat back to watch them drift along in the sky. He looked at the windows lining the walls but couldn't see much with them packed tightly together, making the room private. Something was still bugging him. What did that other knob do? There was no movable faucet in the tub. That thing stayed where it was. There was no shower head because that was over by the wall where the guests were supposed to clean off before entering the tub. What did it do? He decided that it was broken, but he was no longer satisfied leaving it at that. He had to know. He ran all the tests when the tub was empty. Perhaps it would do something now that it was full. Shikamaru turned the knob, testing his experiment. The tub began to vibrate, and the surface of the water started to look like a bubbling pot. The water hadn't gotten any hotter. Shikamaru could feel the bubbles ticking his skin and looked around. He saw round vents previously overlooked before because of how well they blended it to the tub's design. Turning the knob must have opened the vents. Shikamaru put his finger over one of the vents and felt the rush of air push against his hand. It felt really good on his palm and back of his hand. He turned around and let it pump air against his back. That felt really good too. He looked at the knob again, curious. He had only cranked it a little to see what it did. Would turning it higher make more bubbles come out? Would it make more air come out or just blow harder? He turned it all the way up to see what would happen. Air shot out of the vents and bombarded him like a hose. Caught off guard, Shikamaru yelled and thrashed around, splashing everywhere. It was too forceful. He wasn't in pain, exactly, but he didn't like it either. He tried to reach the knob to turn it off, but the jets on that side of the tub were too powerful, and he didn't want to get any closer. He finally braved the jets to turn off the tub's hidden power. Just as he did, the door opened and the others stood staring, wondering what all the yelling was about. Shikamaru just sat where he was and grinned sheepishly. "Didn't I tell you not to?" Boruto snapped at him. "You didn't say anything about turning knobs," Shikamaru informed him. "I told you not to take a bath by yourself." "It wasn't a bath," said Shikamaru. "I just filled it with water and got in." "That's a bath, or a swimming pool. Then where's your trunks?" Shikamaru looked around for an answer. "A shark ate them." Boruto shot him a look. "A shark?" "Yes." "Really?" Shikamaru looked at the third knob and grinned. "Yeah. I turned this and out came a bunch of tiny invisible ones from the vents, and one ate my trunks. That's why I yelled." "Surprised me." Boruto didn't know how to respond. Shikadai sighed, rubbing his forehead. Imaginative excuse, but couldn't he have come up with a more plausible one? He's supposed to be a genius. Naruto appeared beside the tub and started splashing around with his left hand. "Where are the sharks?" Shino watched and muttered. "He said they were invisible. If there were any, they'd have bitten your arm off by now," snapped Boruto. Naruto waved his hand in the air. That's why I'm using my left hand. Sarada and Cho-Cho did their shopping leisurely, in no hurry to get back to the boys. They even stopped at a diner to get something to eat. As they finished their meal, Sarada sighed, looking down at her plate. I feel kind of bad about leaving them like this. Cho-Cho sighed too, but not out of guilt. Those guys rely on us too much. It'll be good for them, but if they don't know what they're doing, isn't it irresponsible for us to just leave them? Less about their feelings and more about what they'll do to the adults, Cho-Cho smirked. The adults will probably remember what went on once they're back to normal. In which case, we'll look pretty good. The boys will get a lecture, Sarada sighed again. Yeah, it does look good for us. But, you think we're being too hard on them? No. It's just that if we know what we're doing or can do it better, shouldn't we be there? Cho-Cho finished her food. How will they learn otherwise? But if we don't give them the right tools, they might do the wrong thing just because it works. Sarada looked at the table. And I'm not sure if we're the experts we make ourselves out to be. The adults love us and they've never thrown a tantrum over anything we did. They come to us for comfort, and that must mean we're doing something right. Sarada wasn't so sure. Admittedly, taking care of the adults was very taxing. Even if they liked them, Sarada was in no hurry to get back, wanting a break. Boruto was probably going to chew her out for this. As they paid the bill and started to leave, Sarada noticed a picture on the wall. Excuse me, she asked the waitress. What's this picture? The woman looked at the one she was pointing to. Oh, that's a special spring deep in the woods a photographer took years ago. The spring in the photo looked a lot like the one they had been to that changed the adults. Where's the person who took this photo? She asked the waitress. I have no idea. It was donated some time ago. He did a lot of nature shots, as you can see. Did he mention anything about this one? Like what made the spring so special? The waitress raised her brow, unsure of their sudden interest. Only that it was rumored to have special powers. But when he went there, the water was an odd color and noticed the animals wouldn't go near it, so he assumed it was dangerous. Sarada. Cho-Cho pointed to the image in the frame. It's not the same spring. What are you talking about? The trees and hill behind it were all the same. It must have been the same spring, Cho-Cho pointed. The water's a different color in this one. See? Sure enough, Cho-Cho was right. The water the adults fell into was a mossy green color, and this one was bright blue. Maybe its color looks that way because of the sky reflected in its surface? Sarada tried to think of an explanation, knowing it was the same spring. Cho-Cho cocked her head, thinking. It seemed plausible enough, so she dropped the subject. However, Sarada was still thinking about it. Though she had come up with the explanation, she wasn't convinced. Something about the watercolor in that spring had her curious. Guys, we're back. Sarada opened the door and found Naruto chasing Sai around the room, playing tag. He kept throwing things in Naruto's path, trying to trip him. Inogen and Boruto followed after them, grabbing whatever was tossed and putting it back the way it was while yelling for the two adults to stop. Dad, please! Knock it off! I'm going to kick your ass, old man! Shikamaru was lying on the floor beside his son, not interested in playing. Shikadai watched the chase from where he was, unwilling to get involved. Sarada felt something brush against her leg and looked down. Kiba was on all fours looking up at her with his tongue lolling out of his mouth. I'm a dog, he declared and playfully barked at her. Sarada nodded, eye twitching. Mitsuki was helping gather anything that could be used as a weapon from Sai's path, trying to get ahead of the problem while Boruto handled the cleanup of whatever he couldn't get to in time. Sai came running his way and jumped onto the small table, using it to launch himself higher into the air, thinking it would allow him to get further away from Naruto. Naruto did the same and made a grab for Sai in the air. Mitsuki grabbed the table and pulled it off the floor before they could use it again. Get back here! Boruto yelled as he ran by. Sai kept running, but now there was nothing to throw. Naruto spotted the pile behind Mitsuki and ran towards him, inspired to do what Sai had done. He reached for one of the bags and Mitsuki pulled it away from him. Naruto jumped, thinking he was a lot smaller than he was, attempted to land on top of Mitsuki, shielding the pile with his body. Mitsuki had nowhere to go but under Naruto's larger frame. Naruto landed on top of Mitsuki, and snatched one of the chairs he had been protecting to throw at Sai. Laughing, Naruto threw the chair at Sai's legs, tripping him. Sai fell forward and hit the ground hard. At the same time, Naruto jumped on his back and cheered. "Tag! I win!" When Sai started to whine and hiccup, Naruto realized that he had inadvertently hurt his friend. He didn't realize that throwing the chair to make him trip might have harmed him. He was just doing what Sai had done. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" Naruto asked, still sitting on Sai's back. "That's it," Boruto snapped. "Game over. You're done. Everyone's done." Boruto shoved Naruto off Sai's back. "Look what you did. It's all your fault." Naruto had been trying to do the right thing and help his friend, but now that Boruto was yelling at him, Naruto felt the need to defend himself. "I didn't do anything. You know better than to throw things. Sai did it, and we told him to stop. Neither of you listened, and now someone's hurt." Naruto kicked his legs. "I didn't do anything." Chocho tried to distract them. "We brought back food. Who's hungry?" Sai stopped whimpering and looked at the bags Chocho was holding up. No longer upset, Sai crawled towards her, wanting food. Naruto looked in her direction, but Boruto wasn't finished. "No dinner for you." Naruto looked back at him. "What? You should have listened to me." Naruto threw a fit. "I'm hungry. You'll go hungry tonight," said Boruto, folding his arms. "I'm hungry." Naruto repeated louder and threw himself on the floor. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Stop that or no breakfast either." Naruto took the chair he had thrown at Sai and threw it at Boruto. "That's it." Boruto threw the chair into a corner. "You've been asking for a beating all day," Naruto screamed when he saw Boruto coming at him, and covered his head with his hands, expecting pain. Without being touched, Naruto started crying and screaming, frightened and angry and sad all at once. "Boruto!" Sarada snapped. "That's enough. Leave him alone." "But he dash. Don't you see how upset he is?" "That's enough. Just leave him be." Boruto turned away from his father to walk over to Sarada. "You keep letting him get away with stuff," he whispered loudly to her. "Where's Shino-sensei?" asked Inogen. While the chaos was happening in the main room, Shino had taken refuge in the bath area where it was a lot quieter. He crawled along the walls framed by glass, observing the tree roots and trunks with great interest. Now that it was getting later, some insects were becoming active and Shino sat on the floor to watch them rest on the glass. He turned on a lantern to attract more and smiled happily when dozens rested on the windows. Some were moths and some were beetles. Several species came to the glass and Shino put his hand on the barrier separating them, content and curious. The door opened and an angry Boruto glared at him. "What are you doing in here?" Shino looked at him without a word, stunned. Boruto turned off the lantern and pointed out the door. "Go have dinner and stop being a pain." Shino sadly walked to the low table to eat with the others. He didn't understand why Boruto was so angry at him. He thought he was being quiet and out of the way. Apparently, Boruto didn't like him playing with bugs. Chocho frowned at Boruto. "Shino-sensei wasn't doing anything wrong. So, don't yell at him like he did. He disappeared and we had to look for him." Chocho folded her arms. "You're just blowing up on him because your rage towards your dad's overflowing. You're saying I'm mad at my dad and taking it out on Shino-sensei? Yeah? That is so not." Boruto couldn't finish that sentence. He was angry with his father and Sarada wouldn't let him make a move, insisting scaring him was enough punishment. When he heard that Shino was missing, he got angrier than he should have. Maybe Chocho was right. Unable to stand being in the same room with his father, Shino, Sarada and Chocho, Boruto excused himself from dinner to blow off steam elsewhere. Naruto ate without talking, still upset. Shino ate in silence too. Everyone seemed more concerned about Naruto being upset, which made Shino feel neglected. After dinner, Shikamaru rummaged around in the closet, looking for something to do. "The bedding isn't in there," Shikadai told him. Shikamaru kept rummaging. "What are you doing?" Shikadai finally asked. "Looking for toys. There aren't any. The person at the desk said there were games in the closet." "He did? Aha!" Shikamaru pulled out a shogi board. The other games in the closet didn't interest him. He started to set it up where he was. "It's almost time for everyone to go to bed." "You really want to start that now?" Shikamaru worked busily to set up the game. "Who wants to play?" he asked the room, but there were no takers. "Do you even remember how to play this?" Shikadai asked his father. "Wanna play and find out?" he asked with a grin. Shikadai wasn't convinced, thinking his father would put the pieces in his mouth or something. He humored him and agreed to play, if only to keep an eye on him. Shikadai made the first move and, surprisingly, Shikamaru made the same move he always made following his sons. Shikadai moved again and Shikamaru made a different move, showing some level of strategy. Shikadai moved again and Shikamaru countered. He smiled at his father. "You still remember how to do this?" Shikamaru beamed at him and moved again. It wasn't the same level as his father usually displayed, but it was clear that Shikamaru was still a genius. His father was still in there. "What's it like?" Shikadai asked him. "Your brain being what it is." "What's that mean?" Shikamaru asked, moving his piece on the board. "I mean, you have the brain of a toddler, but you still recognize us. How's that work? Wouldn't you still remember how to be an adult?" Shikamaru rotated a piece on the board between his fingers. "Dunno," he said thoughtfully. "Is remembering things different from knowing things? How's that?" asked Shikadai, waiting for Shikamaru to make his next move. Shikamaru shrugged. "I remember stuff, but maybe remembering who people are is different from remembering how to be a grown-up. Seems it would be the same thing to me," said Shikadai. "Then how come some grown-ups say they don't remember what it was like to be a kid and get mad at kids' imagination even though they were that way, too? Some grown-ups don't know how to make up stuff anyone." That was surprisingly insightful and Shikadai wasn't sure he had an answer for that. Shikamaru made his move on the board. "Your turn." The next morning, after breakfast, the group noticed that Boruto still hadn't come back and were deciding who would go after him. Mitsuki volunteered and Sarada agreed to go, too. Inogen, Shikadai and Chocho would have to look after the adults on their own. Shikamaru made it easy, choosing to take a nap in the next room. Kiba wanted to go for a walk and Sai wanted to go on one, too. Naruto wanted to play something. Anything. Shino sat where he was, noticing that no one bothered to ask what he wanted to do. Once everyone decided on an activity, Shino put his theory to the test. He went over to the shogi board from last night and knocked the pieces to the floor. He looked around, expecting someone to come, but no one seemed to notice. He went over to the table and knocked over one of the legless chairs. Instead of lecturing him, Shikadai just put it back up without looking at him. "Can I go outside?" Shino asked Chocho. "Maybe later," Shino pouted. As time went on, Shino got even more restless and annoyed. No one included him in any activity, or even bothered to talk to him. When Naruto made a mess, he was scolded and someone would clean it. When Shino made a mess, no one scolded him and most of the time didn't even notice. When he said he wanted a snack, no one acknowledged him. When Naruto asked for a snack, he was either told to wait or given something. "I want to go outside," said Kiba. "Not right now, okay? The others have to find Boruto and bring him back." Shino built a house out of the shogi pieces and pointed. "Look what I made." No one noticed. Shino slumped in defeat. "I want to go outside," Kiba insisted. "Later." "Not right now." "No one goes outside," Shino then said. "I want to go outside." No one answered him. "I want to go outside," he repeated. Everyone carried on with their activities. Shino moved closer to the door, getting angry. "I'm going outside." Still, no one responded. Shino stood by the door. "I'm going outside." Naruto climbed onto the table and called for everyone's attention. He wanted to show them a trick. Everyone paid him attention, but mainly to convince him to get down before he hurt himself. Shino opened the door. "I'm leaving." "Naruto, get down from there." "I'm going outside." "Naruto, I'll give you snacks if you come down." "Stop pacifying him with food, Chocho." Shino opened the door wider and stepped outside. "I'm leaving." "Please, Seventh, come down." "Naruto, please." Shino started to close the door, sticking his head into the room one more time. "I'm leaving. Goodbye." Still, no one noticed and he shut the door. "I'm outside of the room." He stood in the hall, waiting to hear someone ask where he was and start looking. He wanted them to be worried about where he was, but for a long time, no one bothered. Frowning, Shino walked down the hall, away from everyone. When Mitsuki and Sarada found Boruto, He was holed up in a store looking at magazines. He seemed disappointed they found him. "Seriously?" said Sarada, putting her hands on her hips. "Are you mad at us or your dad?" He didn't answer. "You're being such a brat." "I'm the brat?" He put down the magazine. "You're the one taking his side and letting him do whatever he wants. You overreact. Admit it," said Boruto. "You just can't yell at him because no matter how his brain is, he looks like an adult. You can't bring yourself to yell at an authority figure. That's not dash. You don't want to disappoint the Hokage, even in this state, so you let him do whatever and tell him he's right," Sarada stuttered. That's not true." He threw a chair and instead of yelling at him, "You fault me. You were being too hard on him. I told him not to do that and you undermine me. You could have been more gentle about it." Screaming at him will only make it harder for him to listen. He needs to feel you're on his side. "So, you are taking his side?" Mitsuki smiled, amused. "Something funny?" they asked him. "You sound like parents arguing over their child." They both turned red. "We do not." "Yes, you do." Mitsuki looked from one to the other. Boruto believes the Hokage needs a firm hand, and Sarada believes in being gentle. You argue over whose way is right in front of him, so in the end he never gets corrected because you're too busy correcting each other. Boruto and Sarada glanced at each other. "Isn't it called United Front or something like that?" Mitsuki asked them. Boruto scoffed. "He's my old man. I know what he needs. You know him as an adult. What does the child version of him need?" "How should I know? He needs to feel like someone cares," said Sarada. "Kids don't listen if all you do is scream. They tune it out. He's going to be looking at you as an enemy instead of a friend." "He doesn't need a friend," argued Boruto. "He needs to listen and do as he's told. He won't listen if you're too gentle. You need to show him who's boss." "I think he needs both," said Mitsuki. "Be firm and gentle. Maybe what Naruto needs is Naruto." "What's that supposed to mean?" asked Boruto. "I mean that your parent is often lenient. He's gentle when someone does something wrong. Instead of making them pick up the mess, he gives them a hug and does it himself. However, when someone does something that puts people in danger and is aware that that's what they're doing and don't care since that is their intention, he is firm." "Okay, so what are you saying, Mitsuki?" Boruto wanted him to get to the point. "How does Naruto do it?" was Mitsuki's response. "How does he know when to be firm and when to be gentle?" "I don't know. Maybe that's something we need to find out," Boruto grumbled. He didn't want to put more effort into this than he needed. On top of that, he often disagreed with his father's decisions. The last thing he wanted to do was try to put himself in his father's shoes and do what he would do. Boruto was confident he could come up with better ideas than his father. "We left the others alone with the adults," Sarada reminded them. "We need to get back and help them." "I'm not going back." Boruto folded his arms. "Come on, the Hokage's probably forgotten all about it by now." Boruto refused. "I am not taking care of that idiot." Then he muttered, "He's never there for us. Why should I be there for him? Is that what this is about? How petty are you?" Sarada couldn't believe him. "Put your spite aside and help us. If not for your dad, then do it for us." Boruto took his time to respond. When he finally did, he sighed and agreed to go back with them. When they got back to the room, Shikamaru was still lying in his futon, though he wasn't asleep, and the others were playing with the shogi pieces. Kiba was pretending they were dog treats, and took air bites out of them while hunched on the floor. Naruto was constructing a house out of them, and Sai was lining them up in a straight line on the windowsill. 4 adults. They were supposed to have 5. "Where's Shino-sensei?" Shikadai looked around. "Not again." Inujin and Chocho got up to look around. "He's not in the bath. He's not in bed," Shikadai growled. "He's not in the room. He must have wandered off." "Did no one bother to guard the door?" Boruto asked. "Okay, we need to search for him. He couldn't have gotten far." "Who are you kidding, Sarada? He's a grown man. He could have gone anywhere by now. Anyone would have stopped a little kid wandering by themselves, but an adult? He might still be in the building. He also might not. We need to search the village. We should all be looking. It'll take less time. And leave the adults alone? You mean those adults?" Chocho pointed. Shikamaru was still in bed, and Kiba had gotten tired of his game and went over to cuddle next to him. Naruto was too enthralled to even realize the others had come back, and Sai was the same way. We can leave and they won't even notice. We can lock the door after us. Cho, you're giving them too much credit, said Sarada. It's not a good idea to leave them alone. Fine, she said. One of us can stay behind to watch them while everyone else goes to look for Shino-sensei. Thanks for volunteering, said Boruto. Shikata and Mitsuki, let's go search outside. Hold on a minute dash. The boys left before Sarada could finish. Ugh. Okay. Cho and Inogen, you guys stay here to keep an eye on them. I'll look around the building to see if he's hiding somewhere. While everyone split up to do their jobs, Inogen watched the adults basically do nothing. He wondered if it might be okay to leave and help them search. Dad? Sai didn't look up. Apparently, he couldn't hear him. You can go help the others, Cho told him. They won't even notice. Are you sure? We need as many people working on this as possible. Shino-sensei could be anywhere, doing anything. We need to find him fast, and the best way to do that is to have more people to help search. Inogen reluctantly left to help the others. Cho watched the adults do their separate activities and knew not a single one of them was aware of what was going on around them. She decided to slip out to get some chips from the vending machine in the lobby. She would be there and back before any of them noticed. Sai reached for more shogi pieces, but there weren't any left. He looked up for the first time in 20 minutes and realized they were left alone. Guys? The others left. Naruto barely heard him, despite being right next to him. Huh! The others left. We're alone. Naruto looked up. Huh! He looked around the room, now noticing. Hey, we're alone. Sai felt scared. Where'd they go? Is everything okay? They went to look for Shino, said Shikamaru, having heard everything during his rest. Naruto looked around again. Hey, Shino's not here. That's why they went to look for him. Sai looked nervous. He didn't like not having the others around. When are they coming back? When they find Shino, probably, said Shikamaru. Okay, declared Naruto, getting up. Then we'll look for Shino too. We should let the others handle it, said Shikamaru. But if we find Shino, then the others will come back here faster. Sai agreed with Naruto. We'll be helping. We might get in the way, said Shikamaru. Nah, said Naruto with a shake of his head. We'll be helping. Shino's our friend, so we should help look for him. Sai wandered over to the door and opened it, peering into the long hallway. I don't see no one. The long, empty hall looked spooky to him. Naruto hurried to the door and flung it wide open. Let's go find Shino! Shikamaru scrambled out of bed, kicking Kiba, who followed after the group, wondering what was going on. Naruto, I don't think it's a good idea, said Shikamaru. We'll get in trouble. Naruto stepped out into the hall. No man left behind. But Naruto, Shino might be scared or in trouble, reasoned Naruto. We have to help find him. We can help. Shikamaru gave a whine, unsure. If we were scared or sad or hurt, we'd want someone to find us, right? Yeah. Naruto started down the hall. I'm gonna go find him. I'm coming too, said Sai, hurrying to catch up. Shikamaru sighed. Fine. I'm going too. Kiba shut the door and bounded down the hall to reach the front. I got a good nose. I can find Shino before anyone else, just like a doggy, cheered Naruto. But he needs a leash, said Sai. Otherwise it won't work. Naruto stroked his chin. I don't got a leash. He doesn't need one, said Shikamaru. If he's a dog, he does, but he's not a dog. He's a person. Kiba dropped to all fours. I can do dog things. I'm a dog, see? Naruto said, pointing. If he's a dog, he needs a leash. Can we find Shino if he's not a dog? Asked Shikamaru. Yup. Naruto was certain. Kiba stood up. We go this way. He pointed down the hall. That's the only place we can go, said Shikamaru. Seeing that the hall didn't intersect, they traveled down the hall until they came to a fork in the road. Naruto pointed in a random direction and the group followed, excited for adventure and finding their missing friend. The adults narrowly avoided running into Cho pulling out her fourth bag of chips from the vending machine. She dropped some change on the ground and bent down to collect it, allowing the men to slip past her unnoticed. Outside, the men stood in front of the inn and looked around at the village, deciding where to go from here. Naruto pointed in a random direction. That way, Sai clung to Shikamaru's arm, his docile personality more prevalent in this state. Are you sure we won't get lost or in trouble? He asked Naruto while he held Shikamaru tightly. We can't get in trouble, reasoned Naruto. We're trying to find our friend. We're not doing anything wrong. Sai's mouth formed a straight line, nervous. We'd want Shino to come find us if we were in trouble, so we gotta do it for him, Naruto said confidently. Let's go. They went down the path Naruto forged for them but found nothing hinting that Shino had been this way. Scratching his head, Naruto trudged down a different path but found nothing there either. Naruto, we're going to get lost if we keep wandering around in a weird village, said Shikamaru. Let the others handle it. There's lots of them looking. No, Naruto said with a shake of his head. We have to look. He's our friend, but with so many people looking, we can cover more ground if we split up, said Naruto. No! Sai dug his nails into Shikamaru's arm, as if to prevent him from leaving. We'll get lost for sure. Splitting up's a bad idea, said Shikamaru. That's what the big kids are doing, and we can't see them anywhere. And we might get lost. No one realized that Shikamaru had referred to their children as big kids, the perception of them changing to accommodate their mental state. Even Shikamaru hadn't noticed that instead of seeing Shikata as his son, he was perceiving him as a big kid, truly having the mind of a toddler. They're covering more ground, so it makes sense for us to stay in a group and look together, reasoned Shikamaru. If we split up, we'll have more people to look for. Fine, said Naruto. Then let's keep looking. They didn't search for long before getting distracted and forgetting about the mission. Spotting pastries in a bakery window, the adults pressed their noses against the glass and drooled. Naruto spotted wind chimes and batted them with his hands to make them jingle loudly. Kiba saw a dog and went over to play with it. Sai and Shikamaru entered a store and got distracted by the small toys located at the front and started playing. Shikamaru was the first to remember what they were supposed to be doing and pulled Sai out of the store. We're never gonna find Shino this way, said Shikamaru. There's too much cool stuff to distract us. They regrouped and tried to think of a plan. Where would Shino go? That should have been the first thing we thought about. Naruto had no idea. I dunno. Maybe he got distracted too, and is playing in a store somewhere. Sai looked at Kiba. Aren't you best friends? Don't you know where he'd go? Kiba wrinkled his nose. He's my teammate, not my best friend. You must know something about him, complained Shikamaru. He likes bugs. Then we'll look on the ground, said Naruto. Bugs are on the ground. Bugs are everywhere, said Shikamaru. There has to be another way. Kiba tried to think. He goes for walks in the woods a lot. And there are bugs in there. Then let's look in the woods. Chocho tore the room apart looking for the adults and stood shaking. Oh, I messed up. They must have slipped out after I left. She really thought they wouldn't notice and keep doing what they were doing. She searched the inn and came back to the room, but there was no sign of them anywhere. Inajin came back to the room and saw only Chocho in it. You lost them? No! Chocho looked to the side. They just, wandered off. What's the difference? He asked, frazzled. They're out of the room. I couldn't find them anywhere in the inn. But I don't know where they could have gone. This is bad, said Inajin. Now we have to find all the adults instead of just one. They might have wandered off because they were hungry. Chocho, we have to find them. Okay, it shouldn't be that hard, she said. With everyone looking around for Shino-sensei, they're bound to find them, too. We'll just go search with them. Shouldn't someone stay here in case they come back? He asked. What's the point? Asked Chocho. They don't have the room key, and if they sneaked out, they must have a reason not to be in here. I doubt they'll come back here on their own. Yeah, they wouldn't be able to get in anyway. Okay, then help me look. The adults went into the woods to look for Shino, making sure they could still see the village behind them. None of them wanted to wander too far. Thankfully, either did Shino. They found him near the edge of the woods behind a bush looking at an ant colony. Are you okay, Shino? Asked Naruto, stepping closer to him. Shino sat on the ground and tucked his legs to his chest, pouting. The big kids are all looking for you, said Shikamaru. No, they're not, said Shino sullenly. They just want to get away from me. That's not true. Shino hugged his knees sadly. They don't care about me, but they're looking for you, said Kiba. Did they say so? Kiba tried to think. I didn't hear them say it, but I did, said Shikamaru. They're worried about you. That's why they went to look. Shino scoffed and buried his face in his knees. Then they can come find me. He wanted the adults to discover him for affirmation. It would prove that they cared. Naruto sat next to him on the ground. Shino, we're worried about you too. We want you to come back with us. Shino didn't answer. Why'd you run away? Shikamaru asked, knowing that Shino hadn't simply wandered off. 'Cause the big kids don't care about me. They ignore me all the time. Maybe it's not on purpose, said Sai. They don't even care that I'm gone, Shino said tearfully, but they're looking for you. All of them, said Kiba. Then how come they never care about what I want to do? They always ignore me. They never pay attention. Maybe it's 'cause you're so quiet, said Naruto. They forget you're there, but they want us to be quiet, said Shino. I'm being good and they don't care. I act bad so they'll notice me and they don't pay attention. They don't like me, we like you, said Naruto. We want you to come back. Shino was crying. They didn't find me yet. They don't care. I'm not going back. To his young brain, having to go so long without being found translated to lack of effort. He expected to be found right away. The faster, the better. It meant they cared. If it took them hours to find him, to his mind, it meant they didn't care. Even the other adults were having trouble refuting this theory. Their mentality was more or less the same as his. Shikamaru was having a hard time understanding why it was taking Boruto's group so long to find him. Maybe Shino was right and they didn't care. An adult mind would have easily pointed out the faulty logic and deduced that the other group was simply not looking in the right place. It was a decent-sized village with many buildings and people and lots of places to hide. It was simply taking a while to find him, and not because they didn't care. However, how'd you guys find me? Shino asked. Kiba answered for the group. I knew you liked bugs and being in the woods, so I knew you'd be here. Shino sighed sadly. They don't know and you do. I knew they didn't care. He started to cry again. Sai looked at Shikamaru, knowing he was the smartest one in the group. Is that true? Shikamaru frowned, thinking with his toddler brain. Well, I guess they'd know stuff about him if they paid any attention to him. And you'd pay attention to him if they cared. So, Naruto gave Shino a hug. Feeling Naruto wrapped so tightly around him made Shino lift his head to look. It was very hard to stay sitting with his legs to his chest with Naruto hugging him like this. It's okay, said Naruto, hugging Shino tighter. I know it feels bad when people don't care about you. When no one pays attention. But you got us. So, it doesn't matter. Hearing Naruto say that he cared about him made Shino feel warm inside. Kiba hugged Shino, too. We're friends, even if you're a weird bug nerd. Sai nodded up and down. I like you even if you're weird and like gross bugs. Shino slumped at their words. They were trying to be comforting, but their honesty was painful. Shikamaru squatted down in front of him. It doesn't matter if other people don't like you, because we do. And we want you to come back with us, okay? But maybe the big kids don't know how to show you they like you. Like how Sai and Kiba said mean things but meant it in a nice way. Maybe they're like that. Naruto hugged Shino even tighter. They're stupid. We like you. And we'll show those dummies how cool you are. Shino looked at Naruto. You think I'm cool? 'Cause you're my friend. Naruto pointed. And you got that cool thing on your head. Shino put a hand to his visor and smiled. The adults managed to make it back to the inn without being noticed and tried to access their room, but the door wouldn't open. Shikamaru pulled out the key and unlocked it. The man at the desk had given him two. He made sure to keep one because he was the one who asked for the room. He was happy he did. There was no one inside and the adults were getting hungry. Kiba found 4 bags of chips on the small table and opened one to taste. It was a weird flavor, but he ate it anyway. Sai smelled the aroma and knew he wouldn't like it. Shino agreed but couldn't find anything else to eat. Smiling mischievously, Naruto picked up the laminated menu off the floor and went to the phone in their room. "I want to place an order for room service." The group started calling out orders, most of which weren't on the menu. "I can't believe we lost Shino-sensei," said Sarada. "How could we let this happen? We weren't around when it happened, so we're free of blame," said Mitsuki. Shikadai moaned loudly. "We should have been watching him." "I don't know what happened. I'll tell you what happened," said Boruto. "My stupid old man distracted you so Shino-sensei could sneak out. It's all his fault." "Boruto, that's not fair," said Sarada, still defending him. "Come on, you've seen what a handful he is. Tell me I'm wrong." She couldn't, seeing how much attention the Hokage required. "You'd think with all of us looking, we'd find him," said Inogen. "Maybe he went back to the village on his own," wondered Cho-Cho. "Speaking of which, now's a good time to admit we need to call for backup. Just to find Shino." Shikadai opened the door to their room and found the man sitting at the table in front of them. "Sensei, don't tell me he's been here the whole time," gaped Sarada. "Maybe he was playing hide-and-seek using jutsu," said Cho-Cho. "If he's been here the whole time, I'm gonna—" "What is this?" Boruto shouted, seeing what was on the table. The low table was covered in room service dishes, most of which were desserts. Pasta, beef, soup, fish, and fresh salad littered the table, and some was on the floor. Preferring to eat like a dog, Kiba placed his beef dish on the floor to eat it. Naruto held up jiggling flan. "Want some?" Boruto nearly knocked it out of his hand. "You ordered room service? Do you know how expensive?" Naruto placed the dessert on the edge of the table for Boruto to take when he wanted it. "We were hungry. Couldn't you wait? We didn't know when you'd be back." Shino happily ate his salad, pleased that he could eat something he wanted for a change. He chomped down on a tomato and faced Sarada with it between his jaws so it looked like a red smile. He wanted her to react. She nodded and went over to him. "Shino-sensei, were you here this whole time? Is that why we couldn't find you?" "No," he said, chewing the tomato. "I ran away." "You ran away? Why?" "'Cause you guys don't like me." Sarada was taken aback by this. "What makes you think that? You never pay attention to me or even notice me." "What do you mean?" Shino put more food in his mouth before answering. "Kiba didn't notice I wasn't with you guys at the other place until late, and everyone finished eating so I didn't get anything. I was hungry. Then you went to breakfast and no one noticed if I was with you. I ran to keep up. You ask what everyone else wants but me. People say what I say after I say it so you don't notice I said it first. No one asks what I want to do and you're always paying attention to everyone else. You don't even care if I'm being good or not." "Why do you say that?" "I was being quiet and Boruto yelled at me. I did what I was posse to do and no one cared. I even acted bad so someone would pay attention and no one did. So I ran away." Sarada was beside herself, letting everything Shino said sink in. She felt terrible. Shino had every right to think this way, given how they had been treating him. He even thought he had to act up in order to get anyone to pay him some mind. They were neglecting him. "I'm sorry, Shino-sensei. I didn't know." Shino finished his salad. "That's what Shikamaru said. He said you didn't know and said it wasn't on purpose," purred Shino. Why hadn't they been paying him more attention? "Watch. I bet I can hit the ceiling." Naruto flung the flan off the plate and into the air. He leaned back, watching its trajectory veer slightly off course, sailing behind him instead of straight up as he intended. Mitsuki caught the flan in his hands before it could hit the floor and Boruto started ranting about how Naruto shouldn't be doing that. Inspired, Sai tried the same thing and his son had to hold him back, getting wound up by Naruto's actions. Shikamaru placed food on the end of his spoon and launched it into his mouth from the table, showing off. At least he wasn't making a mess. But now Naruto wanted to try. "No! I said no!" Boruto held him back while Mitsuki removed the silverware. Kiba kept eating from his plate on the floor. "Woof woof! I'm a dog!" "Woof woof!" Sarada frowned. "Oh yeah? That's why. Either eat it or..." Some food ended up splattered on the wall. "That's it!" Boruto lunged at his father, and Mitsuki held the two back from one another. Getting the group to settle down for bed was a challenge. Even Shikamaru wouldn't go down without a fight. After indulging in room service, several members had a stomachache. Naruto ate too many sweets and after bouncing off the walls between snacks was now huddled on the floor crying about how his stomach hurt. "You ate too much dessert," Boruto told him. "What did you think would happen? It hurts," he whined. "Like you weren't begging for it," Boruto said unsympathetically. "It hurts," Naruto cried. "The sooner you go to sleep, the sooner it won't. But it hurts too much to sleep." Shikamaru wasn't interested in running around, but he did want to do other things besides sleep. He wanted to look at the stars from the bath, but no one would let him. He wanted to play shogi, but no one would let him. Shino refused to stay in bed. He kept getting up to pretend to head for the door to get attention, giggling when they scolded him for trying to leave, though it was obvious what he was doing. Sarada and Chocho both noticed right away that Shino was trying to get caught. Sai couldn't sleep with all the noise and refused to try sleeping until the others were settled. Kiba was the worst. He, too, had a stomachache and kept crawling away from his bed as if to escape the pain. The more they tried to get him back to his bed, the more he cried. The next generation switched adults, hoping a different strategy would help. Mitsuki tried to pacify Naruto, but nothing he did worked. Kiba cried no matter what Sarada did to console him. Shikadai couldn't convince Sai to lay down, and Boruto had his hands full with Shino. "Let's play the butterfly game," he said over Shino's thrashing arms and legs. "No!" Shino was having fun twisting in his bed, fighting off Boruto simply by refusing to stay under the covers. Shikamaru had calmed down by now and was looking up at Chocho. "Wanna play shogi with me? I'm not very good." "That's okay. I don't know how to play," she told him next. "I'll teach you." "You sure?" she asked, challenging his commitment. "You'll have to tell me what shogi is and what you're supposed to do, like the point of the game. You'll have to tell me what each piece means and where it goes and how to move and—" Shikamaru couldn't even get through her speech and gave up. "Good night." Shikamaru pulled the covers over his shoulder and shut his eyes. Boruto sat on Shino's chest with the blanket between them. "Calm down and go to sleep." He grabbed the corners of the blanket in each hand and pressed them into the floor, keeping Shino tucked under them. Shino bucked up and down laughing. The smaller boy was easily thrown off Shino's chest, and once he did, Shino tried to trap Boruto in the blanket. He wrapped Boruto up tight and held him under the covers. Worried about Boruto, Mitsuki wrapped his arms around Shino and pulled him off his friend. Shino was heavy and very hard to hold the more he thrashed around. Mitsuki's arms coiled around Shino's torso and legs, making him lose balance and fall to the bed. While he held him, Boruto threw the blanket over Shino and told him firmly that it was bedtime. "No bedtime! No bedtime!" Shino chanted. "If you go to bed, there will be a surprise for you in the morning," Chocho told him. It was well intended but the wrong thing to say. That only got Shino more excited. "What's the surprise?" He couldn't sleep now. "Way to go, Chocho," complained Shikadai. "I want to know the surprise." "Go to sleep and you'll see it in the morning," Chocho told him. Now! Now, 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 now! Shino wriggled under both Boruto and Mitsuki, who were trying to press him to the bed. "I want the surprise now." "What is it? What is it?" "It's a punch in the face if you don't stop," Boruto threatened. Shino whined shrilly. "I'm dying," Kiba cried. "It hurts so much," Sarada tried to keep him calm. "Stay on your left side," she told him. "Keep still." Kiba rolled to his left side but didn't stay still, squirming. Inogen returned with the medicine and they distributed it to both Kiba and Naruto. It didn't work right away as they expected and were now whining about that in addition to the pain. "Stay still and it will work. Just take deep breaths and stay on your left side." "Stay still." Kiba whined into her lap for several minutes before finally calming down. Naruto kept complaining and cried whenever someone told him to be quiet. Shino was having a lot of fun sneaking away from his bed and being dragged back to it. He was finally getting attention, and it was making him a little hyper. He got up and ran around the room, yelling happily, "Stop running and go to bed, Shino might have had a little too much sugar too. He ran in circles and jumped out of the way whenever someone tried to tackle him, laughing when the person hit the wall instead of him. Someone knocked loudly on their door and Shino immediately stopped, standing quietly to look at the door. The knock was intimidating. Boruto told Shino to go to his bed while he answered the door. Shino obeyed, hiding under the covers. Boruto calmly answered the door. Yeah? He asked the adult standing on the other side. Do you have any idea what time it is? Asked the man dressed in pajamas. What's all the racket? What racket? Don't play dumb. All this screaming and laughing and banging on walls. Your parents just let brats like you carry on like this? Little did the man know, their parents were responsible for much of the noise. Sorry, said Boruto and tried to close the door. The man grabbed it with his hand before it could slide shut. Keep it down. There are other guests at this and besides you know. Have some courtesy. Yes, sir. The man let go of the door and started to walk away. At that moment, Boruto sensed something behind him and turned in time to see Naruto attempting to throw a glass cup at the man's head. Boruto quickly caught it before it could reach the man and shut the door. What were you thinking? That would have really pissed him off. He was mean, Naruto told him, feeling he was within his rights. Don't do that, okay? Boruto told him without yelling, knowing the man was probably still listening. The guy's already mad, you know. Don't make it worse. Naruto pouted and pulled the blanket up to his chin. I didn't like that he yelled at you. Naruto mumbled. He had been defending his son. At last, all the adults had fallen asleep. Making sure everyone was situated, Sarada whispered something to the group on the far side of the room. I need to mention something about Shino-sensei. What about him? He said the only reason he ran away was because he didn't think we cared about him. That's stupid, said Boruto. Why would he think that? Because the other adults are such a handful and get most of our attention. Shino-sensei feels unappreciated. That we don't care because we never listened to him. We didn't listen to him when he was normal, said Boruto. Exactly. Do we know anything about Shino-sensei? He likes bugs. What else? No one answered. The adults were only able to find him because they know him. We don't. We need to learn more about these guys so we can better handle them. We know next to nothing about Shino-sensei. That's why it was so hard to find him and why he thinks we don't care. Shino-sensei knows more about us than we do of him. Don't you think that's sad? Again, no one answered. We need to start paying better attention to him so he won't think to run off as a solution. But why? Asked Inogen. As long as we keep an eye on him. I mean, we can do that without learning more about him. That's not the point, said Sarada. If we don't start showing him that we care, he's not going to care if he gets good or bad attention. What do you mean? He said he didn't get attention for being good, so he started acting up to get any kind of attention he could. If we want Shino-sensei and the other adults to listen and behave, we need to reward them for doing good things. Wouldn't he just understand that my old man would need more attention because of how hopeless he is? Shino-sensei doesn't understand that anymore, said Sarada. He's thinking like a toddler. All he knows is that Naruto's getting more attention than he is, and he equates that to caring. If we pay more attention to someone else, he thinks that means we care about them more than him. If he gets no attention, it means we don't care, and that will hurt his feelings and make him want to run away. The other adults do require more attention, but if Shino-sensei fails to realize that, then this will be difficult to remedy, said Mitsuki. We can't ignore one over another, but Shino-sensei's simple logic is a problem. We can't just ignore them to give him the attention he craves. How do we split this evenly? We might each have to look after only one adult each to make sure everyone feels attended to, said Shikadai. Sarada's idea was good. As long as we each look after one, it'll be less chaotic. With that decided, the group went to sleep. The adults slept in the next morning, worn out from last night. The next generation took this opportunity to get breakfast and decide where they were going next, determined to complete their mission. It was a slow morning, but a calm one. The adults woke up and had breakfast without making a fuss. Sarada made sure to pay Shino extra attention, asking if he had enough to eat. The query brought a smile to Shino's face. Once everyone finished, Sarada asked the group if they were ready to head back on the road. Shikamaru shook his head. I want to stay. He liked it here. Going back on the road seemed like a pain. I didn't get to use the cool bath yet. Whined Sai. Where are we going? Asked Kiba. Shikadai sighed. Don't ask them. Just tell them, he told Sarada. She knew she had made a mistake. Naruto pouted. My stomach still hurts. he mumbled, most of the food gone from his plate. Sarada was rethinking this. Maybe it wasn't wise to move them so quickly. If Naruto still needed time to recover from last night, perhaps they should stay another day. You ate enough to tell me your stomach's fine, said Boruto. Naruto started moaning. Stomach hurts. Drop the act, snapped Boruto, but Naruto kept whining. It's fine, said Sarada. We can stay a little longer. Shikadai shot her a look. Do you know how expensive this room is? Staying another night. It'll be okay. We just need to give them time to get situated. They're situated when we tell them to be. Shino looked from Shikadai to Sarada and tugged on her dress. Are you guys fighting? No, said Sarada reassuringly. We just can't make up our minds. What do you think we should do? Shino pondered this a moment. He liked people asking for his opinion. The question now was, did he want to be selfish or considerate? He didn't mind traveling, but if the others didn't want to, I want to stay. Just for a little. Okay, then we will. Several members groaned and others looked relieved. Despite Naruto claiming to have an upset stomach, he was well enough to poke people and run off giggling. It was clear that he wanted attention, but the majority of them ignored him. He started taking the shogi pieces and flicked them at people until they finally snapped at him. That's not what they're for, Shikamaru told him. Naruto looked at the remaining pieces in his hand, puzzled. Shikamaru gathered the pieces and put them on the board, showing Naruto how to play. Shikadai came over to watch, interested in how his toddler-minded father would explain the game. Shikamaru didn't get very far in explaining, rearranging the pieces Naruto was playing with. We're supposed to have 20 pieces each. That's not how you set them up. The king goes here and the lance. Naruto, you're not listening. There's only one king, lots of pawns, and the rest all are 2 pieces. No, there's 1 rook and 1 bishop and the others are 2. That doesn't make sense. They need partners. Naruto started moving the pieces again, which upset Shikamaru. What are you doing? No, he whined, reaching for the piece in Naruto's hand. Each side gets 1 apiece. Naruto put both bishops on one side of the board and 2 rooks on the other so they would be paired. They should stay together. Having just 1 on one side would be lonely. That's not how you play the game, Shikamaru said angrily. Naruto covered the board with his hands, preventing Shikamaru from correcting it. You're not doing it right. Shikamaru tried to grab the pieces, but Naruto threw himself over the board. Stop! You're wrecking it. Enough, guys, said Shikadai, intervening. Naruto, you're going to break the board leaning on it like that. No, I won't. Are you going to let Shikamaru show you how to play or not? It felt strange calling his father by his first name. Pouting, Naruto stood up and walked away, saying that the game was boring and wanted to do something else. Shikadai and his father reset the board the right way and looked over their work. Shikadai sat facing the board, satisfied. A moment later, Shikamaru crawled over and sat in his son's lap. Shikadai winced under his father's adult weight on his legs. He tried to push Shikamaru off but gave up before displaying any real effort. Shikamaru adjusted himself so he was now sitting between his son's legs instead of on them, and started playing with the shogi board. Chocho saw Shikamaru sitting in his son's lap and squealed quietly. Ah, that is so cute! Shikamaru moved another piece on the shogi board, oblivious to her comment. He started playing with his necklace, tugging and rotating it in his other hand. He put it in his mouth at one point but took it out quickly when he didn't like the taste. Naruto went over to Inujin, who was staying by the wall, and sat down in front of him. Will you play with me? Inujin wasn't sure what to do, so he made up an excuse and tried to ignore Naruto. He still wasn't sure how to interact with the adults while they were like this. It was too awkward. Disappointed, Naruto walked away and tried to find someone else to play with. Sai and Shino were both bored and wanted to do something, so Sarada suggested they come with her to do some additional shopping. They jumped at the chance. They were out the door before Naruto could ask to come with them. Seeing Naruto upset, Chocho offered Naruto something to eat. Sai held Sarada's hand while they were out in public. Sarada didn't mind but felt a little embarrassed when 2 people stared and murmured about how she was too old for this, thinking she was the one holding his hand. Shino suddenly veered off the path and into a store, drawn by something he saw just inside the door. Sarada pulled Sai inside with her to coax Shino back outside. Shino stared at something, open-mouthed. "What is it?" she asked him. Shino wordlessly picked up a stuffed beetle off the display and held it, admiring its shiny carapace. He ran his hands over it, discovering the smooth, leather-like texture. The rest of the toy was soft like cotton. He could feel little beads inside which gave the toy some extra weight which felt good in his hand. He smiled happily, his cheeks turning pink. He liked this toy very much. Seeing the look on his face, Sarada asked him, "Do you want it?" Shino nodded, facing her with the toy in his hands. "It's so cute." Sarada purchased the toy for Shino, which made him happier than she had ever seen him. He carried it as if it were real and doted on it as they walked. She hadn't seen this side of him before. Sai looked at the toy feeling a twinge of jealousy, though he didn't want one. Shino may have thought the toy was cute, but Sai had a different opinion. He didn't understand why he felt like this. But one thing was for sure, he wanted something, too. If Shino got to have something he wanted, it was only fair. Problem was that Sai wasn't sure what he wanted to make it even. They shopped for a while longer, Sarada hoping this would tire them out. Every now and then, they'd stop to make a purchase and move on. She found some dehydrated foods to replace the ones they had eaten for the journey home. Though time had passed, they weren't any closer to the village than they were before. She still believed they were doing the right thing by not calling for help, but there was a part of her that was second-guessing that decision. What if all this was a mistake? Sai found what he wanted and ran to Sarada with it. "I want this," he told her. It was a blank sketchbook. As soon as he opened it and saw all the blank white pages, his imagination went into overdrive, thinking of all the possibilities. This feeling compelled him to have this object. "Where'd you get that from?" Sarada asked, unable to see anything like it in this store. Before Sai could answer, a man with an apron came over and asked Sai pointedly, "Are you going to pay for that?" Sai had taken it off the shelf in the store beside this one to show it to Sarada with no intention of stealing it, though the man didn't know that. Sai just needed to catch up to Sarada to show it to her, never thinking to bring her to the store instead of the other way around. Sarada opened her wallet. By the time Sarada got back, as usual, there was chaos in the room. Naruto, hyped up on sugar, was riding Kiba around the room like a horse. Kiba didn't seem to mind, playing along. Shikamaru was right where they left him with Shikadai at the shogi board. Everyone else was trying to calm Naruto and Kiba down. "What did you give him?" Inujin asked Chocho, and he pulled on Naruto's jacket with both hands. "Just some chocolate. He seemed so sad, I thought it'd cheer him up. A lot of good that did us." Boruto shouted. "Dad, knock it off. Do you want people pounding on our door again?" Mitsuki tried to wrangle Kiba, but he proved to be just as stubborn. "I'm a super fast ninja hound. You can't catch me." Sai moved around the chaos to a quiet place in the corner where he could look at his new sketchbook in peace. All these blank pages. What would he do with them? Kiba spotted the shiny beetle in Shino's hands and made a dash for it. Shino held it high over his head, fearing Kiba would destroy it. Mitsuki again tried to weight Kiba down, his arms wrapped around the adult's body, but, as usual, he was too strong. "No!" Shino cried, now using his foot to keep Kiba at bay. "You'll wreck it! I just want to see it! No! Let me see it!" Shino held it up. "There, you saw! Now stop it! No! Let me see it!" Kiba reached with both hands. "Look with your eyes! Your fingers are covering it up! Let me see it! Sarada, help!" Mitsuki held on tighter, and Kiba started to gasp for air. His hands started to turn purple. Sarada saw this and warned Mitsuki. "You're holding him too tight." Mitsuki eased up and Kiba took a step closer to Shino, who yelled in protest. He couldn't use his full strength without hurting the adults. However, by holding back, he was doing the bare minimum to restrain them, which allowed the adults to overpower them since they could use their full strength and bigger bodies. "Should I use jutsu?" Mitsuki asked, wondering if using his lighting would be a good idea. "You'll electrocute them," said Boruto over the yelling. "If we hurt them, it'll be worse." Kiba grabbed the front of Shino's jacket and started to reel him in. Shino pulled and whined. Kiba grabbed Shino's sleeve and began to pull Shino's arm closer. He screamed and thrashed, watching his hand move closer to Kiba's grasp. Naruto, wanting to help Kiba, pushed Boruto and Inogen out of the way and jumped on Kiba from behind, thinking he was helping. Kiba was already being weighed down by Mitsuki, leaning forward towards Shino. When Naruto jumped on him, he ended up forcing both Kiba and Mitsuki to the ground. Mitsuki was crushed under both adults. All three adults started to lean to one side, off balance. In one last attempt to protect his new toy, Shino threw it to the other side of the room, away from them. Just as he did, all three tumbled to the side and into the low table with a crash. The stuffed toy hit Shikamaru in the forehead, which didn't hurt but took him by surprise. Boruto shouted at his father, watching them crash. "You idiot!" Naruto felt pain in his arm from where he landed, but hearing Boruto's sharp voice had him rattled. Kiba landed on his chin and whacked his knuckles on the wooden table upon impact. Shino hit his shoulder on the table, which flipped up and then landed on all three adults. The noise was loud and scary. They felt pain. Boruto's shouting rattled all three of them, though Naruto the worst. They didn't like this, which left them with only one thing to do. All three started crying. Shikamaru had heard the noise and felt the toy hit him in the head. He was already alarmed by this, but hearing those three crying triggered him to start as well. It was a hiccup at first, then it gradually became a sob. Now Shikamaru was wailing just as loudly as the other three. Sai was alarmed as well. He was so sensitive to their cries that he started crying as well. He was scared and upset, and he didn't know why or what to do. Guys, be quiet." Sarada hushed them hurriedly. "It's okay," said Cho-Cho, also fumbling. Who wants snacks? Stop medicating them with food." Boruto snapped at her. "That's how all this started. I'm just trying to distract them." "Boruto, don't yell at her," said Sarada. "You screaming isn't helping. It's making it worse. She's the one who gave them sugar. It's not her fault. You keep making excuses." Shikadai wrapped his arms around his father and held him. "It's okay," he told him over and over. "It's okay." Shikamaru kept crying, but having Shikadai hold him made him feel a little better. Mitsuki struggled to distract the adults while Boruto, Sarada and Cho-Cho argued. He made snakes appear from his sleeve like a magic act, but that just made them either cry more or do nothing. He stretched his arms to either side of the room, but that did nothing either. He used a controlled gale to blow across their faces, but that didn't help. It made Naruto scream louder. He didn't know what to do and looked to Inogen for help. Inogen didn't know what to do either. Mitsuki tried to verbally reassure them, but that did nothing. Other than repeating what Mitsuki was doing, Inogen wasn't sure how to help. Falling to the only resource he had on hand, Inogen unrolled a scroll and painted some colorful butterflies and brought them to life using his jutsu. The butterflies flew off the page and into the air, flapping their colorful wings. Shino blinked away his tears and stared at the butterflies hovering around them. It took another few seconds for it to register in his brain, and when it did, he smiled. Sai stopped crying when he saw the butterflies come to life from the scroll and crawled over to get a closer look. In awe of them, Sai's face lit up, looking at them fluttering in the air. "Dad, look!" Shikadai patted his father's back and pointed to the show. Shikamaru calmed down, sniffling, and watched. Kiba and Naruto forgot about the pain and looked at the drawings that had come to life. No one was crying anymore. Inogen took a breath and relaxed. Finally, they were done crying. Sai had crawled closer to the scroll and his son, and was looking up at him with big eyes. "Do it again! Do more! Ha!" Inogen stared at him. Sai bounced in place. More! Okay." Inogen drew something else and brought it to life. A purple turtle lumbered off the page and into the air, and Sai laughed and cheered. Smiling, Inogen brought to life more animals. "A dog!" called out Kiba. "Make a dog next! I want to see a frog!" said Naruto. "Do a bird!" called Sai. Soon the room was filled with different animals and laughing adults. Inogen had managed to cheer them up. The adults went to bed early that night without a fuss. Some were starting to nod off into their dinner, worn out from the day. Inogen's wrist and shoulder were aching from all the drawing he had been doing to entertain them. Because of him, there were no more outbursts. "Told you," said Cho-Cho smugly. "Ha!" Inogen looked at her, puzzled. "I told you that you could do it. That it wasn't that hard." Inogen sighed and looked away. "I still don't get it," And it's still awkward, but you handled them. Inogen looked over at his sleeping father and smiled. Every now and then, Sai would mumble happily in his sleep about a purple turtle, and Inogen couldn't help but be amused. It's still weird, he admitted. But I guess I don't have to try so hard. In the morning, the group gathered their things and checked out of the inn. Shikamaru paid the bill, his toddler mind not fully understanding just how pricey it was. But Shikadai's expression said it all. Mom's gonna kill him. Back on the road, they each paired off with one person at the back and started walking. Boruto stayed at the back this time, unwilling to be paired with anyone. Shino had yet to let go of the toy beetle Sarada had bought for him. He even slept with it in his hand last night. He held it in front of him so the beetle could see where they were going, treating it like it was real. It made him happy, so no one commented on how silly he looked. Naruto tried to match his steps with Cho-Cho, having been partnered up with her, but ended up tripping himself several times. Sai held Inogen's hand as they walked. Every so often, Sai would ask if Inogen could do that thing again for his amusement. It takes a bit of chakra, so I'd better not, Inogen told him, and Sai accepted this. Shikamaru and Shikadai walked in silence, holding hands. Shikadai dreaded his mother's reaction to this whole situation. The bill and her husband. Maybe she'll go easy on him for the bill because of this. Knowing Mom, she might still make it his fault. Shikadai sighed. I can hear her now, saying how he shouldn't be in this situation in the first place. Shikamaru yawned loudly. I'm tired. Can we rest? We barely got started. I'm tired. Kiba and Mitsuki were partners again, and more than once Mitsuki had to use his arms as a leash to keep Kiba from running off. Wanna see how fast I can go? Kiba would take off and Mitsuki would reel him back in. If Kiba had been giving it his all, Mitsuki would have been dragged across the ground like before. The adults got antsy and Sarada decided to give the group a rest. Shino stayed with her while the others did different things, varying from running around the trees and play to just sitting under one to relax. Shikamaru sat with his son under the same tree with his eyes closed. He responded to what was happening around him, so he clearly wasn't sleeping. Sai sat under a tree and took out his new sketchbook, excited to get started. Since all his materials had been confiscated by the young shinobi, Sai had to ask Inogen for something to draw with. He reluctantly gave him something to use and Sai grabbed it eagerly. He sat there for a while without speaking to anyone, engrossed in his work. Watching Naruto and Kiba chase each other had Inogen feeling tired, so he sat beside his father to take a breather. He peered over at what Sai was doing, wondering if his drawings would change the way his mind had. Sai's drawing ability seemed unchanged as far as he could tell. Sai tugged on Inogen's sleeve. Look, he said proudly, showing him his drawing. Very nice. Inogen told him, though he wasn't that interested. Sai started drawing something else and Inogen looked away to see what the others were doing. He saw Sarada and Boruto talking about something and wondered what they couldn't agree on now. It probably had something to do with the adults, if he had to venture a guess. Sai tugged on his sleeve again. Look, Inogen looked down at the drawing of him and his father holding hands with smiling faces. That's you, Sai said, pointing. Yeah, I can tell. This still felt awkward. Sai's face fell slightly and he looked at his sketchbook, turning to a new page. Thinking he had offended him, Inogen tried to say something to reassure his father. It's good. Really. I didn't mean anything bad. It's okay, said Sai, drawing something new. I'm no good with that stuff either. What stuff? Asked Inogen. Talking? Inogen wasn't sure he understood. Sai's grammar had changed, but something told him this wasn't about that. I'm not very good with talking to people, said Sai as he drew. I say wrong stuff all the time. I try to be nice, but it comes out wrong and people get mad at me. But they never tell me why. So, I keep making the same mistakes over and over cause they just say I'm doing it wrong but don't tell me how to do it. Inogen felt a twinge of pity for his father. Really? Did you always have that problem? He nodded. It's hard to make friends cause they expect you to know, and when you don't, they get mad. I try again but I keep messing up. It took me a long time to get it, and I still think I make mistakes. Oh. I see, that's why I do this. Sai held up the sketchbook before going back to work. Inogen was surprised. That's why you draw? Because you're awkward? Kinda. I like it, and it's fun and makes me feel good. But it's also easier. I can't talk so good, but this is better. Better, huh? Sai nodded. I mess up when I talk, but this doesn't have words. And cause it doesn't have words, it's easier for people to understand. Inogen looked from the sketchbook to his father. I get it. So when words fail you resort to something that doesn't have words so people can interpret it however they want. I can't mess up as bad as I do when I try talking or moving. But when I draw something, people smile and instead of going away, they come closer. You connect with people better using this. Inogen understood. It just makes more sense, said Sai. I don't mess up what I say cause I'm not talking with my mouth. Saying things is easier with this. Another way to communicate and express your feelings. Inogen smiled, remembering that drawing he made of his family a while ago. He put himself on the page in more ways than one. Though the paper didn't have any words on it, and he never said a thing, the message was clear, and it made his father very happy. Art was personal for both of them. They both struggled at understanding certain things and connected in similar ways. Sai could not always convey what he was trying to tell a person, but that feeling was felt in what he created through imagery. Just by looking at it, they could feel what he felt. What his message to them was. Knowing this, Inogen felt closer to his father, and in a way he hadn't felt before. They started traveling again with Naruto and Kiba both complaining about how tired they were. Shikamaru asked for a rest after 5 minutes of walking. He stopped asking after the second time, but the other two kept it up for a while. Naruto sat in the middle of the road, refusing to budge. When someone tried to get him to move, he'd whine and lower himself further to the ground. Now laying on the ground, in lieu of getting any closer to the ground than he already was, Naruto would fail his arms and kick, whining. Mitsuki had an idea. I suppose Kiba will beat you to the village first then. Naruto and Kiba both looked up. Kiba is my partner, and he's still next to me. You're over there, too tired to move. Guess that means we'll beat you to the village. Kiba's face lit up, learning there was a race going on. I can win any race easy. I'll be the first there, Mitsuki smiled. I suppose so. Naruto can't even move. Guess that means you're stronger and faster. Naruto sat up looking angry. I'm faster than him. I'm stronger than him, but you said you were too tired. Kiba, are you tired? Kiba shook his head. Nope. Kiba started walking ahead of Mitsuki to prove it. Remember, we're partners, Mitsuki told him. We have to walk together or it won't count. Kiba grinned. That's okay. We'll beat him together. Naruto stood up and hurried to Chocho's side and grabbed her wrist, pulling her closer. We're stronger. We're better. We can beat you. Right, Chocho? Chocho nodded after a moment. Of course. We're a strong team. See? Naruto started walking quickly, pulling Chocho along. Kiba and Naruto walked side by side, matching their paces for a long time. Naruto started moving a little faster, and, upon seeing Naruto's feet move ahead of his, Kiba quickened his pace, too. The two were soon speed walking, then jogging. How they were running ahead of the group. Slow down! Chocho cried, Naruto pulling her off her feet at one point. I'm gonna win! Called Kiba. No, you're not! Shouted Naruto. Shino hurried to catch up with Sarada at his side. Sai ran ahead of them to follow Naruto, and Kiba with Inogen right behind. Come on, Sai told his son. We can't let them beat us. Shikata looked at his father. You want to race? Not really, said Shikamaru. Good. With the group racing each other, they managed to get farther than expected, which had the young shinobi elated, despite panting once the adults finally stopped to catch their breath. Even Shikamaru had jogged to catch up at one point, losing sight of the group as they went over a hill in the woods. He may have not wanted to race, but he didn't want to be left behind either. Now everyone needed a break. Naruto and Kiba argued over who was winning while everyone else set up snacks. Shino ate some of the dried fruit, offering a bit to his toy beetle, smiling as he made eating sounds with the food pressed against the toy's stitched mouth. Shikamaru looked over the food with a frown, not wanting any of it. He moved containers and bags aside until he found something he liked. He opened a package of sukanbu and started munching on that. He offered some to Shino, but he wouldn't take it. "It's vinegared kelp," he complained. "It's too strong of a smell. I don't like mine flavored so much, but it's yummy. More for you then." Shikamaru went back to eating his snack. Kiba saw that Shikamaru had food and snatched it out of his hand. "What is that? Gimme!" Kiba stuffed some in his mouth and made a face, spitting it out. "It's gross." He tossed the container aside and Shikamaru made a grab for it before it could hit the ground. "You're supposed to ask first," said Shino, seeing what Kiba was doing. Kiba wasn't listening, looking for better snacks to eat. Naruto pushed him. "Apologize," he told Kiba. Taking his snack like that was mean. Shikamaru looked sadly at the inside of the package. "Now I have less and I really like this stuff. See?" said Naruto. "He likes it lots, so that makes it worse. It's a yucky snack," said Kiba. "He should have told me before I had some. You snatched it before he could." "Apologize. Why?" "You pushing me was mean, so you should apologize." "I will if you do it first." "I don't wanna." Naruto shoved Kiba again. "Do it." "No, do it. It's okay," said Shikamaru. "I don't care if he says sorry or not, but he's supposed to." Kiba shoved Naruto back. "Make me." Naruto started swinging his fists and Kiba did the same. It was a very pathetic fight, never throwing punches but whacking each other with the side of their fists and leaning away just before the blow hit, afraid of getting hurt. That was part of why it took Mitsuki so long to interfere. He didn't think he had to with a fight as bad as this one. It really did look like two toddlers having a scuffle. Mitsuki wound his arms around both adults and tried talking to them calmly. "Calm down, it's alright. No need to fight. Or whatever it is you're doing. I think it's fighting, but it's pretty terrible." Kiba was being mean, tattled Naruto, pointing. "He pushed me," argued Kiba. Mitsuki pulled them apart and held them tightly, but not too tightly. "The others wouldn't want you fighting like this, so you need to stop." "But Kiba was being mean," Naruto insisted. "And you were just trying to correct him." Mitsuki nodded. "That's good, but isn't shoving someone bad?" Naruto pouted. "Maybe, so why don't you apologize to each other at the same time? And Kiba will apologize to Shikamaru so there's no hard feelings, okay?" The men faced each other and apologized at the same time. Then Kiba apologized to Shikamaru for taking his food and Mitsuki let both of them go. Chocho congratulated Mitsuki on his good work, seeing the whole thing. Mitsuki didn't think it was worthy of praise. "I just repeated what I've seen Naruto do several times before. And a lot of parents who scold their children publicly. Well, it certainly worked." Mitsuki looked back at the adults who were getting along once again. Several of these adults actually taught him the method he had just used. It seemed strange to be using it on the very people who taught him, but also a little satisfying. They were on the move again, but at a slower pace than before. The adults started dragging their feet, worn out. It was too late to set up camp and no one thought it was a good idea to allow the adults to stay in the woods like this. They pressed on until they came to a rest stop at an inn and decided to spend the night there. This inn was more inexpensive than the other but with fewer rooms. Thankfully, they only had a few guests staying there, so it was easy to get a room. They had a bath, too, which the woman at the front desk boldly suggested the use. Boruto and the others looked each other over and realized she had a point. After rolling around in the road, Naruto was filthy. Sai was covered in ink from his drawings and Kiba had leaves in his hair. The young shinobi weren't looking much better, having to wrangle all of them. "Children must be accompanied by an adult," the woman told the group when they decided to take her up on the suggestion. "No kidding," Boruto mumbled, knowing that the woman was right but in the opposite way. Sarada and Chocho went to their room with Shikamaru and Shino, who were too tired to do anything other than go to bed and weren't as desperate for a bath as the others. Going to the bath with their fathers wasn't that big of a deal considering it was commonplace when they were young and in bathhouses. However, this time, instead of the adults tending to their children, it was the other way around. Sai stayed still while Inogen washed his face, but he kept whining and fussing, not liking the wet cloth on his face. "I have to get the ink off," he told his father. Sai whined again and kept turning his head away. Kiba stacked wash buckets in a tower and tried to slide into them like a human bowling ball, and Boruto kept telling him not to do that, or he would get hurt. Naruto joined him, thinking it was fun, and now Boruto was yelling at both of them. Shikadai dove to save Kiba from cracking his head against the wall as he slid on the tiled floor. Guys, knock it off. You're going to hurt yourselves. Dog wash. Dog wash. Naruto chanted, squeezing an entire bottle of shampoo over Kiba's head. Shampoo oozed down Kiba's neck and back, too much for Naruto to work into a lather. He scrubbed Kiba so hard he complained, "Dad, stop that! I'm washing the dog! Just go sit over there!" Kiba shook like a dog and tried to jump into the tub in the middle of the room, but Shikadai snared him with his shadow before he could. "What did I tell you about the running? You're going to get hurt." Am not. Naruto found something interesting along the wall near the faucets. It was a rubber device to be worn like a crown that kept soap out of the user's eyes. Naruto, however, saw it as something else and smiled gleefully. Naruto tapped Boruto on the shoulder until he turned around. Naruto was wearing the device not on his head but on his face. "I'm a flower," he announced. The way the rubber cap framed his face really did make him look like a flower. "Get that thing off your face," Boruto lectured. "That's not how you use a bath cap," Kiba laughed, pointing. "He's a flower." "Flower too. I'm flower too." Naruto struck a pose, showing off. Boruto snatched the rubber cap from his father. "Knock it off." "Stop doing that," Mitsuki tried to distract them. "Who's ready to get in the bath?" "Me." Naruto tried running to it, but Shikadai used his shadow to stop him as well. "No running. I won't," Naruto told him. As soon as the jutsu was released, Naruto started running toward the tub again. And again, Shikadai stopped him with the jutsu. "I won't run this time." "Yeah, right." A tidal wave sloshed over the tub and soaked Shikadai, too preoccupied to bother with Kiba, who took the opportunity to jump into the tub. Sai stood and felt his feet slide and lowered himself to his hands and knees, suddenly scared to walk to the tub. Shikadai was right about them possibly getting hurt. He crawled to the tub and eased himself in, not taking any chances. Inajin joined him. Shikadai stepped slowly toward the tub, pulling Naruto along with him. "We're not going to jump and we're not going to run. Got it?" Naruto looked at his body moving by itself, and was amazed as well as alarmed. It was weird not having control of himself, but not a terrible thing. At the edge of the tub, Shikadai ended his jutsu and told Naruto to get in without jumping. Naruto agreed, then immediately sprang into the tub. Mitsuki stretched out his arms to break Naruto's descent into the tub. "Naruto! I said no jumping." "I didn't jump," Naruto reasoned. "I threw myself in." "That's the same as jumping." "Is not." Sai started playing with a washcloth he found in the water and ignored everyone else. He dragged it slowly under the water and stopped, watching it slowly flutter around his fingers, still having momentum. It was the coolest thing he had ever seen and kept doing it. He observed how heavy it became when he took it out of the water and how much lighter and shapeless it was once he held it under again. It was a simple game but a fun one. Naruto had fun splashing everyone, and Kiba started a water war with him. Kiba then wanted to play with Mitsuki's stretchy arms, which the boy allowed until it became too painful. "That does require chakra, you know," he informed Kiba when he kept insisting he do it more. Boruto sighed. "I should have volunteered to stay with the girls. We may outnumber these guys, but the ones back at the room are probably a lot easier to handle." They probably offered to take those two back to the room, not because of ease, but because they couldn't be in the same bathing area as we are, said Mitsuki. "There's no way they'd be allowed in the men's area and the adults can't go to the girls' side, so it makes sense," said Shikadai. "Still, they're probably already in bed and don't have to put up with this." A washcloth hit Boruto in the face as Naruto called out that it was a jellyfish attack. Boruto just clenched his jaw in silence. Contrary to what Boruto believed, the girls actually were not having an easy night. Though the two adults they were with might have been among the quietest and smartest, they were clearly two very different people, which they made clear in the sleeping arrangements. "I want the window open," said Shino. "I want it closed," said Shikamaru. "The sound of the insects helps me sleep at night. The noise will keep me awake. I want to sleep over there." "No, that's where I'm sleeping. I want that blanket." "This one has a hole in it." "No, this one's mine." The girls tried desperately to make them both happy, but it wasn't possible. No matter what, They weren't open to compromise, and anything that pleased one dissatisfied the other. Sarada stood with a hand on her hip and the other to her forehead. How do we do this? Cho-Cho tried her approach first. Why don't we let Shino sleep by the window so he can hear the bugs and Shikamaru can sleep along that wall over there? No, the two said at once. Okay, said Cho-Cho. Whoever is willing to let the other have their way will get a special reward. I want a reward, they said at the same time. Are you willing to let the other one have their way? They looked at each other. At first, either was willing to bend. Then, after some coaxing, Shikamaru was willing to give in and let Shino do what he wanted. Not because he wanted the reward, but because fighting about it was too troublesome. But I want a reward, whined Shino. Let Shikamaru do it. This wasn't working either. Now no one would get their way, and Cho-Cho didn't really have anything to give them as a prize. Shikamaru has his way, said Shino firmly and stuck out his hand. Reward. Cho-Cho dug around in her bag until she found some food and gave it to Shino, who promptly threw it away. Since the prize wasn't any good, he insisted on having his way again. He tried to force Shikamaru from his spot, intent on getting his way, and Shikamaru went limp and whined noisily. It's mine, Shino insisted. He pushed Shikamaru as hard as he could. Shikamaru rolled to one side and Shino climbed into the bed. Shikamaru deliberately rolled back, knocking against Shino. When he didn't move, Shikamaru rolled on top of him and Shino yelled loudly. You're too heavy! Get off me, guys, come on, Sarada said, taking charge. Shikamaru, you sleep over there. Shino, over there. Now no one gets their way because you won't stop fighting about it. But, do you guys want to get in trouble? She warned with her hands on her hips. Shikamaru went over to the bed Sarada pointed to and covered himself in the blanket. Shino whined and crawled over to the other bed but didn't get into it. Shino, he whined louder, his lower lip out as he sat where he was. You're mean. Cho-Cho held up Shino's beetle toy with a smile. She could tell he was about to throw a fit and tried to distract him. I think your beetle's feeling sad because you're not in bed cuddling them. Shino looked at the toy and crawled towards her, snatching it away with a whine and held it to his chest. It seemed he didn't want her touching it. I think your beetle is tired and wants to go to bed. Insects stay up late, he argued. They like being up at night. I think your beetle wants to sleep now. No, he whined and held it tighter. Why don't you take the beetle to bed with you so it won't feel lonely, said Cho-Cho. It might be sad if you don't spend time with it. Shino lowered his arms a bit. Really? He asked as if he hadn't considered this possibility. You and your beetle go and make sure that bed's good for sleeping. Does it like that one? Shino looked at one of the beds and crawled over to it, investigating. He held his beetle over the sheets, having it look as well. This one has a stain on it. Then find another bed you both like. This went on for a while until Shino finally found a bed without any flaws. Cho-Cho told him to get into the bed and test it out to see if it was comfortable. Shino climbed into bed with his beetle. He laid down on his back, then on his side. Then the other side. Then on his stomach. Then he burrowed under the covers so his feet were sticking out, then tucked them in so he was just a lump under the sheets. Well? She asked patiently. Shino answered from under the covers. It's a tunnel cave, Cho-Cho grinned. Yes, it is. Shino stayed under the blankets. Isn't it hot under there like that? Shino didn't respond. Curious, Cho-Cho went over and peered under the blankets from the opening. She saw Shino tucked in the corner like a rabbit in its hole. As soon as he saw her face, he started giggling. She didn't want to get him wound up, so she told him to crawl towards her so she could tuck him in. He didn't do it right away, but eventually he came out. Meanwhile, Sarada found herself dealing with Shikamaru, who appeared to be stalling, but she honestly couldn't tell. He wanted to be tucked into bed a certain way. She had to start at his shoulders and work her way down. He complained when it wasn't tight enough, and when it was too tight. He got an itch on his nose, and after he removed his arm to scratch it, she had to start over again. Shino was stalling too, wanting Cho-Cho to give his beetle a kiss and tuck it into bed too. Then he wanted a story and a glass of water. He wanted to be tucked in but wouldn't hold still. Every time she tried, he would giggle and roll away from her, saying she was tickling him, even before she touched him. He eventually rolled all the way to Shikamaru's bed, bumping into him. Shikamaru complained and the girls had to separate them. Chocho chased Shino with the blanket and covered him with it. He started thrashing, laughing like it was a game. To keep Shikamaru from throwing a fit, Sarada shoved Shino away from the other adult, and he started rolling back the way he came, taking the blanket with him. Shino ended up wrapped in the blanket like a sushi roll and couldn't move his arms or legs, packed in. Chocho put the pillow behind his head and the beetle on Shino's shoulders so he could see and feel it on him. She even tucked it under the blanket to make sure it wouldn't slip away. Shino observed his new situation, trying to decide what to make of it. After some consideration, Shino decided he liked it. Being wrapped up like this felt good. He felt so secure and the pressure on his body was so comfortable. He was perfectly warm and could breathe easily. Shino smiled and snuggled into the blanket happily. Sarada went through the trouble of tucking in Shikamaru again, while he grumbled. She started to rub his shoulder, making sure she got the blanket tucked under him to his liking, and that was when he stopped his complaining. He seemed to like it. She patted him gently, and he didn't complain. He did when she started humming, thinking it would lull him to sleep. He didn't seem to like the noise. She turned out the lights to help set a tranquil mood. Telling them a story didn't work since the noise kept Shikamaru awake. Shuffling did the same thing. He didn't like noise. Not the ones they were making. Chocho opened the window near Shino's bed and he grinned, hearing the insects. Sarada stayed by Shikamaru's side and tried to keep him comfortable. She picked up a paper fan and started to fan it gently near Shikamaru's head. The sensation reminded him of a breeze he felt at his favorite cloud-watching spot. Gentle and refreshing. Shikamaru's eyes began to droop, his mind wandering. He remembered how quiet it was at his favorite spot. The breeze, the shade. Spring afternoons were the best. It was the perfect temperature, and the wind carried the distinctive smell of budding flowers. Sometimes, he would see petals shed from their trees on the wind and would watch them flutter to the rooftop. Sometimes, he'd wake up and find his chest covered with them. They were so delicate and so light. Without realizing it, Shikamaru's eyes grew heavy and had closed. He felt his head slump to one side and he picked it back up, his eyes fluttering. He was really sleepy and there was nothing to do. It was so dark and quiet. He didn't want to do anything. Rather than fight it, Shikamaru gave in and closed his eyes. Shino was a bit more stubborn and fought to stay awake. He didn't want to sleep. No reason, he just didn't want to. The pressure from the blanket's embrace was too hard to resist. He loved being snuggled up, wrapped in blankets. Smelling the night air, listening to insects. He was content. And sleepy. Shino clung to his consciousness, feeling it gradually slip away. He could no longer tell if he was thinking or dreaming. Was he still in bed or was he dreaming he was? The more his thoughts wandered, the more it felt like he was falling into a dream. He could barely feel anything. Everything was numb. Chocho could tell he was fighting it and started to run her hand through his hair, slowly. Her touch was so light, Shino could hardly tell what was happening. He was aware of the sensation and found it soothing, so he didn't protest. Chocho could feel Shino's head dip to one side then snap back where it was, nodding off and fighting it. Over and over, this repeated until Chocho supported Shino's head with her other hand. No longer feeling the weight of his head drag down, Shino started to slip off to sleep again without any indication of it happening so he could resist. Shino's eyes closed, and his body went limp. Chocho couldn't tell these things because of the blankets and the visor. She only learned Shino had fallen asleep when she heard his breathing change. She started to take her hand away and Shino started to stir. She froze and Shino settled back down again. She waited several minutes before trying to move again. She slowly moved her hand and gently placed Shino's head back on the pillow, letting it fall to one side with her hand controlling how quickly it dropped. Only when Shino's head hadn't moved at all did she feel safe enough to move away from him. She and Sarada let out a sigh of relief. It was so hard to convince these two to go to sleep. A fight neither of them thought they would ever face. The door burst open and Naruto stomped his foot on the ground loudly. "I don't want to, you're going to bed!" Boruto shouted at him. "No!" Naruto whined. "It hurts!" Shikamaru's eyes opened and his head lifted off the bed. Shino gave a start and looked around. Nice, Sarada said to Boruto. We just got them to bed. Now? Boruto asked and snorted. What were you guys doing for it to take so long? Naruto threw himself on one of the beds and fussed. Boruto looked back at him in annoyance. Go to bed, but it hurts. He whined again. What hurts? Sarada asked. Nothing, said Boruto. He's just being stupid. While getting changed from the bath, Naruto's sleeve got wet, and he didn't like the sensation. Since his toddler mind couldn't communicate that it was merely unpleasant, he translated any uncomfortable feeling to pain. To Naruto, uncomfortable and painful meant the same thing. Naruto kept fussing and Boruto looked ready to punch him. Then take off the shirt, Chocho told Naruto. No, he whined. I want to wear it. Okay, then wear it. But it hurts. No, it doesn't. It's just wet, Boruto snapped. Naruto whined shrilly and buried his face in the pillow. Sai was very relaxed from the bath and was ready for bed. He didn't complain and got right into bed. Kiba had to circle his several times before laying down, saying he had to find the comfortable spot. One part of the bed was too lumpy, so he had to tamp it down. He didn't want to face the wall, so he had to reposition. It was another hour before everyone got to bed. Naruto complained about his wet shirt sleeve hurting him and refused to remove it. Thankfully, it dried and, with nothing to complain about, Naruto soon fell asleep, sprawled out over his bed. Since Shikamaru and Shino had just woken up, it was easy for them to fall back asleep, finding the sensation peaceful. Sai fell asleep quickly in his own bed and Kiba fell asleep cuddling a pillow. He eventually sought something warmer and made his way over to Naruto's bed to sleep beside him. The two cuddled each other, snoring. The younger shinobi were too exhausted to notice or care and went to their own beds without a word to each other. It was a challenge to get the adults ready in the morning. Both Naruto and Kiba refused to get up, complaining they were tired. Shikamaru did the same, only he pretended to be sick so they wouldn't bother him. A tactic he quickly lost interest in out of sheer laziness, and resorted to going limp instead. Hoping food would motivate them, Chocho brought in their breakfast but the adults still didn't want to get up. First one to finish their food gets dessert. Saying this only brought Shino and Kiba to the table. Get up! We have to go! Boruto shouted under the covers when Naruto burrowed deeper under the blanket. We'll leave whether you've eaten or not, so you better get a move on. Kiba ate quickly to get his reward first, but Shino had a different tactic. He told Chocho that he was finished with his breakfast and was ready for dessert. You still have food on your plate, she observed. I'm allergic. She put her hands on her hips. Are you? The grin on her face had Shino giggling. Can I have dessert? No fair, objected Kiba. I'm eating all my food. See? He held up his plate which only had a few bites left. I should get dessert, but you're not done eating, said Chocho. Kiba brought his plate to his face and gobbled up whatever was left, slamming his plate down on the table to announce. Done! Dessert! Is that how you asked nicely? She asked him pointedly. Can I have dessert, please? Shino said quietly while Kiba shouted it. Chocho brought over something from her bag and placed it on the table. Kiba was on his knees, trying to get a better look at what it was while Shino just sat patiently. She divided some chocolate-dipped cookies in the shape of mushrooms evenly between Kiba and Shino. Kiba grabbed the mushrooms up in his fist and stuffed them in his mouth. Shino chose to eat his more slowly, grabbing one at a time with his fingers. Looking over at the cookies Shino still had in front of him, Kiba reached for one and Shino covered his cookies with both hands. You had yours. These are mine, Chocho, Kiba whined. Shino's not sharing. You ate yours, Shino repeated, moving his closer to his chest so Kiba couldn't get them. Kiba felt like Shino was teasing him. He's eating them in front of me. He's being mean. You ate yours too fast. No, I didn't. Kiba wanted Chocho to take his side. Chocho, you both were given 5 pieces. Shino doesn't have to share if he doesn't want to, but I ate more than he did. It's not fair. Since you ate more, you don't need to have my cookies too, commented Shino. You should be full, but I'm still hungry, so I need these. Chocho, Kiba whined. He's not being fair. Chocho looked at Shino and said, the faster you eat them, the sooner he'll go away. Shino refused to eat any faster, taking one at a time and putting them in his mouth. Naruto was finally out of bed and staring at the cookies in front of Shino. He tried to take one, but Shino pushed the cookies away from him with his hand. Naruto again tried to reach for one, and Shino brought them closer to his chest, refusing to share even one. "If you want cookies, you have to eat breakfast first," Chocho told him. Naruto sat down and ate his breakfast. Soon after, Sai and Shikamaru joined him. Naruto wanted his reward immediately while the other two didn't care. Naruto got his cookies, biting the chocolate tops off each one before eating the cookie bottoms. Shikamaru did the opposite, eating the cookie stems and leaving the chocolate tops for last. Since that was the best part, he wanted to save them for last and eat them all at once so his mouth would be coated in chocolate. Sai lined his cookies up in a row on the table and ate them one at a time like Shino. Only when someone tried to take one, he didn't try to move them out of the way, wanting to preserve the line he had made. Sai didn't fuss when Kiba managed to sneak one since he wasn't a big sweets eater. However, on principle, he wanted to be pitted. Chocho gave Sai an extra one since Kiba had none to replace it with, and Sai was satisfied. When he had 2 cookies left, he said he would share with anyone who wanted them. Kiba made a grab for them and Naruto complained, saying he deserved them more because he didn't take any, whereas Kiba did. Shikamaru suggested they get one each since only 2 were left, but they both insisted that wasn't fair. Shikamaru didn't comment about it again. The two ended up on the table, grappling over the 2 cookies which Boruto ended up eating to resolve the problem. "No fair, no fair," Naruto whined. "You're lucky you got any at all," Boruto told him. Naruto stuck his tongue out at Boruto. "We need to get back on the road," said Shikadai. "Let's get a move on." Naruto kept making excuses not to leave. He was still hungry. He wasn't feeling well. If he touched the doorknob, it would burn his hand because he was allergic. He kept making up excuses, and when that didn't work, he resorted to sabotage. He took the map from their bag and insisted he had no idea where it was, though everyone saw him hide it under one of the cushions. He hid his shoes so he couldn't leave, but they easily found them. Finally, Naruto removed his shirt and threw it in the closet with the bedding, saying they couldn't go until he found it. "For God's sake, Dad," Boruto complained angrily. "Put it back on." "I can't find it," he said with a mischievous smile. "Enough!" Boruto marched over to the closet, pulled out the shirt and handed it to Naruto. "Here it is, now put it on." "My arms are broken," Naruto told him, letting his arms hang down by his sides. "They're gonna be in a minute," Boruto growled. When Boruto tried to grab Naruto's arm, Naruto sat on the floor, saying that his legs were broken. As he tried to get Naruto's shirt on, Boruto was nearly thrown to the floor when his father went limp and flopped on the ground where he sat. "We don't have time for this," Boruto snarled. Naruto giggled. "Fine." Boruto straddled his father and tried to stuff him into the shirt, but Naruto sat up, throwing Boruto off, and tucked his arms to his chest as if wearing a straitjacket. "Put on your clothes." "No," Naruto said with a giggle. "Put on your clothes," Boruto repeated. Naruto shook his head, laughing. "No, Dad, put on your clothes," he groaned, then added, "I never thought I'd have to say that." Naruto covered his mouth with both hands to keep from giggling, but he couldn't help himself. "Dad, don't wanna." Boruto wrapped his legs around his father's torso and stuffed him into his shirt, pulling one arm through the sleeves at a time while Naruto wriggled around laughing. When Boruto finally let his father go, his shirt was on backwards, but he didn't care. "Let's go." Naruto started to remove his shirt again. "Keep it on." "But it hurts," Naruto fussed. "It's just backwards." "It doesn't hurt." "Nug." Naruto stomped his foot. Chocho corrected the shirt, and Naruto was happy. "There," said Chocho to Boruto. "You just have to be kind and show that." A shirt flew through the air, landing on Chocho's head. She huffed and pulled the shirt off her head. "Lord 7, I mean Naruto, can you please keep..." Naruto started to pull down his pants. We can't go anywhere without pants, he said with a grin. And I don't have mine. Put your pants back on, Dad! Mitsuki watched Sarada cover her eyes and Boruto tried to wrestle Naruto back into his clothes and gave a very faint smile. I bet you never thought you'd have to say that either. Shut up and help me. On the move again, things were going less than smoothly. Amongst having to break up fights with the adults and keep Naruto from tossing their supplies on the road for the fun of it, a chorus of complaints filled the air. Shikamaru wanted to be carried, Shino wanted to observe an anthill Kiba kept trying to destroy, Sa was bored and Naruto kept demanding attention. The young shinobi were too exhausted and annoyed to take control of the situation. Half the adults wouldn't listen anyway. When they tried to use force, either the adults would think it was a game, or they'd get agitated and throw a tantrum. What worked for one didn't work for the rest, and it was impossible to get everyone on the same page. Cho-Cho tried to distract them with food but they complained it wasn't to their liking and fussed over that. Inujin tried drawing something for them but Kiba wanted to shred the paper, which upset Sai to the point of tears. This is impossible. The young shinobi sat in the middle of the road as the adults ran around screaming. Can you guys just shut up for a bit? Boruto asked, on his last nerve. How are we supposed to do this? Cho-Cho asked miserably. They won't calm down and no matter what we do, someone's upset. Let's face it. If they don't want to travel, we won't travel. But we're so close. Close to where? The Leaf or the other village? It doesn't matter. It'll take days either way. They're probably overtired. Let them wear themselves out. It'll be easier if they do. How? Then we'll have to carry them. We can't drag them to the next area. Let them rest and then they'll want to run around again. Let's face it. It's hopeless. No matter what we do, these guys are going to be a pain in the now. What did we just get through telling you about throwing things? Shikadai sighed and rubbed his forehead. We need them to all agree but we can't get everyone on the same page. There's got to be something. Kiba crouched down behind Shikadai and screamed in his ear, thinking it was funny and running away. Shikadai, other than flinching, didn't react. Boruto yelled at Kiba for the prank and Sarada told him that reacting like that would only encourage Kiba. Another fight broke out and Shikadai used his shadow to freeze all the adults in their tracks. Holding 5 adults at once was always a challenge, but what made it easier was the fact that they weren't resisting like opponents in battle. Once the shadow reached them, they just gave up and let the jutsu do what it was going to do. If I use my jutsu to walk them to the next town, I'll run out of chakra before we leave the forest. We have to think of a way to motivate them. Shikadai released the jutsu to conserve chakra. I say we take charge, said Sarada. Show them who's boss. Yeah, like that's worked so far, said Inujin, resting his chin on his hand. When we tried that, all of them freaked out at being ordered around. I don't think being the boss will help. Being nice and letting them choose didn't do anything either. They chose to run around. There's got to be a way to do this. Boruto looked at his father who was standing on Kiba's shoulders to reach one of the branches in a tall tree, and the gears started turning in his head. Not how to help the group so much as getting back at his father for being so irritating. Coincidentally, he managed to do both at the same time with this mischievous plan. Guys, I wouldn't do that if I were you. The monster that lives in this forest wouldn't like it. The adults all looked at him. Monster? Boruto tried not to smile. Yeah. Why do you think we want to get out of this forest so quick? It lives in this forest and comes out at sunset to eat travelers. No way, said Kiba, dismissively. Then he raised his brow, curious. Really? What's it look like? Asked Naruto. No one's gotten a good look at it since it moves so quick and likes the dark. Anyone who's seen it up close ended up gobbled up. Boruto turned his back to them to hide his smile. There's no such things as monsters, said Shino. But there are animals that look like they could be monsters. I bet it's a wild animal that lives out here that people think is a monster. Is that good? Asked Naruto. That means we won't get eaten? Shino shook his head. Wild animals eat people all the time. I don't think we're safe either way. Monster or animal, we'll get eaten? Frightened, Sai rushed to the young shinobi for safety. He wrapped his arms around Sarada, burying his face in her shoulder. Boruto, she started, seeing how scared Sai was by the tall tale. It's okay, said Shikamaru. It only hunts at sunset. It's still the day, so it won't come after us for a while. We're safe then. Shikamaru looked around the forest. Well, right now we are. It depends how long it takes us to get out of the forest. If it takes hours, we'll probably still be here when the sun goes down. That means we gotta move fast and leave this forest as fast as we can while the sun's out, said Shino. Kiba bulldozed his way through the group, running down the road. Every man for himself, screaming. Naruto ran after him and Shino followed, much quieter. Sai pulled on Sarada, urging her to get up so they could hurry out of there. Shikamaru hastened without running, staying close to the young shinobi for refuge. He seemed more comfortable around other people when he was scared. Sai, too, judging from the way he held on to Sarada's arm and wanted Chocho to stand on his other side just in case something tried to grab him on the right. Being surrounded by others made them feel safer. They were moving quickly now, and the younger shinobi had to jog to keep up with the adults running up the road to avoid a pretend monster that wouldn't come out for hours. Kiba and Naruto broke through the forest at the same time and threw their arms up in the air, yelling. First, Shino caught up, panting, and looked around. They were safely out of the forest. All right. The rest of the group appeared and Boruto felt pretty proud of himself. His little fable got everyone out of the forest quickly. Yeah, good job, said Sarada, pointing to a trembling Sai on her arm. Now we'll have to comfort them and ward off nightmares. Is the monster gonna follow us? Sai asked timidly. No, said Sarada, assuring. We're okay. You're fine. She shot Boruto another look. What? He said, failing to see the downside. We're out of the forest, aren't we? You don't get it, do you? Kiba wandered back to the group and pointed into town. There's buildings and stuff there. Yeah, we see them, said Inogen, a little annoyed at Kiba stating the obvious. Is that where we're going? Yeah, it is. Kiba looked at the town and back at Inogen. What do they have there? He looked at Shikadai for help, not knowing what to tell Kiba that wouldn't set him and the other adults off. Thinking having them be curious might be beneficial, Shikadai said. Let's go find out. The town featured a lot of shops which the adults found boring. Many of the items and windows were dull-colored knickknacks and furniture. Nothing children would be interested in. Kiba expressed a mild interest in the butcher shop but grew bored when the lack of vibrant colors lost its last shred of appeal. Shikamaru tugged on Sarada's arm. I'm tired, he mumbled. It's not even. I'm tired, he repeated. Okay, she said, looking around. We'll just be a few. Shikamaru sat against one of the buildings, already losing interest. He was tired and couldn't wait to hear the rest of what Sarada was saying. He sat on the ground and refused to move. Come on, Shikamaru, she pleaded with him gently. We're almost there, he pouted. I'm tired, I get that. But if you can just walk a little bit longer, he whined and melted against the building. He didn't want to take another step. Sarada tried to pull him to his feet, but he was completely limp. She pulled with both hands and Shikamaru slumped to one side. Sarada stopped and felt her face blush when a few pedestrians walked by staring. There was no way she could explain what was going on. She bent down to whisper to him as more people started to approach from another street. Shikamaru, if you can just walk a little bit longer, I promise, you can rest all you want later. We won't make you do anything. Shikamaru may have been a child mentally, but he wasn't stupid. You're just saying that cause it'll be nighttime and you want us to go to bed. Still, Shikamaru refused to budge. I can't carry you. You want me to leave you here? Sarada asked, getting tough. Shikamaru shrugged. He didn't care if she left him alone or not. He doubted she would anyway. Considering how much trouble they were going through to keep everyone together, he doubted Sarada would actually leave him behind. She knew he called her bluff and tried again to reason with him, but Shikamaru didn't want to hear it. He even pretended to be asleep just to make her go away. So cool, came Naruto's voice from up ahead. Awesome, Kiba chimed in. Shikamaru got up and ran over to see what was going on. Sarada scoffed, seeing the energy return to Shikamaru with the right persuasion. What is it? He asked, trying to see over their shoulders. What? Naruto pointed to the arcade with colorful carpeting and games lining the walls, lights flashing and beeping. He and Kiba really wanted to go in, but once Shikamaru saw what was inside, he went right back to being too tired to move. Those are for sale, Boruto told them, hoping they'd come along. You can't play them. The lights are blinking, which means they work, so we can play them. Reasoned Naruto. They're displays, Boruto insisted. Let's go. I wanna see anyway. No, I'm just gonna check it out. No, I wanna make sure. No, guys, called Shikadai from the front. Let's just go. He was losing patience. They pulled the adults along and they were quiet for a while, pouting. Naruto kept his arms folded, feet scuffing the ground with every step, steps which gradually slowed to a stop. Kiba's head turned and his mouth fell open. He, too, saw what it was and came to a stop. Shikamaru's feet carried him over to a large window where he stood staring along with the others. Holding Inogen's hand, Sai came along quietly and willingly. Noticing that the others were staring at something, Sai turned to look in that direction as well. His footsteps slowed, gradually coming to a stop, body turned to face the same giant window. Inogen felt Sai come to a stop and stumbled. He tugged on his father's arm, but he didn't budge, mesmerized. Dad? He tugged harder, but Sai kept staring in a different direction. When Inogen tugged harder, Sai walked towards the window, coming to stand with the other adults. Guys? Shikadai called to them. He came over to stand beside the adults, just staring at the window without a word. Hello? Guys, Chocho looked at the giant window as well. Oh, what? Shino looked from one person to another, confused. What is it? What's everyone looking at? Chocho pointed in the other direction. Shino, don't look. Eyes over there. That only made him more curious. Why can't I look at? Shino caught a glimpse of what it was in the window, and his jaw dropped. Shino, no! Chocho reached up with both hands, trying to block his view. Cover your eyes. Don't look at it. She knew it was too late anyway. Now that he had seen it, there was only one direction this was going to take. Naruto's eyes widened and lit up, enraptured by the sight. Boruto looked from the window to his father and the other adults. He raised his eyebrow. Then, his eyes widened, looking back and forth a second time. Oh no. No, no, no. Guys, through the window, they could very clearly see the colorful plush and rubber of an indoor children's play area, complete with tubes, slides, obstacle course, and ball pit. There were shrieking children playing on it, climbing the padded rungs and jumping in the bounce area, throwing themselves against the netting and onto the inflated floor. Sarada, no. At the quick and affirmative turndown, Naruto tried asking again, this time, looking Sarada in the face when he asked. Can we? No, she said firmly. She knew what he was going to ask and they just didn't have time. Naruto looked from Sarada to Chocho. Chocho, can we? Don't ask me. You heard what Sarada said. Naruto stood silent for a moment, contemplating his options. There had to be a way to get what he wanted. He looked hesitantly in Boruto's direction, knowing he wasn't the permissive sort. Boruto, are you kidding me? He couldn't believe Naruto was willing to try asking him. Spellbound by the sight, a powerful urge rose within Sai which he couldn't explain but knew what he had to do. Inogen, can we go inside? He asked without taking his eyes off the play area. Inogen was going to refuse, but he wasn't sure if he should. It was weird having authority over his father, but more than that, he didn't want to deal with a tantrum if he refused. If he allowed Sai to enter the play area, that would start a fight among the other adults and his friends. They couldn't let one in and not the rest. Shino pressed his hands against the glass, getting a better look. That looks like fun. The giant plastic dome suspended from the ceiling riddled with uniform holes looked so much like a hive to him, and he couldn't wait to explore it. Kiba was bouncing up and down with his hands on the glass as well. Can we go? Please, please, please? No, Boruto said firmly. No to all of you. No, no. What part of that don't you understand? I don't care who's asking. No one is going in there. But come on. Kiba whined, stomping his feet. Please? Just this once? Please? No, he whined again, and the rapid stomping of his feet sounded like the beating of a drum. Please? Come on. I wanna. Please. I said no, I'll never ask for anything ever again. That's not true, commented Shino without turning away from the window. But can we go anyway? Sai pointed at the window. Can we do that? Please? I want to go do that. Shikamaru didn't beg, but everyone could tell from the way he kept inching closer to the door that he also wanted to go inside. Inogen leaned over to Shikadai. Maybe we should let them. We'll never get them out of there, he argued. It'll tire them out, Inogen retorted. Shikadai weighed the options and went to speak to the rest of the group. What do you guys think? They'll never want to leave. That's what I said. Then why are you asking? Boruto scoffed. Is this even worth a debate? The answer is no. It'll tire them out and keep them occupied for a while, said Inogen. It'll keep them out of the way and happy, added Chocho. It'll be expensive, said Sarada. These play areas always charge so much. Shikadai folded his arms. I don't think we have anything to worry about. How's that? He grinned. Places like these always have an age limit. They might think they're children, but they're not. Physically anyway. As soon as they try, they'll get turned away, and then a fight, said Boruto. They'll throw a fit the second they're told no, not if it's the owners saying it. Shikadai gave him a knowing smile. It's one thing for us to say it and another for the owners to say it. If they won't let them in, there's nothing they can do and will give up. Are you sure? Boruto was skeptical. A tantrum's bound to break out if they're turned away, you know. Doesn't matter who says it. They'll argue and beg. Parents, yes. But strangers who own the place, no. Shikadai looked at Boruto. Don't you remember what it was like being little and someone with authority said something to you? Whenever an adult in a store said something to me, I didn't fuss and just accepted it. But that's you, Shikadai. I can't see you putting up a fight. So, an adult stranger telling you something never intimidated you into silence? Boruto opened his mouth to argue, but he remembered several times when he was very young when he accepted a stranger's response and walked away. He didn't know why, but he just couldn't bring himself to argue with them. He got bolder with age and found himself having a hard time remembering why it was so hard for him to rebel when he was half the age he was now. We just have to walk in there and have the person at the front desk tell them they can't do it, and they'll shut up about it. Shikadai was confident this would take place. So much so that he was the one to open the door for the adults to flood inside. Naruto ran towards the play area only to slam face first into the glass door. A door which they couldn't open no matter how much they pulled. We keep that door locked for the safety of the children, said the woman at the front desk. Can't have anyone wandering away or grabbing someone in a crowd and running off. Many parents just leave their children here while they shop. So far, she didn't seem to notice anything was amiss with these adults. Since no one was moving towards the front desk, Shikamaru decided to do it himself like he had with the inn. Putting his hands on the desk as if to prop himself up, Shikamaru told the woman, "We'd like to go into the playroom, please." The woman looked at the 5 adults and 6 children. 3 pairs looked very similar to one another, telling her that they were related. One adult was even holding the child's hand and the child looked embarrassed about it. The woman fiddled with something at her desk. This was taking a long time. Maybe she thought there was something suspicious about them. It shouldn't take this long to tell them that they were too old to do this. A minute later, the woman smiled and pushed something towards Shikamaru. "We require payment ahead of time and the price is set, meaning that you pay that amount no matter how long you're here. 5 minutes or 5 hours, it's the same price. We are not subject to refunds and we are not liable for any minor injuries which may occur during play. We do have a dining area which is not covered by admission. Food and beverage are not allowed in play area and footwear are not allowed inside play area. We will keep all shoes here in these cubbies located on the wall. Remember to collect them before you leave. Adults have free admission when accompanied by a child, and this is your total for today." The woman spoke rapidly, but Shikadai didn't have to hear everything she was saying to understand what was happening. He pressed his hands to his face when he watched his father pay the bill with his own money. "Do you suppose they believe we're the children wanting to take part in this plastic playground instead of the other way around?" asked Mitsuki to Shikadai. "Yeah," Shikadai said, annoyed. "I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And you didn't consider this possible outcome?" Shikadai gave him a dirty look. "Clearly," Mitsuki just smiled. "I'm not sure how I'm supposed to take us being considered young enough to still be eligible for this sort of thing. Aren't such places meant for younger children? Outside of the village, I guess a lot of kids our age are still into this or want to be." The woman gave Shikamaru a smile. Thank you very much. Please leave your shoes in those cubbies and enjoy the play area. Thanks, said Shikamaru and started to remove his shoes with the others. Naruto was too excited to put them into a cubby and left them on the floor, scrambling to be the first one inside, though the door was still locked. Once everyone was situated, the woman pressed a button and the door unlocked. The adults almost fell over each other to get inside. The young shinobi stood in front of the closed door, watching the adults panic over what to do first. Naruto and Kiba were both dancing in place, taking a step towards one thing then spotting another, and heading towards that only to spot something else and want to go that way, too. Even Sai was overwhelmed. He stared at everything from where he stood, and couldn't make up his mind as to what to do first. Shino had already made up his mind and was heading for the suspended dome overhead. He reached one of the padded ladders and started to climb up, which didn't take him very long, considering he was just as tall as the ladder. There! Naruto and Kiba yelled at once, pointing to a forest of spinning padded helix poles. They ran up to the first one they could find and launched themselves at it, the momentum making the poles spin while they clung to the colorful padding with their arms and legs. Sai found a padded incline leading to an upper tier. Lured by the vibrant colors, Sai let go of his son's hand to go over to it. The alternating yellow and pink cylinders were soft and smooth to the touch and led him up to a platform protected by netting. He crawled across it to a swinging bridge which bucked and rocked with every movement. On the other side was a slide, but as he drew closer, there was a loud noise which frightened him and he didn't want to get any closer. He retreated to the swinging bridge and stayed there. Shino made it to the plastic dome and peered out one of the small circular holes. Spotting Kiba staggering around dizzily from his 8th ride on the spinning poles, Shino lifted his mouth to the hole and called down to him. Hey Kiba! Look at me! Kiba looked around but couldn't find Shino. Up here, Kiba! He looked up but in the wrong direction. Then, turning, he spotted Shino and his face lit up. How'd you get up there? Naruto staggered into Kiba's back, having ridden the pole 20 times, and struggled to get his eyes to focus. Hey, Shino! How'd you get up there? Shino stuck his hand through the opening to wave to them, and pulled his hand back inside. Cool! I'm gonna find a way up, said Naruto and tried to walk forward but ended up sidestepping into one of the netted walls, still dizzy. I'll find it first, said Kiba and tried to head towards what he believed was the right way to the overhead dome. Shino loved how they had trouble finding him at first. It made this dome feel like a secret base. Shino! Hey, Shino! He looked and spotted Kiba on a different platform waving to him. This one's got a steering wheel! Shino wasn't interested in such a thing and even questioned the functionality of one in a structure that didn't move. I know! Came Naruto's voice as he zoomed from one end of the play area to the next on a zip line. Shino and Kiba were just as enthralled by the new discovery. Where'd you find that? They asked Naruto and immediately went off to find it themselves. Shino found it first. It was a triangular handle on a track over more padding. But there was something further ahead which he couldn't see. Whatever it was fenced in by more netting and a slide emptied into it from the other side. Shino grabbed the handle just as Kiba found his way there. Me first! Me first! Shino held on with both hands and pushed off from the platform. He was going first. Kiba grabbed Shino's legs to keep him from going but ended up losing his footing and they both went ziplining down the track, yelling and drawing everyone's eyes towards them. Mitsuki had his back to Shino and Kiba, looking up at the swinging bridge. Are you stuck, Sai? He asked, seeing as how the man hadn't moved in some time. No, said Sai meekly. What's the matter? Sai clung to the netting securing the bridge. There's a scary noise over there and it's really loud. A noise? Mitsuki moved closer and understood what he was hearing. That's the machine that's keeping everything inflated. It has to make that noise because it's pumping air into some of the equipment. Sai seemed to understand the explanation, but that didn't make the noise any less bothersome. I want to go down the slide, but it's too loud. Sai wrapped his fingers around the netting. Mitsuki smiled at him. Want me to go with you? Sai nodded without looking at him, embarrassed. Mitsuki easily climbed to where Sai was and coaxed him towards the slide. The roaring hum was even louder over in this direction and Mitsuki could see why docile Sai would be frightened by it. It was bothering his ears. Sit down and I'll help protect you. Mitsuki told him. Sai sat at the top of the tunnel slide while Mitsuki straddled him from behind. Normally, it would have been the opposite, with the adult in back and child in front, but considering the age Sai thought he was, this made sense. Mitsuki didn't find it embarrassing, understanding the adult's situation and accepting it. No matter how he appeared on the outside, it made sense to treat him the way he needed to be treated. If he needed a gentle hand, he was going to give him one. Ready? Mitsuki asked behind Sai. Before Sai could answer, they heard Boruto yelling at his father for trying to climb up one of the tunnel slides. Don't do that! You're going to get your fat ass stuck. Sai looked nervously over his shoulder at Mitsuki. We're not going to get stuck, are we? Mitsuki's way of reassuring Sai was to simply tell him. Both of us going together, we might. Sai dug his fingers into Mitsuki's legs, alarmed. Don't worry, Mitsuki said reassuringly. I can always cut us out if that happens. Sai didn't make a sound as he faced forward. Here we go. Mitsuki pushed off and the two slid down the slide and onto a colorful padded mat at the bottom. There. See? We're fine. Sai was smiling, having enjoyed his ride and was eager to go again. Shino and Kiba got to the end of the track and fell into some kind of pool. They weren't wet and they weren't hurt. They sat up and looked around at all the colorful plastic spheres. A ball pit. Ow. The two men felt something and heard something under them and dug through the balls to find a familiar face. Shikamaru. Why are you on the bottom? Shikamaru sat up and rubbed his head. It's comfy on the bottom and I thought it'd be a good place for a nap. You can asked Shino. No, but it's still comfy down there and quieter than up here. Really? Let me see. Shino swam to the bottom of the ball pit to find the trampoline-like floor which cradled them and the plastic balls nicely. Shino flattened his back to the bottom and admired the view of the plastic balls and the dull crackling of them rotating in their pit. Yeah, it is nice. The rustling of the balls grew louder, and Shino sat up to see what was going on. Kiba was digging like a dog in the ball pit, trying to get as many balls as he could into the slide which emptied into this area. You can't get all the balls into the slide, said Shikamaru. They'll roll out. I bet I can get half of the ones in here into there. Then I'll take the slide and go right into a whole bunch of balls. It'll be great. Kiba kept shoveling the plastic balls into the slide which, of course, rolled out and back into the ball pit. Good luck with that, said Shikamaru and sank to the bottom of the pit again. Naruto came sliding out of the slide and into the ball pit, slamming into Kiba's legs as he did. Naruto, you messed up my plan, Kiba complained. It was a bad plan, said Shino. Naruto gathered as many balls as he could into his arms and flung them into the air, letting them rain down. Snow, he declared. Sai and Mitsuki spent a lot of time exploring the play area together. Sai didn't want to do this alone, but his friends were too excited to stay still and wanted to play at their own pace. The two sat in one of the lofts, looking down at Kiba, who pretended to be a puppy in the window for passers-by who just stared with their eyebrows high and quickened their pace. Kiba stayed sitting on his padded perch, doing this until Naruto called him over to check something out. Do you want to go play with them? Mitsuki asked. Sai sat where he was with his back to the netting. Nah. They're being too rough for me. I kinda wanna relax a little. I like it here. Mitsuki looked around at the plastic dome they were in. There wasn't much of anything around, but it held Sai's attention. His imagination saw potential in this empty space filled with holes. I've never been to a place like this before, said Sai. You mean a play area? He nodded. Yeah, Mitsuki grinned a little. Neither have I. This is also my first time, Sai grinned back. I like it. I'm glad I got to do it. Me too. Sai didn't seem to notice certain impairments, carrying on as if he were the perfect size for such a place, even though he was bigger than the intended audience. If he never noticed anything was amiss, it wasn't because of the obvious. Mitsuki noticed this right away when people would stop and stare at Sai playing in the jungle gym, taking the lead instead of Mitsuki. Rather than think it was because of his size, Sai wondered if he was doing something wrong and would get very shy. At no point did Sai ask what he was doing wrong, but assumed he was and tried to avoid people. At one point, he tried talking to a young child and the parent pulled them away from him. Sai didn't know what he had done wrong but could tell from the reaction that he had done something. Mitsuki? Yeah? Do you ever say the wrong stuff and not know what's bad about it but know that it is cause people get mad at you? Mitsuki wasn't sure how to answer this. Misunderstandings happen all the time. Does it ever make people not want to be your friend? Sai asked him with a sad look in his eyes. Mitsuki took his time before answering. Once people explain the situation and why certain actions are not appropriate, you can strive to do better, and it won't be a problem. As long as you make an effort, most will want to accept you. What if everything you do is wrong? Do you feel like that? Sai looked at the ground. Sometimes. Does Naruto ever make you feel like that? Sai shook his head after a moment. He said he's my friend and I believe him. Even when you mess up, he still likes you. Sounds like a good friend to me. Sai smiled and decided to stay close to the people he knew were his friends. Even if other people looked at him like a worm in a piece of fruit, there were others who would never discard him. Even if he messed up, they didn't want to stop being his friends, and that was worth cherishing. I want to go find Naruto and the others now. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. I'll still keep an eye on you, said Mitsuki. Sai smiled and crawled down a tunnel and down a slide all by himself. After 4 hours, Boruto cupped his hands around his mouth and called loudly for everyone to get ready to leave. Dad, we gotta go. We've been here forever. Shikadai and the others had used the dining area to plan their travels from this point on without distraction. Inujin was right about allowing the adults to play here while they worked. They didn't have to worry about anyone wandering off, and they were occupied and happy. After blowing off some steam in the play area, perhaps the adults would come along more willingly. Tiring themselves out would also work in their favor. It was getting late, and they still needed to get food and a place to sleep. They were not moving very quickly at all. Dad! Naruto's head lifted slowly from the ball pit like a shark fin and slowly sank back down. To avoid having to leave, Naruto decided the best tactic was to hide so they could keep playing. This place was paradise to them. Dad! Come out! We're leaving. If you say that, I doubt they'll want to leave, said Mitsuki, walking beside him. What am I supposed to say? Come out so we can stay. Like that makes sense. Mitsuki didn't argue with him. Dad! Boruto bellowed. Sarada walked up to the two. Have you guys seen Sensei or the others? I can't find them anywhere. Even Sai? Sai was right next to me, but after looking around for the others, he wandered off. Guess he got bored and figured since we're not ready to go, he can play more. This is ridiculous, complained Boruto. We should never have come here. I admit it was embarrassing, but it made them happy and gave us a chance to figure things out. Did it? Asked Boruto. We going to the village or we going to the leaf or what? We're not calling for help, which is fine, but seriously, this is just one big headache, you know. I know we're going nowhere fast, but maybe we should look at it a different way. Maybe we should round up the adults before I Rasengan this place just to flush them out. Boruto turned his head and shouted again. Dad! Get your ass out here! If they think you're mad at them, they'll never come out, said Cho-Cho, walking casually around the play area. There's an easier way to find them. Yeah? Asked Boruto, folded his arms. How? Give them more snacks? Asked Mitsuki. That seemed to be her go-to solution to pacify the adults. There are other tricks up my sleeve than that, she said and walked in a wide circle. She leaned against the netting of one of the entertainment areas and said loudly and playfully, I wonder where the others have gone. Oh dear me, Boruto raised his brow. I wonder where they could be, Cho-Cho said, applying more pressure to a padded bar behind her. They heard giggling from that area. She smiled at Boruto smugly and turned around. What could be over here? She grabbed the netting with both hands and shook it, making a growling noise. Kiba popped his head out and laughed. You found me, I did, said Cho-Cho, speaking to him as if he really were a child. Do you know where the others are? Kiba shook his head, giggling. Assured indicted that he did know. I guess I'll just have to find them. Cho-Cho walked in one direction, stopped, looked at Kiba, then changed direction. When he started giggling, she continued in that direction. She was using Kiba as a detector, knowing she was getting closer to one the more he giggled. Using this method, she managed to find Shino and Sai. Shino was in the dome and came when called. Sai was hiding in the slide that led to the ball pit but wouldn't come out, knowing Naruto was in the ball pit along with Shikamaru. He wanted Chocho to find them as well and didn't want to tip them off. "This is stupid. Let's just go," Boruto complained. "This is taking forever. We can't leave without everyone," said Sarada. "Then I'll take one group and you take another. I am out of here. You're not going anywhere, yeah? How you gonna make me?" A plastic ball hit Boruto in the back of the head. It didn't hurt, but it got his blood boiling. He spun around with a hand to his head. "Hey!" Sai was covering his mouth with both hands to keep from laughing. He hadn't thrown the ball, but he knew who had. "How dumb do you think I am?" Boruto asked the ball pit. "That ball could have only come from here, so..." Another ball hit him between the eyes and a hand sank back into the pit. "Get out of there, you little..." Boruto reached in with both hands and pulled out Shikamaru. "Huh!" Shikamaru looked at Boruto with sleepy eyes and slowly sank back into the ball pit. Once all the balls stopped shifting, they heard Shikamaru giggling. He thought this was funny too. Boruto reached back into the ball pit and pulled Shikamaru back out by his shoulders. "Enough playing. I dash!" Shikamaru spat a yellow plastic ball into Boruto's face, which he had been keeping to his lips by sucking in air. Each ball was the size of an orange and impossible to bite. It was disgusting to Boruto, but a child found it hilarious. Shikamaru sank to the bottom once again, and they saw the balls move as he swam to a different spot in the ball pit. "I know you're there," Boruto snapped. He put his foot on the edge of the pit, preparing to climb in. "Are you going to come out, or am I gonna have to dash?" Boruto was bombarded by balls as Naruto surfaced, and started chucking one after another in a rapid two-armed flurry. Boruto backed away, covering his head with both arms. "Get in here, Sai!" Naruto called to him. "I need you!" Sai happily reached into the ball pit and started throwing balls from the end of the slide. Kiba came sliding down the tunnel slide and into Sai from behind, knocking him into the pit. He emerged, laughing, and kept throwing balls at Boruto. Kiba picked up an armful and started throwing. "Stop it!" Boruto shouted. "Hey! Knock it off! They're just plastic balls. They're hollow and don't even hurt," said Sarada. A ball hit her in the shoulder, and Kiba called. "Sorry! Get out of that ball pit now!" Boruto shouted. "Never!" Naruto kept throwing. Kiba turned his back to Boruto and started digging through the ball pit like a dog, shoveling them behind him and into Boruto's face. Shikamaru stayed hidden, but every now and then, his hand would pop up and he'd hand a ball off to Sai, though it wasn't necessary. They were standing in a ball pit, but this was his way of participating. "I said knock it off!" Boruto picked up the balls from the floor and threw them back at the adults. "He returned fire!" Kiba shouted. "Take cover!" As he said this, he pelted more balls at Boruto, doing the exact opposite of what he shouted. This gave Mitsuki the impression that Kiba was just shouting things he only partly understood. Perhaps he had forgotten the meaning of some words, with his mind being that of a child. Inogen turned his back to the balls now heading his way and covered his head with his arms. Boruto kept throwing balls at the adults as hard as he could. Shikadai held up his hand to block a ball meant for Boruto, which came his way instead. Kiba saw Sarada just standing there and saw her as an easy target. He threw a ball at her shoulder and laughed when it hit the target. "You guys!" Boruto's battle cry drowned out anything Sarada was about to say, throwing balls into the ball pit, arms spinning like furious rapid windmills. Shikamaru had swam under the balls in the pit to the edge and popped up right in front of Boruto to hit him in the face with a ball in each hand. When Boruto staggered back, surprised, Shikamaru dove back under the balls. "Why, you little..." Boruto tried to fish him out, but the other adults moved in to pelt him with ball after ball. Unable to stand it anymore, Shino took a running leap into the ball pit and joined the adults. He stayed in the back corner, throwing balls from a distance. Sai remained in front of the slide and Shikamaru stayed under the balls for most of the durations. Naruto and Kiba were the only ones who kept changing position. Inogen returned fire when he couldn't tolerate another one to the head, picking up the balls from around his feet and returning them into the pit with the adults, trying to nail one every time. Shikadai started throwing them, too, losing his temper and wanting to unleash it somehow. Chocho came down the slide behind Sai and wrapped her arms and legs around him, weighing him down. "I got you!" Sai went down into the pit, yelling and laughing. "An enemy!" shouted Kiba. "Get her!" He and Shino surrounded Cho-Cho and threw one ball after another at her, while Sai struggled to get free. The entire time, Cho-Cho was smiling. It wasn't an attempt to stop their game but to join in when she made the trip into the play area and down the slide. Naruto and Boruto kept launching balls at each other. They didn't dodge for some time, letting the balls hit them while they returned fire. Now they were showing off how well they could dodge and how hard they could throw. "Get out of there right now!" Boruto shouted again, but this time, he had a smile on his face. "Never! You don't stand a chance against me!" Boruto threw a ball at his father, and a laugh escaped him. Soon, everyone was laughing and joining in. The young shinobi eventually made their way into the ball pit with the adults, and were diving and throwing and waiting and laughing with each other. Kiba wrapped his arms around Mitsuki from behind and drove him into the ball pit. Shikamaru grabbed ankles and pulled them under, hiding under the balls. He eventually made his way to the far corner to catch his breath. But Shikadai was waiting for him and dragged him under the surface using the same method, only he grabbed his father's arms instead of his legs. Sarada shrieked when Kiba tried doing the same thing he had done to Mitsuki to her, lifting her off her feet and trying to slam her into the pit. Cho-Cho wrapped herself around Kiba's middle and weighed him down so all three fell into the balls. Naruto and Boruto kept throwing balls at each other until they finally tired of it and tried to catch each other by swimming under the balls as Shikamaru had done. When they found each other, they would wrestle and do it all over again. At one point, Naruto picked Boruto off his feet and threw him into the middle of the ball pit, then tried to jump in after him. Boruto scrambled out of the way to avoid being crushed. When Naruto grabbed Boruto and tried to pull him under the surface again, Boruto couldn't fight back, laughing too much. By the end of the evening, the floor of the play area was riddled with colorful plastic balls which had also found their way to other areas, including the swinging bridge. The adults left willingly, hungry from all their adventure, and talked excitedly about events while the young shinobi looked for a place to stay the night. They ended up at an inn which had very few customers, so it was easy to get a room. Instant ramen was cooked and served on the short round table in their room, and everyone gathered around to eat. Boruto grumbled about the price, but not in the monetary sense. He dipped his wooden chopsticks into the instant ramen cup to complain about dinner, too. Sarada pointed out that they had to do things cheap and quick because of recent events. "And whose fault is that?" he asked bitterly. Sarada glanced at some of the adults. "Well, it did work in our favor." The adults were exhausted from their eventful day. They had plenty of energy at the beginning of their meal, but now they were running on fumes. A hot cup of ramen was all it took to bring them over the edge. Noticing how quiet it was, the shinobi looked around. Shikamaru hadn't finished all his food, but he couldn't keep his eyes open. Shino's head kept nodding, empty ramen cup in hand. Kiba had finished all his food and was resting his head in his arms on the table. Sai was completely zoned out, staring vacantly at the middle of the table, cup and chopsticks in hand. Naruto was still eating, but very slowly, eyes drooping. He was determined to finish his ramen, but his eyes kept closing. Shikamaru tugged tiredly on Shikadai's sleeve. "Can I go to bed?" "Sure." Shikadai helped his father get into bed, which didn't require much effort. Shikamaru got in without a fuss and closed his eyes immediately. All Shikadai had to do was put the covers over him. "You guys want to go to bed too?" Cho-Cho asked the remaining adults. Shino's response was to slump on top of Kiba on the table and not move. It was unclear if he actually fell asleep or had just given up. They had to nudge Kiba awake to get him to leave the table and climb into bed. "Sai! Sai!" He looked up, hearing his name the second time. "Huh, are you tired?" "I'm fine," he said and stared off into space again. "It's time for bed," Sarada told him. "Everyone else is already in bed." Sai didn't respond, staring at the table. "He's already half asleep," Cho-Cho whispered, finding it cute. Sai became alert when he felt the girls trying to pull him to his feet. Seeing most of the adults already in bed, Sai decided he should join them. He was feeling pretty tired but didn't think he was sleepy. He told them this, then promptly fell asleep as soon as they tucked him in. "You too, Dad." Naruto was still chewing his noodles, eyes barely open. He didn't fuss when they took the ramen cup away from him and pulled him to his feet. He went limp immediately, and sat back down. They needed to carry him, but no one volunteered. Naruto sat where he was, eyes shut and head bobbing. Mitsuki managed to lift Naruto up with both arms and placed him in an empty bed. He rolled onto his side and snuggled against the pillow. "That's the easiest time we've had getting them to bed so far," remarked Sarada. "That was a great idea, Inogen. We really wore them out and wasted another day," complained Boruto. "We're not making much progress, if any. If we were going at a normal pace, we would have been back home by now. If the adults had been normal, we would have." Sarada didn't want to start something but felt she had to point out the obvious. "It's not their fault. We're going the best we can. All things considered." I know, said Boruto, also not wanting to get into something but feeling something had to be said. "But having them like this is a pain in the ass. We just wasted a whole day, and what do we have to show for it? A room full of adults too tired to do anything but sleep and leave us alone?" Mitsuki had been the one to say it, but no one paid him any attention. "We need to make better time than this. We keep stopping and wasting time and just not getting anywhere," Boruto said. "We need a better way to do this. We need to make them move faster. They're capable, but willingness." Said Shikadai. "If they move quickly, it's when they're playing, but that runs a higher risk of them taking off. If they're wound up, they're less likely to listen and will just get hyper and hard to handle. If you use your shadow, if I use my shadow, I'll be able to control their movements, yes, but that takes chakra. If I try using it on all 5 adults to make them move the way we want, I'll end up collapsing and you'll have to carry me. And if they struggle, that's more effort on my part to keep them under control. It's hard enough on 1 adult, but 5. And struggling? Find another solution. Why don't you use your clones to make them do whatever?" asked Chocho. "Oh yeah, that just winds them up and makes you use chakra too. Well, I guess what we're doing now is the best we can do." "I don't think it is," said Boruto. He then glared at her. "Was that attitude you were just giving me?" She shrugged and didn't say anything. "Look," said Sarada. "We planned a route on the map. We know where we're going and how to get there. The only issue is getting the adults to cooperate. We'll deal with that in the morning. Let's just go to bed and pick it up tomorrow." They did just that, but Boruto didn't like it. He kept feeling like an amateur, the way things were going. He knew they could do better. The next morning, Shino was the reason they couldn't leave the inn. He kept looking in the bedding and under the table, flustered. "What's wrong?" He looked up at them, upset. "I can't find my beetle plushie." "Good, let's go," said Boruto, opening the door. "I can't leave without it." Shino was on the verge of tears. "They're lost and I have to find them." "We'll get you another one," said Sarada, but that didn't pacify Shino. He wanted that one specifically. A replacement wouldn't do. His beetle was special, like part of the family. It couldn't be replaced. "Where did you have it last?" "I dunno." "Could it be at the ball pit from yesterday?" asked Mitsuki. "You were playing in it a lot. It could have fallen out." Shino gave the girls a pleading look. "We have to go back and find them." "I'm not going back there," said Boruto. Okay, Sarada said to Shino, trying to calm him down. "We'll go back and look for it." "Okay. I'm sure we'll find it." Boruto banged his head against the wall. They were never going to leave. They checked out of the inn and returned to the play area. The sign on the door said it wouldn't be open for another 20 minutes, and Shino didn't want to wait that long. He tried forcing the door open, but other than bend a little, it didn't open. Kiba found a rock and threatened to break the windows so Shino could get inside, but the others stopped him. "We'll just have to wait a few minutes until they open. I'm sure they have a lost and found." "Can we go back and play again today?" Naruto asked, hands pressed to the glass. "I knew this would happen," said Boruto. "They're gonna want to go back. Are we even sure the toy is missing and this isn't some plot to get us to take them back here? You think they're that clever at this age?" Sarada asked him. "It's a pretty simple plan," said Boruto. "Besides, we've never established just what happened to their brains. Are they still smart enough to know certain things? They know who we are, so experience isn't the issue. But if that's the case, why wouldn't they be able to remember other experiences? Ones that could lead them to making a clever plan. They think like toddlers, so maybe some things Are we seriously debating this now? Asked Inogen. It's not like we have anything better to do, said Shikadai. Gotta wait anyway. There's no point in leaving and coming back, said Sarada, hearing what the boys were saying. We might as well stay here. It's not like Shino's going to want to go somewhere else until his toy's found. We can just buy him a new one and tell him we found it, said Boruto. We can't do that. Sure we can. This is important to Shino-sensei. This is stupid. We're wasting time. It's not like we're on a time crunch. You just don't want to be out here with them like this. Who would? Sarada smirked a little. Oh? They're not all bad. I caught you having fun with them. Like when? Like yesterday in the ball pit. Ball pits are for little kids. I saw you smiling. You were having fun. I was not. While this argument was going on, Shino was anxiously looking inside the dark play area. There were no kids instead, and no lights were on. He looked for any signs of life, hoping a light would come on and he'd see someone who could open the door. Why don't we just break in ourselves and look for the toy? Asked Mitsuki. With our skills, we could probably do it. We're not doing that, said Sarada. Why not? We might as well wait, was all Sarada told him. We'll just be looking for a toy. We'll be in and out quickly, he defended. We can wait 20 minutes. And do you really think they'd buy that if we get caught? In and out, we won't get caught. We're not doing that. Shino-sensei should have kept a better eye on that thing, complained Boruto. Why didn't he check to make sure he had everything? You're making this his fault? Whose fault would it be? We didn't consider the toy being a thing. This isn't our fault. We shouldn't have to do everything for them. They're more trouble than they're worth. Don't say that. Yeah, it's not their fault they can't do anything like this. Cho-Cho, I know you want to take her side, but look at the facts. Whenever there's a problem, it's because of them. Right now, you're the problem. Some of the adults could hear what they were saying and grew guilty and offended. Shino heard every word and rubbed his arms, looking shamefully at the ground. Don't listen to them, said Shikamaru. It's not your fault, but I wasn't paying attention. I forgot about my beetle and now I feel bad. We'll find it, said Naruto. Don't worry, but I'm not even sure I left it in there, Shino confessed. What if I dropped it coming out of the woods where the monster lives? They looked in the direction of the forest where Boruto had made up that lie about there being a monster just to get them to move faster. They were afraid to go back, but they wanted to help Shino find his beloved beetle. It's daytime, so the monster's probably sleeping or something. The big kids can look here for the beetle and we'll look other places Shino thinks it might be, said Naruto. Sai grabbed the back of Naruto's shirt. I don't know if I want to go back there, he confessed. I'm scared of the monster. It's okay, said Naruto with confidence. We'll protect each other. Sai was still nervous. Naruto gave Sai a big grin. We gotta do this for Shino. If his beetle's special, we gotta find it for him. Sai nodded. Okay, if you say so. Mitsuki looked behind the arguing shinobi to see 3 adults wander off. He tried to inform the others. Guys, not now, Mitsuki. But they. Sarada looked at the door to the play area. Oh, someone's coming. Thinking this was what Mitsuki was trying to tell them about, Sarada stepped forward to speak to the man turning the sign around. We're still getting set up in the dining zone, but the play area's good in a couple minutes if you give me a second. We're not here for that, she said. We're looking for a lost toy. Did you happen to find a plush beetle in the ball pit yesterday? One of us lost it last night, and we really need it back. The ball pit? The young man looked lazily through the window to the play area. I dunno. Stuff gets lost in there all the time, but we don't always get everything when we clean up. Can we check, please? It's important, please? Asked Kiba, bumping into the group from behind. Bugnerd really wants it back. Huh? Sarada shushed him. It's a nickname, she told the man. Because he likes bugs so much. He's the one who lost it. The man looked at the assembled shinobi and pointed at Inogen. I take it the toy's yours, kid? Huh? Me? Shikadai and Cho-Cho nudged him, while also finding it amusing that he looked like he would have a beetle plushie. I mean, yes. Yes, I really want to find it, please. Inogen bowed politely to the man. Well, let me see. The man went behind the desk and pulled out a big cardboard box and set it on the counter. This stuff's lost and found, But if it's not in here, then it's probably in there. He pointed to the play area. Can we go look for it? Asked Sarada. Well, you're not really allowed back there unless you pay. We're not here to play. We want to find that stupid plushie so we can go home, said Boruto, wanting to make the conversation move faster. Well, the man seemed unsure. You can let a couple in to look for it, and watch them to make sure they don't play, said Shikamaru. Unless you'd rather look for it yourself, mister. The man looked at the play area, which to him would be the equivalent of crawling through a pile of trash. If someone else was willing to do it for him. Sarada held up her hand to stop Kiba from going in, seeing the look in his eye. I'll go look for it. I know what it looks like. Okay, and since it's his toy, he can go, said the man, pointing at Inogen. Goody, mumbled Inogen. The man was thinking again. I should probably wait for the manager since we're not supposed to let anyone in without paying. But in this situation, when's the manager get here? Asked Cho-Cho. Not for another hour. An hour? Oh, wait. Maybe he's here but in the back? What day is today? There are days he comes in an hour later than usual. Boruto started to pull his hair out at the tediousness of the conversation and the workers' indecision. It was too boring for Kiba, too, who looked and noticed that the others were gone and wanted to go find them. Shikamaru saw Kiba leaving and went to follow him. Having just heard the two adults speak, no one other than Mitsuki realized more than half of them were gone, and that the remaining two had just left. Mitsuki didn't interrupt but wondered if he should go after them to make sure they didn't get into trouble. He would rather stay with Boruto and the others in case they needed him, so he remained where he was for now, watching to see which direction the adults went in. The group of three went into the forest cautiously. It wasn't as scary as it would have been if they had gone in alone. Having someone at their side made it a lot better. They looked for the beetle plushie but couldn't find it. Shino got momentarily distracted by a real beetle but quickly returned to the task at hand. They heard a noise and stopped, frightened. Think it's the monster? Asked Sai, gripping Naruto's arm tightly. If it is, I'll fight it off, said Naruto bravely. Should we be standing close together like this? Asked Shino. We might make an easy target like this. Then move. Nah. Shino moved closer to Naruto and Sai. He felt safe being closer together. The noise came again, and they heard rustling. They looked around but didn't see anything. A bird cried out as it flew from one tree to the next, frightening Sai, who hadn't realized it was a bird until Shino told him. He relaxed a little until they heard a rumbling noise that kept getting louder. What was that? Sounds like running footsteps. The footsteps were getting closer and more rustling could be heard. It was right behind the tree to the side of them. They could see the shadow of something moving fast. Run! Naruto yelled and ran the other way. You said you'd protect us, cried Sai, running after him. I am. Run away and you'll be safe. Makes sense to me, said Shino, running alongside him. Run! They turned the corner sharply and ran into Shikamaru. They slammed into each other so hard, they all went tumbling onto the sidewalk outside the forest. What are you doing here? Did you see the monster? You mean him? Shikamaru asked, pointing. Kiba stood proudly behind the group and laughed. I scared you. I didn't mean to, but I did. Ha ha, that was you? I was running to see you. Then you ran. Did you think I was the monster? No, lied Naruto, picking himself up. We were looking for my beetle, said Shino. Did they find it? No, said Shikamaru. And it got boring so we left. They talked forever, complained Kiba. But I told the guy there that you needed it, and so they had to look for it. Won't we get in trouble for leaving? Asked Sai. You left too, and you're worried about that now? Sai played the with hem of his shirt. His docile personality made him more of a follower, so when his friend decided to do something, he went with them. He also wanted to help, and Naruto convinced him that this was helping. We should probably go back then. No, whined Kiba. It's so boring. Maybe I dropped my beetle on the way, said Shino, looking at the sidewalk. They followed the sidewalk, looking at the ground but couldn't find the plushie. Shikamaru patted Shino on the back. Don't worry. I bet the others already found it. He stopped walking and Naruto bumped into him from behind. Why'd you stop? Look, said Shikamaru, pointing in a restaurant window. Doesn't that guy seem familiar to you? They looked in the rectangular window of the diner and saw two men sitting at a table together. They sat across from each other so, from where they stood, the adults could only see one of their faces. Naruto put a finger to his chin thoughtfully. Oh yeah? Isn't that the guy from back before? Shikamaru knew that man looked familiar, and the reason was because they had seen each other before. During the mission. Right before they ended up in this state. The bad guys we were fighting, right? Sai looked in the window and suddenly grew nervous. Why are they here? Are they gonna do something bad? I think they're just eating. Maybe they'll leave after. Sai pulled on Shikamaru's arm. We should go tell the others. Why? They're not doing anything, but they're bad guys. Maybe they're plotting, said Kiba. Or maybe they took Shino's beetle. Shino now wanted to go check it out just in case. Let's tell the others, Sai insisted. No, said Naruto. They think we can't do anything right. This is our chance to prove ourselves and that we're not trouble. You wanna fight them? Asked Shikamaru. No, said Naruto. We can find out what they're up to and then tell the others. Knowing what they're gonna do would be good to know how to stop them. How are we gonna know what they're doing? Asked Kiba. We can't hear what they're saying. We can go inside and ask them what they're doing, asked Sai innocently. No, cause they might lie. No, said Shikamaru. Cause they'll know we saw him. We gotta do it so we won't get seen. How do we do that? We can hide. Shikamaru had an idea. He may have had the mind of a toddler, but he was still very intelligent. No. Shino will go in. Huh, me? Yeah, you're the only one who can pull it off, Shikamaru told him. You can go in there and sit at the table next to M and listen to what they're saying. But if I'm next to them, won't they see me? No, said Shikamaru with a smile. Because it's you. Shino gave him a confused look but went with his plan anyway. Shino walked up the 2 steps to the front door and went inside. He stood where he was and looked to the left where the men were seated at a booth. Shino moved slowly down the row of booths until he came to the empty one behind them and sat down with his back to them. The men carried on, never noticing him. Outside, Shikamaru nodded confidently. Shino's never noticed, so he's perfect for this mission cause they won't notice him. He's right there and they can't tell. If any of us went in there, those bad guys would see us, but not Shino. Cool, said Kiba, impressed. He's invisible to the bad guys? Naruto asked, a little confused. Cause I can still see him. Kiba smacked Naruto in the head. Shikamaru was impressed with his own plan. Shino was the perfect spy. Now he just had to stay there, listen and not get noticed. Shino sat motionless at the booth, listening to everything the men were saying. Most of it was stuff he didn't understand or irrelevant. None of what they talked about sounded bad. Then they started talking about something Shino found oddly familiar. We can always go back. Get that thing back and put it elsewhere. Forget it. That wasn't the mission we were hired to do. We just had to keep it from getting to that point. Once those shinobi brought it to that location, it ended the mission. We can still take the thing back. It's already there. You can't capture the other team's flag after the game's over and they got there first. There's no point. The man sighed. It was a stupid mission anyway. The things they were talking about were strange. You think it was some sort of tradition thing or some sort of, just some old stories. I never heard them before we were hired for this job. Some fountain of youth crap, but it's just some dumb spring. Dress it up however you want and make up a story about it. It's still just a puddle of water in the woods. None of that made any sense. It would have been nice to get paid for putting up with that nonsense. Stupid rumors and hearsay. It's a fairy tale, nothing more. You paying the bill or am I? With what? We didn't get paid. You mean to tell me you got nothing saved up from the last few times? It was your turn anyway. Shino slowly stood up and left the diner to report what he overheard. What are they planning? Naruto asked, getting very close to Shino's face. Do we gotta beat him up? We'll show him how tough we are. They talked about the water and some kind of fairy tale, reported Shino. Fairy tale? Like a story? What kind of story? Asked Naruto, now interested in something else. Did they say? What's it about? Just about the spring water. That's a boring story, said Naruto. I wanted one with lots of action. Shikamaru's brain was working a little better than the others, but things were a little hazy for him. You mean like what happened to us? That spring water, I guess, said Shino. Honestly, he couldn't remember what it was like to be an adult, and was having a hard time recalling why they were like this. A part of him felt like this was how it always was, since he couldn't remember adulthood. Shikamaru knew they had to change back. That was the whole point of their adventure, wasn't it? But change back to what? Adults? What was that like again? He couldn't remember. The spring had changed them. That much he knew. As with Shino, Shikamaru was having a hard time recalling what exactly took place. It seemed the longer they were like this, the harder it was to remember that at one time they were different. He had no proof of that, and this could just be his child mind's lack of understanding. The older kids were trying to make them better. That much he knew. He also seemed to be having an easier time remembering that, unlike Naruto and the others. The more they were on the road and doing different activities, the harder it was to remember what they were doing. Such a thing was typical for small children, and even Shikamaru found himself easily distracted at times. So this wasn't too concerning for him. Honestly, it was troublesome to think about it. They heard what the men in the diner said, so now it was up to them to tell the older kids and have them figure it out. From Shikamaru's perspective, they may as well have been adults despite being around 12 years of age. We should tell the big kids what's going on, he suggested. They'll probably know what to do, Naruto nodded. We spied real good, so they'll be impressed and see how we're not useless. Sai looked around with a frown. But where do we go? I'm not sure if I remember the way back. I know the way, said Shikamaru. Me too, said Kiba. My nose never fails to point in the right direction. Sai looked at both of them. Then which way do we go? That way. Shikamaru and Kiba pointed in different directions. They glared at each other, arms still stretching towards where they believed they would find the play area building. It's this way. No, it's this way. I remember it being this way. Well, my nose is never wrong and it's pointing me that way. Noses are only good for smelling stuff, not direction. That's what eyes are for. Kiba stood toe-to-toe with Shikamaru, trying to intimidate him. I know it's this way. It's gotta be. I can smell the way back, so I don't need to see the path. Shikamaru didn't back down, puffing out his chest and glaring back at Kiba. Your nose will get us lost. It's this way. We came from that direction. I left before you did and remember the way. No, you don't. I remember it better than you do. Then we'll each go our own way. We'll get lost. One of us won't. We gotta stay together. What if the bad guys find us? We don't want to get kidnapped. Then admit I'm right and go my way. Your way's not right. We gotta go this way. No, this way. This way. Naruto jumped up and down. I got an idea. I got something that'll tell us the right way. What? Naruto held up a twig he found on the ground in the shape of a Y. We can use this. It'll point us to the right way. With a stick? It's one of those dividing things you use to find stuff, Naruto said and gripped the twig by two of its three appendages. This part'll point to where we need to go. It'll lead us there. That's for water, pointed out Shino. That stick'll only help us find water. There was probably water at the play place. That stick will never work, said Shikamaru. Yes, it will, said Naruto and started running with the stick out in front, as if it were pulling him along. See? It's working. Sai looked impressed and curious. Can I try? He wanted to see if the stick really did have special properties. Naruto ran with the stick out in front and hollered for the others to follow. Kiba tripped him and yanked the stick out of his hands. He held it the same way Naruto had and was soon being pulled by an imaginary force towards the direction he had pointed in during his argument with Shikamaru. It does work. Let's go, guys. You're making it point the way you want to go, complained Shikamaru. No, I'm not. It's leading me around. See? Kiba made the twig quiver. See? It's working. You're doing that, Kiba. Kiba got in Shikamaru's face and said in an eerie voice. Don't doubt the power of the twig. It's you doing it. Ooh. The twig has chosen me. It knows you doubt it and won't work for those who do not believe. Ooh, stop doing that voice. What voice? Kiba said in the same spooky tone. If we want to make sure it'll work, We need to give it to someone who won't pretend it's doing stuff and point in the wrong direction cause they're stubborn. The twig likes me best, so I should have it, said Kiba, dropping the eerie voice. Naruto reached over Kiba's shoulder for it, but he held it out of reach. It was my idea. I should do it. You were running everywhere and going nowhere. Nah! Gimme, I'll prove it. We should have Shino do it, said Sai. It might show us where his beetle is. I want it, I want it, Naruto yelled, climbing up Kiba's shoulders. Gimme, you're gonna break it. No, you are. The twig chose me. Did not. Naruto, Kiba. They dragged each other down and fell, twig landing by Shikamaru's feet. He picked it up and held it the same way they had. I knew it, he said. It doesn't work. It won't work for the non-believer, said Kiba, shoving Naruto's leg off his head. It's a dumb stick. You're a dumb stick. Shikamaru broke the twig, snapping off one of its 3 limbs. There, now we have to do it another way. Why'd you do that? Kiba yelled, outraged. That stick was making us argue. With it gone, Kiba shoved him angrily. Mean it, I wasn't Dash. Kiba shoved him again. You're such a brat. I wasn't trying to be mean, Shikamaru told him. I'm sorry, but we can't do what a stick tells us. And you were just saying it was doing things when it was you all along. Was not. If we listened to you cause of what you said the stick was saying, we'd get all lost. Would not. Unwilling to rely on the twig and knowing Kiba was making stuff up, Shikamaru felt he had to get rid of the twig causing them problems. It wasn't to get his way but to make them see reason. Kiba pushed Shikamaru so hard, he fell over. Guys, cried Sai, gripping the hem of his shirt again. We're gonna get in trouble. But Shikamaru's being mean and we can't let him get away with it, said Kiba. He said he was sorry, Sai said, thinking it was enough. I heard him myself, said Naruto. He said sorry? That doesn't make it better. The stick's broken, but he said he was sorry, argued Naruto. I believe him, but it doesn't make the stick fixed, said Kiba. And hurting him will? That'll just make you meaner than Shikamaru. You can't do something bad to him after he says he's sorry. That makes you the meanie. You want everyone to not like you anymore? Kiba huffed and didn't say another word, still angry but not wanting to lose his friends. How about we vote? Asked Shino. Who wants to go what way? Shikamaru and Kiba both pointed in the same different directions as before. Okay, said Shino. Who wants to go with what Kiba says or Shikamaru? Point where you want to go. Shino and Sai both pointed where Shikamaru was pointing. Naruto pointed somewhere else entirely. What? He asked when everyone stared at him. That way looks nice to go, too. We're doing what Shikamaru says, and if he's wrong, we'll do what Kiba says. This way, nobody gets lost, said Shino. Kiba pouted. You're all ganging up on me. You're only taking his side cause I pushed him and you feel bad for him. I don't care about winning, said Shikamaru. I just don't want to get lost when there's a monster in the woods. The big kids might also be angry if we're gone for too long, said Sai. We have to go fast. I'll get there first, declared Kiba and took off down the path Shikamaru pointed to. I'll be first too, yelled Naruto and ran after him. You can't both be first, Shikamaru yelled after them. Actually, they can if it's a tie, pointed out Shino. Shikamaru pouted and walked, unwilling to run. Shino didn't feel like running either, but Sai joined in the race, feeling left out if he didn't.